Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to the Senior League Stadium for this Rothesay County Championship fixture between Gloucestershire and our friends from Northamptonshire. Please welcome onto the ground our umpires for this match, Hassan Adnan and James Treadwell. Having won the toss this morning and decided to field, please welcome the Northamptonshire side, skippered by number 2, Luke Proctor. And to open the batting for Gloucestershire, their captain number 1, Cameron Bancroft, sponsored by Digby Associates. And number 64, Ben Charlesworth, sponsored by BIE Magnum.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Bristol for the latest round of Rothesay County Championship action. It is Gloucestershire taking on Northamptonshire under slightly foreboding skies, although I've had to look at the radar and it suggests that most of what is an extremely heavy shower to the north of us is going to be missing us, we hope. So we are just about ready to start on time for this fixture, and I can tell you that the toss has been won by Northamptonshire, who have put Gloucestershire in to bat on, drum roll, the hybrid. It's back. It's back for a Gloucestershire Northamptonshire. It's the return of the hybrid.
This time it's personal.
For a Gloucestershire Northamptonshire fixture. What could possibly go wrong? I'm sure it won't. But anyway, there's a certain amount of excitement, I think, to see what it's going to behave like. Gloucestershire coming into this game off the back of a narrow defeat to Kent, and Northamptonshire also coming off the back of a defeat to Derbyshire. Ben Sanderson's going to get us started, and Ben Charlesworth is going to drive the ball straight to backward point, and he's caught. What a start to the game. Ben Sanderson just bowling a ball full and wide. Bancroft almost staring in disbelief back to the dressing room. Ben Charlesworth has driven the ball away, and it's gone at not a massively express pace, a slicing drive, and it's straight into the hands of backward point before we've even had time to get settled.
Yeah, Liam Guthrie back in the side, and has made his presence felt at the earliest possible opportunity by holding the catch. What a start for Ben Sanderson, and it was a fairly innocuous looking delivery, wasn't it, really? It was a bit of a Larry Loosener, but they'll take it.
So that was the voice of Andrew Radd.
Morning.
My name's Ed Seaborn. Morning, everybody. And commentary, of course, coming to you via the usual channels: BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, and BBC Radio Northampton. And on the Gloucestershire live stream, the live text service up and running on the BBC Sport website, the cricket page, where you can find the text commentary from all of the games and your choice of listening as well. The main headline, other than wicket first ball, Gloucestershire have the one change. Ed Middleton makes way and Craig Miles comes back into the side. So Ollie Price has come out at number 3 for Gloucestershire, and there are 4 slips in place and a short leg. So it's safe to say if Northamptonshire weren't on the attack before, they're certainly very much on the attack now as this darker cloud makes its way a bit closer. I'd be so interested to know what Gloucestershire would have done if they'd won the toss, because they have tended to like to bat first recently. Sanderson goes in and bowls to Price. There's a bit of in-swing there, and the ball is pushed away up to mid-on, and there is no run.
In Northamptonshire making just the one change from the side that came a fairly distant second up at Derby on Monday. Liam Guthrie, who's already, as I say, made his presence felt by holding that catch. He comes into the side in place of George Scrimshaw, is basically being kept in cotton wool, ready for the T20.
And goes Sanderson. He's there now. He bowls to Price, who drives firmly, and this time it's mid-off, who is in action. Well timed, but straight to the fielder.
Northamptonshire obviously would have been quite keen to get Rafi Weatherall back into the side, but he's sitting his law exams down at Exeter University. I think he's got one on an exam on Monday, so he potentially could have played the first 3 days, but not the fourth. So he's carrying on his swatting.
Or off to the beach at Exmouth, whichever it is. In comes Ben Sanderson. He bowls now to Price, who's forward defending into the offside. Point over to pick up. Big gap between backward point and mid-off with this attacking field. Huge spaces on the leg side as well, but it already feels a little bit like survival with the wicket falling the first ball. I was actually down at Exmouth a couple of days ago, and it really strikes you how in that area cricket just feels such a part of the the whole area down there.
Beautiful ground, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Sanderson bowls defended by Price back towards the bowler, and Exeter University, we were talking about it. I mean, its cricket program just seems to be going from absolute strength to strength. Nowadays, it's you would have started off with your Oxfords and your Cambridges, and then maybe your Durhams coming in, and sort of Leeds, Bradford, one of that MCCU set up, and then yes, exactly. I think Cardiff and Loughborough, of course,
yes.
and Exeter's now really very much joining that lot, as that's left alone by Price, as he's batting outside his crease, and as he does like to do, he reaches carefully back into his ground just in case McManus fancies a little bowl at the stumps. It's a wicket maiden to start with, wicket falling first ball of the match, with Sanderson striking and Charlesworth driving to Guthrie at backward point, so 0 for 1.
I just wonder whether, having seen that, Lewis McManus may consider standing up to Ben Sanderson, because he often does. And it will be Harry Conway to begin proceedings from the far end, the Ashley Down Road end.
From the Ashley Down Road end, number 13, Harry Conway.
Oh, the inimitable voice of Ian Randall, telling you that it is indeed Harry Conway. Sanderson now 27 championship wickets this season at around 17. Conway 21 at 24. So those two have both had pretty good seasons. He's got 3 slips and a leg slip, and running in to bowl, and that's dug out by Cameron Bancroft up to mid-off, and there is no run.
His run-up's just about starting in the field of play, Harry Conway. It is a very short boundary, as people of Bristol will know, and possibly even visitors from Northamptonshire who've been here will remember the boundary towards the flats is very short, but Conway's almost to it.
He's running into bowl to Bancroft, who defends a big appeal, and he's out, LBW. Nip back in, got half a stride, and Cameron Bancroft follows Ben Charlesworth back to the pavilion. What a start for Northamptonshire. Luke Proctor's decision to bowl first, I suppose, already justified. As he just didn't go anywhere, really. And just looking at the replay, didn't bounce a great deal. First thought was height, obviously, with Conway being a big, tall man. But it didn't look a bad shout. It didn't look a bad decision. And dreadful start for Gloucestershire, who are now 0 for 2. And both their openers, well, I was going to say back in the pavilion. Cameron Bancroft en route back to the pavilion. And Northamptonshire's 2 new ball bowlers, who I say have been excellent this year, have, well, each got themselves on the score sheet. My memory goes back to Newlands back in March when Harry Conway picked up a wicket in his first over playing Gloucestershire in the pre-season game in Cape Town. I wish I could remember, and I don't know if I've got my notes for that game, who it was who he got out. It wasn't Cameron Bancroft.
I was going to say, you're not going to get any help from me, unfortunately, because I could never find a scorecard for that particular game. So.
I think it was, I mean, although it was played properly, obviously everybody had a bit of a go, and it was a bit of a rolling fielding side and different people coming on and off it. So I think probably maintaining a score sheet in the way that we would understand it is probably not going to be particularly easy. But Gloucestershire were in spot of bother there. They were 20 odd for 3 against Sanderson and Conway before the man who's come out to the middle, Miles Hammond, led a bit of a revival. Tommy Borman got runs there as well. It was the first time I'd seen him. Now, for the left-handed Hammond, 4 slips in place. Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second, Bartlett at third, Safe Zabe at fourth, James Sales at forward short leg. Round the wicket comes Conway, and Miles Hammond pushes that up towards mid-off, where Nathan McSweeney fields, and there is no run. As Ed was saying, threatening skies around the ground. The forecast is pretty changeable, really, for the whole of the 4 days, to a greater or lesser extent. But the local forecast on the BBC this morning said it was going to be less showery than yesterday. So things are all relative, of course, but some beefy showers yesterday as Conway's in and bowls wide outside the off stump. Almost, I was just wondering if it might even have been called, and the umpire was immediately telling Harry Conway to get off the pitch, because in following through around the wicket, he, I think, yes, did have a step or two into the danger area, so he's been asked to kindly remove himself by umpire Treadwell, who Northamptonshire will be very familiar with because he did their previous match up at Derby. Here's Conway in and bowls and driven by Hammond, but without any great timing. Thinks about a single, it's not there, as Nathan McSweeney comes across to field. And there is no run. If you're just joining us a little bit late, then Gloucestershire have already lost their openers. Ben Charlesworth out to the first ball of the match, caught by Guthrie at backward point off Sanderson for naught. Cameron Bancroft, LBW to his fellow Aussie. Harry Conway also for naught. Here's Conway in and bowls outside the off stump. Better line from Conway, left alone by Hammond, and that is also a wicket maiden for Harry Conway. And at the end of 2 overs, both of which have been wicket maidens, Gloucestershire are 0 for 2.
Well, there have been a few starts from Gloucestershire having batted first in recent times on this ground, which it has to be said of. Well, I'll read the scores out. Mine immediately went back to the last match played on this hybrid pitch when Gloucestershire were bowled out for 125 and were 8 for 2 with Bancroft and Charlesworth both dismissed. Of course, that match ending round about tea time on the first day, as Sanderson goes in and bowls wide of off stump, left alone by Ollie Price. I don't think there's any suggestion in the early stages, by the way, that there's anything remotely to do with the pitch itself in terms of any extravagant seam movement or bounce. In fact, in the first 13 deliveries, I think the ball is moving off the pitch less than it did at the start of the Kent game, and that was down to the fact, again, there'd been quite a lot of rain the previous day before the start of the match. As Sanderson bowls to Price, he'll squeeze a single into the onside, and there will be a run. Admittedly, not off the middle of Ollie Price's bat, and just for a moment, I wondered whether the ball might squeeze past the inside edge, but it caught it, and Price gratefully gets up the other end, and Gloucestershire are 1 for 2. But then thinking back to another instance between these sides where the game didn't see a second day, Gloucestershire were reduced to 66 for 6 at lunch by Northamptonshire in 2020 in the COVID year, before the match was called off due to concerns over COVID, as Sanderson bowls wide outside the off stump. It's left alone by Miles Hammond.
Yes, it was a close contact. If memory serves, it was Ben Curran who was a close contact. He wasn't even playing in the match, but he was a close contact of somebody who was playing in the match. They shared a house. And so when he was diagnosed, then we all had to go home. And the sad thing about that was it was Jeremy Lloyd's last match as a first-class umpire, and it was a very sad way for a great servant of the game to go out.
Sanderson bowls and left alone by Hammond again. Good life through to the keeper. And the two sides were due to play a T20 quarter-final in something like a couple of weeks. And so I think everybody worked out that because neither side could qualify for the latter stages of the as was Bob Willis Trophy, that if they just isolated, then everybody could come out of isolation for that T20 quarter-final. But then back in 2019, Gloucestershire were reduced to 67 for 6 by Northamptonshire before a recovery. As Sanderson bowls again, it's very wide, and Hammond doesn't have anything to do with that. Ben Charlesworth and Graham Van Buren leading Gloucestershire to 220 for 7 from 67 for 6. So I suppose my point is that it's nothing too new, Northamptonshire coming here and taking early wickets, but in none of those instances have they lost 2 wickets before a run had been scored. So some serious work to do for Gloucestershire, who have slightly shortened their batting lineup with removing Middleton as Sanderson bowls closer to off stump. But again, it's a good leave from Miles Hammond. And after 3 overs, Gloucestershire are 1 for 2 as Middleton, as a reminder, has come out of the side, apologies, for Craig Miles. So Miles, you'd imagine, will bat at 9, which means Matt Taylor is back to batting at 8, as he did for the first 3 rounds of matches. Gloucestershire coming in having suffered defeat in 4 of 5, although both the last 2 games here, very close games, fine margins, as they say, and Gloucestershire just coming out on the wrong side of it. But it was a fantastic game against Kent last time out.
It was certainly following it from afar. It looked a terrific tussle. Conway from the Ashley Down Road end, the far end, running in to bowl to Price, who clips that away up to mid-on, and there is no run. And Conway, as he does, following through within conversational distance of the batter. I have to say we had a lot of fun up at Derby. Harry Conway came out as night watchman, and it's the longest I've ever seen, I think, between deliveries, between the 5th and 6th ball of an over. It was the last over of the day. There was no question of time or anything, that was already sorted, but him and Shoaib Bashir was pure theatre. Here's Conway in again, bowls to Price, drives nicely back past the bowler, runs for him here, could be 4 as it runs up towards the flats, and it does indeed cross the rope. So nice shot from Ollie Price, takes him to 5 and Gloucestershire to 5 for 2. It was just a question of which of them got the nod from RADA, I think, after they were both appeared to be auditioning for King Lear. Shoaib Bashir was ready to bowl, Conway wasn't ready to face. Then Conway was ready to face, Shoaib Bashir wasn't ready to bowl. It was great fun. Conway in again, bowls and hits Harry Conway high up on the pad. He offers to pick the ball up, and the offer is, I'm sure, politely declined as James Sales comes in from short leg.
Because you always feel in these situations that when the score sounds worse read the Australian way, you sort of think, okay, let's just imagine, 2 for none. That sounds much better than 0 for 2. Let's read the score out the Australian way. We can just about go back to reading out the score English style now.
Here's Conway in and bowls outside the off stump. Good carry from Conway, just a back of a length. Good judgment from Price in leaving it alone. The other game I remember here in recent years when the ball dominated the bat, certainly for the first 3 days, was I think 2021. And the thing I remember about that match was that the floodlights came on at midday each of the first 3 days. Conditions were vile. It was bleak, it was cold, it was dark. And then the sun came out on the last day. Here's Conway, in and bowls to Price. Again, good leave outside the off stump through to Lewis McManus. And from Gloucestershire's point of view, the weather certainly helped because they were chasing quite a substantial target on the final day, 267. And the sun came out, and Miles Hammond played a terrific innings, very much against type, 94 off 211 balls. And Gloucestershire won by 6 wickets. Is Conway in and bowls to Price, again left alone outside the off stump. End of the over with Conway's figures in tatters. 2 overs, 1 for 4, and Gloucestershire are 5 for 2.
Yes, and that was rather echoed in terms of the Bristolian weather rather suiting the home side last year when, despite losing the best part of 5 sessions, in fact I think it was over 5 sessions from the match, Gloucestershire ended up having just enough time to secure victory inside the last hour when it looked for all money, as it had been grey skies all evening, that we would be sure to have bad light end proceedings. And then even though it was still grey overhead, it was clearly blue in the west because the sun came out and Gloucestershire were able to get over the line, but that's far from the thoughts at the moment as Sanderson continues round the wicket now to Miles Hammond and beats him through to McManus with one that angles in and then straightens.
That was one of Northamptonshire's more clueless batting performances in the second innings, which prompted the head coach to describe his batters as drunks and millionaires. He was not a happy bunny after that one.
Sanderson in bowls, wide of off and left by Hammond. And it's safe to say also, though, that this Northamptonshire side that comes here this year is much more experienced than that team. There were several youngsters in that squad, and Adi Sharma played, didn't he?
Ben Whitehouse,
yep. Nirvan Ramesh as well.
Yes, that's right.
So this team, much more caps in terms of first-class cricket. So already a very different test, and Ben Sanderson with new ball in hand, always a terrifying sight for any county opponent as he comes in once more. Across his stumps, Hammond, working it to the leg side. There's a lot of space out there. They take 2. It's mid-on who ends up having to go to a mid-wicket position, and they can only get the 2 as Hammond is off the mark. To his 11th delivery, Gloucestershire moved to 7 for 2. The hybrid pitch, by the way, just to the Kennington Avenue side of where the international pitches are. So it's pretty central, but the boundary to the car park side slightly shorter than the boundary to the mound stand, which actually has been pushed back basically all the way, which I don't know if you recall last year, Rad, as I'm sure you do, but the boundaries were in a long way, which is not something that has happened this year.
No.
That was certainly something that seemed to be a feature of the previous couple of years, but they've gone back to pushing the boundaries almost right back. And right down below us, there are a couple of little drain covers in front of the pavilion, and those last year were usually nowhere near in danger of being in play, but now for this round, the first of the drain covers is just on the not in play side of the boundary, and the other one is. The other thing that is a feature as we get some sawdust coming out is that there's just a little drain cover to the right of where Ben Sanderson is probably running, although if a left armour bowls, it might still be an issue as forward goes Hammond and defends to the offside. So that might be something for the left armour to see in terms of Guthrie, whether it affects his run-up or not.
Yeah, Guthrie played in the match against Middlesex and didn't look entirely at home with the ball, but did get some runs. But he's been back in Australia for personal reasons. Missed the selection, wasn't available for selection for the previous game, but back for this one.
Sanderson bowls now. Hammond again across his stumps, flicking down the leg side. He's got something on it. The finger is raised from Hassan Adnan, and Gloucestershire are now 7 for 3 as Hammond is strangled down there. McManus taking the catch, and Gloucestershire's slide continues. And it's amazing how that seems to happen in a situation like this. You get one of those leg side strangled jobs, but it's still a legitimate dismissal. Hammond moving across his stumps, a ball that was on leg stump. Okay, maybe not exactly where Sanderson meant it to go, but at the same time, he'll know that Hammond is somebody that does walk across his stumps, and it's always a possibility.
Well, Nathan McSweeney got out first ball that way up at Derby and was also caught behind down the leg side in the second innings as well. So he will have not a great deal of sympathy, I'm sure, for Miles Hammond. But, well, Ben Sanderson, I was making the odd little notes for milestones, and he's closing in on, he's currently 14th in Northamptonshire's all-time wicket takers list across all formats of the game, so first class, List A and T20. And with those 2 wickets he's taken this morning, he's only 4 now behind Jim Griffiths in 13th place. He's now picked up a mere 623 wickets for Northamptonshire across all formats, and I suggest quite a few of those have been against Gloucestershire. It's one of the, I think Gloucestershire, Sussex and Leicestershire historically have been the counties that he tends to his particular pleasure bowling against.
I did have a look actually last night. His figures have taken a little bit of a hit in the last couple of years. There was a match, it was the Marchant de Lange game at Northampton, where Sanderson ended up coming away with the extraordinary figures of something like 1 for 120, which is extremely un-Ben Sanderson-like, but he seems to be making up for it today. He bowls now to James Bracey as the new batter. Despite the histrionics, that was a fairly comfortable leave. But as you'd imagine, with the score at 7 for 3, the fielding side are rather excited by everything.
Well, Northamptonshire have got a point after 23 minutes, so it's probably one of the things they're slightly excited about. Groundsman's coming on at the other end, so I think it may be sawdust required at both ends. Northamptonshire third in what is a very, very tightly bunched Division 2 table, certainly below Durham, who have a 23-point lead. And then at Middlesex 68, Northamptonshire 66, Lancashire 63, Kent 61, Worcestershire 60, Derbyshire 53. Very, very tight in the middle of the table. Here's Conway in the bowls outside the off stump to Price, who leaves it alone. Again, the exaggerated follow through for Harry Conway. So these two have now taken 50 wickets between them in the championship this year. Sanderson now 28, Conway 22. The issue has been, though, Ed, what happens after that? Northamptonshire's second string seam bowling has been an issue this year, particularly with Rafi Weatherall, who was starting to just look as though he was getting back into it, obviously after missing most of last year through injury. Conway in bowls to Price, pushes it out into the offside, thinks for a split second about a run, but decides against it sensibly.
Well, that is an issue that Gloucestershire, I think, would empathise with, given Will Williams 19 wickets, Gabe Bell 17 wickets. Matt Taylor is extremely unfortunate only to have taken 9 wickets. He's had about 4 or 5 catches put down off his bowling alone, never mind anything else. But still, that is something that Gloucestershire would also be thinking.
Conway in again to bowl to Price and beats him. Appeal for a catch behind, not out. I say an appeal, it was more an exclamation, I think, from Harry Conway, because there was very little support from behind the stumps.
Screaming at Ollie Price. I didn't even look at the umpire, I don't think.
Well, I don't know how much you've seen of Harry Conway, Ed, but he's what we in the summer game call a character.
Yes, well, he did play in the match at Northampton.
Yes, that's right.
Last year. I've seen a fair amount of him in the Big Bash as well. Sometimes where he's had the player microphone on, which is always great fun.
Deary me. Well, that would be worth listening to. Here's Conway in again, bowls, and Price defends solidly out into the offside, fielded again by McSweeney, and again umpire Treadwell's just having a look at where Harry Conway's front foot is landing. I don't think he's as worried as he was early on about where he was following through. He's just having a quiet word with Harry Conway, insofar as you can have a quiet word with Harry about anything. Still 4 slips in, and the backward point and the short leg. But blue sky coming our way, which is good news. Over to our left, and here is Conway in again and bowls and turned away by Price. Past Sales at short leg. Captain Proctor comes round. I'm sure will be well happy with his decision to bowl first so far, but Price picks up a single, keeps the bowling. He is 5, and Gloucestershire are 8 for 3, having lost Charlesworth for 0, Bancroft for 0, and Hammond for 2.
Still be one to go.
Oh, beg your pardon. Some of them are changing over for the...
It was just, yeah.
It just seemed to be taking rather longer than usual. I always find counting to 6 always quite useful in this game. Must try and learn to do it sometime. Here's Conway, driven by Bracey, and he is off the mark. He's running away out towards the flats at the far end of the ground, and they come through for a single. So, indeed, it is Bracey who nicks the bowling. He's 1. Price is 6, and Gloucestershire are 9 for 3. And that is definitely, without fear of contradiction, the end of the over.
Oh, no ball. No.
Now.
Yes. Well, I'll do one more over, and then we can have a rock, paper, scissors, because Nathan Johns has joined us at the back of the box, so Radders can nip off for half an hour, and we'll get Nathan in at the end of this over as Sanderson prepares to start his 4th over. 2 for 3 so far. Around the wicket he bowls to Bracey, who's forward and across and leaving alone outside the off stump. So Tommy Borman would be due in next, then Graham van Buren, and then you're into the bowlers. The bowlers, admittedly, in several cases, who've certainly shown in previous games that they can bat. I mean, Will Williams has the 3rd highest score of the season for Gloucestershire with his 98 against Derbyshire, as Sanderson bowls to Bracey across his stumps. There's a loud appeal from behind the stumps, but the ball's done a bit too much down the leg side, and Sanderson himself barely inclines an arm upward. But again, as you'd imagine, there's some movement out there. That one's certainly cutting back in off the seam, but just doing a bit too much. Those bowlers, Matt Taylor, Craig Miles, Will Williams and Gabe Bell, the tail is already, you feel, going to have to wag, with Gloucestershire at 9 for 3. Sanderson to Bracey, rising delivery, but well left by Bracey.
See Glamorgan, after their heroics in the previous round, having beaten Somerset in what looked a terrific game of cricket. They're in a spot of bother against Warwickshire this morning. 10 for 2. Glamorgan with Zainal Hassan and Asa Tribe both out for ducks.
Oh, they were 0 for 2 as well.
Yeah, wicket apiece for Ethan Bamber and Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
Well, they absolutely ran through Yorkshire. Did Warwickshire. Good job they They piled up 550 just in case, though. Forward goes Bracey and defends into the leg side.
Bizarre game that, wasn't it? Three low totals and one whopping great one of 550 or whatever it was.
And despite the fact that there was a bit of rain forecast for the final day, Warwickshire deciding that they needed not just 500 but 550 and proceeded to bowl Yorkshire out. I think it was even before lunch on the
fairly short order,
final day. Yeah, it was a strange game, but Warwickshire very much in title contention in Division 1. Bracey down the pitch defending offside, realising there's a quick single available there. The fielder in his enthusiasm launches himself off his feet trying to get the throw in, and short leg it was in James Sales. Backs up the throw, so just a single. 10 for 3, so Gloucestershire in double figures.
We were saying about some of the games here between these two sides over the years. Northamptonshire haven't actually won a championship match on this ground since 2013, which was a promotion year under Stephen Peters. But been a while. Won at Cheltenham, of course, that terrific game that you and I did, 4 years ago now?
Yes. Both these sides were in Division 1. Sanderson bowls well down the leg side. It's dropped by McManus, and the ball has gone down for 4 very welcome runs for Gloucestershire. So 14 for 3 at the end of over number 7. And thank you very much for the time being, Radders. Those buttons are a little bit sticky. I didn't forewarn you to give them a good smash. But Nathan Johns will be in shortly. In contrast, Leicestershire have already scored 41 runs in their first 8 overs, but they've lost a wicket. Rishi Patel, Jake Weatherald and Sol Budinger are fairly attacking top 3. They're at Chelmsford. So there's been some lively starts around the country, but in terms of wicket taking, none livelier than this. Morning, Nathan.
Morning, Ed. Hard to be livelier than this. Certainly. As Conway continues, and it's full and dug out by Bracey. Brilliant diving stop at mid-off to cut off a single. Keep Bracey on strike. Yeah, it's lively everywhere, isn't it? I mean, I see Matthew Fisher has celebrated his call up to the England squad with a wicket at Surrey, Yorkshire, 24 for 1.
Of course, returning to Yorkshire.
Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah, and that extra narrative as well. I mean, I'm just having a quick scan of the scorecards here. Kent are wicketless. Kent, Worcester have got through 8 overs without losing a wicket, as have Middlesex. But everywhere else, there are early scalps falling across the country. Conway in again. Bracey tucks that one off the pads nicely. He should come back for a second. Short leg scurries off after it, but he loses the race. And Bracey does come back for 2.
They're at Southport this week, Lancashire, so a trip to the seaside for Worcestershire. And it's sort of a little bit, I don't know if it feels a little bit early for out-ground cricket. I was making a mental note, because normally in May you kind of think, well, it's bound to be at Old Trafford, so you don't even look, but matches at Southport.
Bracey sizes up again. That's short. Dug away from his rib. That could easily have ballooned up to that waiting fielder at short leg. But Bracey does well to stay on top of it, playing it safely into the ground. No run.
He's an impressive fast bowler, is Harry Conway. Would certainly be a yard quicker than probably all of Gloucestershire's attack, but he's got the height to bang it in. You know, on hybrid pitches you tend to get a little bit of extra life out of it for banging it in early on, so you might give it a try.
Well, that's why he has that short leg fielder in place. That's a little bit straight again, and there's a misfield at mid-on. I think it's the skipper, Proctor, who's let that one go through. Bracey flicked it hard, timed it well, but that really should have been stopped. He comes back for another couple.
It was a bit of a slide tackle.
That's the perfect description, actually. Did slide tackle, got the ball, but unfortunately sent it 30 yards towards the boundary.
It was a well-timed slide tackle on the ball, so he wouldn't get a yellow card for it, but does concede a couple of runs.
gone way back to the top of his mark. He's got 4 slips and a short leg. No, that's on the attack. That's banging delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Bracey. Lots of flailing limbs in his action as well, isn't it?
Yes, there's a lot. There's a lot coming at you.
Yeah,
it's a lot of human being
into
being hurled in your direction.
Amongst a cricket ball at quite a decent lick, as you pointed out. That was a good nut that got Bancroft earlier. Actually, I was downstairs just outside the clubhouse here. Got a good view of it. It moved quite a good bit in off the seam. He did well actually, because with a man of his height to be hitting the stumps is difficult. That one is not hitting the stumps. It's another heavy length. It's off the inner half of Bracey's bat, past that man at short leg, and once again Bracey will keep the strike. 19 for 3 now, end of the over.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it didn't look as though Bancroft could have any complaints about the decision, but it has felt as though pretty much in every innings, just casting my mind back, that it's either been an absolute wonder delivery that's got Bancroft out, or on a couple of occasions, I think you would use the word adjudged.
Well, the last time I was here, he was run out. Remember that?
He was run out
against
Lancashire.
Lancashire.
Of course, yeah, there's that as well. So that was possibly the only dismissal this season where I think you directly apportion blame to Bancroft.
Oh, because I remember he was batting with that was the first wicket, wasn't it? I think, and he was batting with Charlesworth, and Charlesworth just took one look at him and said, "I'm not going anywhere.
Well, not a run there.
What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that was the Lancashire game, wasn't it?
It was.
All these games started to blend together already. It's reached that time. You just need a little bit of T20 just to refresh your memory for the championship matches, especially because we've had so many games here. Sanderson bowls Bracey forward, having to cover up there because that was boring in on his middle and off stump. Defends to the offside. 3 of the first 5 fixtures in this block at Bristol, but it's now 4 of 6 and 4 of 5 because Gloucestershire had their first fixture away. So there is, however, no more championship cricket at Bristol as Sanderson bowls very wide. Bracey doesn't have to play.
Oh, really?
After this,
is this the last game?
Oh, no, I was going to go on.
Oh,
and say
sorry,
there's no
I've
more...
cut you off.
No, there isn't. There's not quite. It's not quite that. There's no more championship cricket at Bristol until September now,
Right.
because the one home game in August is at Cheltenham, and then both matches in the June block are away fixtures for Gloucestershire because of the Women's T20 World Cup matches that are taking place here, including the reverse fixture between these two sides. Sanderson bowls, defended leg side by James Bracey, and it's fielded at short leg.
Who gets the honour of visiting Cheltenham then in
That's
August?
Worcestershire this year. It has to be said, it's a little bit a case of geography, really. Worcestershire, Glamorgan, and then possibly third choice has been Northamptonshire. They've visited a few times. In fact, having said that, Northamptonshire will be coming, of course, for the one-day cup there. For some reason, I just tend to lose track of who's playing who in that competition, as that's off the thigh pad of Bracey, I think, as he's across his stumps. And the ball dribbles out towards short leg. But anyway, we'll see. You never know. You never know. I might end up at Cheltenham for that one, but very much to be confirmed. So we got away with the first lot of rain. The forecast, I'm afraid, is for us not to get away with all of the rain today, as in comes Ben Sanderson. Bowls beats Bracey. Has he taken the edge? He has. He's got a third wicket. Sanderson 3 for 4. Just full enough that Bracey was drawn onto the front foot, and that right arm round angle that bowlers like so much these days, drawing Bracey into playing at a ball that you would say in hindsight he didn't have to, and a little feather through to McManus. Bracey goes for 7. Gloucestershire's slide continues. They are 19 for 4.
It's a good setup from Sanderson. I think we've seen not just to Bracey, but to whichever left-hander has been in his eyes this morning. He's been angling that ball in from around the wicket and trying. We've seen a couple of leaves that have kind of gone close to the off stump or around the off stump. But you could see Bracey, he was trying to counteract that by he moved a long way across. He would get on the line of off stump, so he knows where it is. He knows that if the ball is on that line, he has to play at it. If it's not, he can let it go. I think Sanderson set him up with a few of those balls coming into the off stump, and then just had that one hold its line slightly. I wouldn't say it quite moved away from him, but I think just the fact it held its line meant he felt like the need to play at it, and ended up playing at a ball that was wide outside the off stump. It's a very, very clever piece of bowling.
Just been informed by Radders that is 300 first-class dismissals for Lewis McManus with that catch behind, so he's added 2 of those this morning. Ben Sanderson, who has been, as we've discussed, such a nemesis for Gloucestershire in, well, over the course of his career, really, although just recently the average ticking up a little bit, but it's certainly coming down now. 3 for 4 in his 5th over. And Tommy Borman, who's still, you would say, in the infancy of his first-class career, just in his 4th match here, comes in earlier than he's had to at any point in his career so far. No batter in double figures. And now Borman facing up to Sanderson. 1 ball left in the over. Sanderson in and bowls, and Borman defends solidly away to extra cover. And there's no run. Charlesworth, first ball of the match, caught at backward point. Bancroft, second ball bowled by Harry Conway. He was LBW with the score 0 for 2. Hammond caught down the leg side off Sanderson for 2. And Bracey edging behind for 7, with Ollie Price still there on 6. And Tommy Borman having yet mentioned in 2022 at Northampton, where on the first day there were about 5 rain interruptions, and it felt as though Ben Sanderson and Gareth Berg on that day bowled all day, and that's what could happen here.
It's coming down quite heavily now. We can see it clearly, and that's defended into the offside no run, and I think they are going to go off.
Yeah.
You can see it. The fact that we can see it through a reasonably thick pane of glass here means that it's definitely raining quite heavily. Umpire Treadwell is quite quick to remove the stumps there. So we are going off for rain. Gloucestershire 19 for 4, well up against it this morning.
Yes, it's a fairly dire situation for Gloucestershire, with 4 of their batters having gone and having made the decision to remove the spin bowling all-rounder in Ed Middleton and replace him with a seam bowler in Craig Miles. So that's a decision that's going to have to play itself out when it comes to Gloucestershire bowling the right way. But yes, the mat is being unfolded. The covers are coming on. There is a really quite significant dark cloud away to our left-hand side. So the forecast was, I must say, for us to get quite a bit this morning and this afternoon. So it remains to be seen as and when we do get back on. But Northamptonshire, having won the toss, put Gloucestershire into bat, with Sanderson taking 3 for 4 and Conway 1 for 11, have decimated Gloucestershire's top order and have reduced them to 19 for 4. And Gloucestershire supporters might just be doing the rain dance already. We'll be back, all 3 of us, in some form or other, when there is some more cricket to bring you. Gloucestershire 19 for 4, but rain has stopped play at Bristol.
News from the umpires, ladies and gentlemen, is there will be a restart at 14 minutes past 12. A restart at 14 minutes past 12 with no overs lost from the allocation. So a restart, assuming the line, of course, at 14 minutes past 12. Because of the stoppage, the umpires have moved lunch by 10 minutes to 10 minutes past 1, and tea will now be taken at 4 o'clock. So a full recap on that: a 14 minutes past 12 restart, lunch now at 10 past 1, and tea at 4 o'clock. short break, please welcome back our umpires for this match, Hassan Adnan and James Treadwell. Returning to the field, the Northamptonshire side, captained by number 2, Luke Proctor. And resuming for Gloucestershire, number 67, Ollie Price, and number 71, Tommy Ball.
Well, you've heard all the key details from the PA announcer Ian Randall as Gloucestershire resume their innings. We've had 9.2 overs this morning and 9.2 overs of Northamptonshire domination as Gloucestershire are 19 for 4. They've lost Charlesworth and Bancroft without scoring, Hammond for 2 and Bracey for 7. And resuming the innings, Ollie Price on 6 and Tommy Borman, who has yet to score, just faced 1 delivery in the previous Ben Sanderson over. Sanderson has terrorised Gloucestershire again, 3 for 4 from 5 overs. Harry Conway has 1 for 11. He will have 4 balls remaining in his 5th over to bowl. Nathan Johns alongside me, Ed Seaborn. Nathan, I guess the question from Northamptonshire's point of view is how long do they want to keep Sanderson and Conway going for? Because they've just had a nice little rest.
Well, exactly. That definitely extends things, you would think. And it wasn't such a long rest that they would have been cautious about getting too cold either. But Conway's going to continue, as you said. He's got 4 deliveries remaining. In he comes, and that's defended by Price. Straight back down the ground, no run.
Yeah, so as discussed a few times, really, in terms of the batting for Gloucestershire, it's these 2 plus Graham van Buren who have to lead some sort of a recovery, with it not really being the bowler's responsibility, but it may have to be their responsibility to help as well.
Conway continues, 4 slips and a short leg awaiting. That's another heavy delivery. That's hits the splice of the bat, no run.
It's still pretty dark here, but I think we've missed. We've got 1 shower when we could have had 2, and if we'd had the 2, then I don't think we'd have played yet. So it could be worse.
Yeah, it is brightening up over to our left-hand side, over towards the football ground. I always forget that's Rovers, isn't it? Not City. City play at Ashton Gate, don't they? So it is brightening up a little bit. Conway in. Again, it's driven off the inner half of the bat. Fielded by mid-on, no run. And Conway just started feeling his left hamstring there. He stopped feeling it quite quickly, so I don't think it was anything serious, but he just had a little check to see everything's all right. I think just 1 delivery remaining. He marches back to the top of his mark.
Yeah, seems to have quite a long way to go. No overs lost, should say that as well. So we're still on for the 96 today.
Yeah, it could be a late finish, that, provided it stays bright. That's full and whipped stylishly off the pads by Price. He timed it too well, though, straight to fine leg, so he won't be able to come back for a single, but he does keep the strike. He's on 7 now, having faced 25 deliveries. Borman yet to get off the mark. He's faced just 1. 10 overs gone, 20 for 4.
Yeah, understandably not a massive crowd in today, with the forecast being somewhat mixed if you're being optimistic. Tomorrow looks fairly gloomy, again with the possibility of showers, although not quite as high a chance as today. Sunday, pretty similar really. Might get the odd 1 or 2, but in general looks just grey. And Monday as well. I think it just could be one of those frustrating matches where you're just constantly on off. No surprise, it's Ben Sanderson who's continuing from the pavilion end, in and bowling to Price, who defends leg side, and short leg springs up to field. But in general, this season has to be said that we've not had as much rain as was forecast, but it's not exactly the sort of temperatures that make you feel that warm blast nights are right around the corner, as highs today of 13 degrees, and it's supposed to get down to about 5 tonight. Sanderson bowls to Price on the pads, and it again goes in the air for a moment, but I don't think there was any bat on it as short leg fields it. But I'm told that it's going to be warming up, so the chilly weather with this northerly wind, well, it's still coming from the northwest today, but I'm told that hopefully by the time we get to next Friday, first T20 match here, that things should be somewhat better in terms of the weather, at least in terms of the temperature. Sanderson bowls down the leg side. That comes off something, I think maybe just pad. The way it's going, though, I was almost expecting that to be another strangle job down there. McManus has it go off his fingertips, just takes enough pace off it that it doesn't go to the boundary. And they've come through for a couple of leg buys. 22 for 4.
Yeah, thankfully, umpire Adnan, they do that, don't they? As they walk across to see where the ball has gone, they just stick out an arm to say,
The pre-signal.
Yes, exactly. I will be signalling. So helpful to us that we knew it wasn't a dropped catch per se.
Sanderson running in. Fourth ball of this over. He bowls now to Price, and that squeezes off down to fine leg just for a moment. It looked as though short leg might be in play. The hands of James Sales went shooting out to his right, but it was well fine of him as it turned out. Price takes a single and moves to 8.
It's a similar ploy to what he's done to the left-handers here, Sanderson. He's just targeted the stumps, and he did get that wicket off Bracey, which just he eventually decided just to try one that went the other direction to away from the left-hander, and he did get him to nick off. But yeah, everything's been angling in towards the pads. There've been balls hitting the inside edge in the pad in this over plenty. We'll see, does he try set him up with the outswinger?
Borman is offered up a juicy half volley and he slams it through cover for 4. He'll be very grateful to have received that one. Ben Sanderson just over pitching, little bit of width as well. That does often take a hand off the bat, does Tommy Borman, so he did there, but he middled it. 27 for 4.
I think that might have been what we were just talking about. That might have been the attempt just to get one trying to go the other way and outside the off stump, having bowled, 4 deliveries in a row angling in. Problem was it didn't swing and it was a half volley.
Yeah, we saw that a fair amount in the last game where Tommy Borman was taking that hand off the bat, but he started the swing perfect timing, and that will possibly settle things a little bit. Second ball to get one through the covers. Hardest hit ball so far, really. Sanderson bowls to Borman. It's down the leg side, flicks off pad again. But they'll take another run, so it's been a profitable over this for Gloucestershire, with 8 runs coming from it one way or another, 3 via the pad. And Gloucestershire are 28 for 4 after 11 overs. It's getting pretty gloomy. And I thought this earlier, that the umpires might be asking for the floodlights to be switched on, but nothing as yet.
I was here for Borman's debut. What was that? 3-4 weeks ago now? Against Lancashire. Do you remember George Balderson had him in knots early doors? He was hopping around. The ball was moving both ways. He's only faced 3 deliveries so far, but he's markedly less jittery than the last time I saw him. Granted, he was on debut on that occasion, but he's on strike here. Is Borman to Conway, all limbs bustling in. It's a heavy delivery steered into the leg side, short leg rather, ensures there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, he had a pretty decent debut, Tommy Borman, 19 and 42, but it was the first innings of 19 where Gloucestershire had fallen apart around him, all out for 136, and Borman was the last batter standing, really. Walked across his stumps, tried to pick it up into the car park and was LBW, but 42 in the second innings just gave Gloucestershire enough of a chance that they felt they might defend that score.
Conway. Oohs and ahs as that's left alone outside the off stump. It's a remarkable field, really. I mean, there's only one fielder in front to square on the leg side. They have deep fine leg, who's obviously well behind square. They've got a short leg who's directly on square, and then there's just, I think it's the skipper Proctor, who's just vaguely wandering in a direction close to mid-on. I mean, they're backing themselves not to be clipped through that area, as yet more sawdust is required. Bowlers have been struggling a little bit with their landing spots this morning. Those mounds behind both run-ups have
they've been generous.
diminished. Well, they've needed to be. Look how much the one on the far end behind Conway has been diminished.
Well, there's a lot of force going down through the Conway foot, so perhaps they felt they needed some extra.
Well, he did have a mound of sawdust behind him, Conway. After that pitch doctoring, I suspect it's more like a pile than a mound. But anyway, sawdust on the pitch. Here comes Conway. That front foot lands on it. It's a fuller delivery and defended. And once again, Conway just comes down for a long follow through. Bit of a look, maybe a word or two. Borman doesn't really give him the time of day. He just looks down and starts to do some gardening. No run.
But the mound will be renamed the Graveney. If you know, you know. The mound stand, if you don't know, is going to be renamed the Graveney stand at the end of
I didn't know that.
this year, in recognition of the whole Graveney family that have given so much to this club over the years.
Conway continues. Right arm over. That's punched off the back foot nicely by Borman, but he can't find the gap. Mid-off does the fielding. It's still 28 for 4.
But the sawdust itself, it looks really quite bright. I don't know. It's certainly nothing like the green sawdust that you get at Derby. I've never seen anything quite like that. Sort of spewing green slime over the pitch. It looks very odd.
I've never seen that. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to Derby in September for an international match, so I'll keep an eye out for that. Well, Conway lands on the not very green sawdust. There's half an appeal for LBW, and I think Borman has been hit somewhere that is rather painful. I'm not quite sure if it was inside the thigh pad or somewhere altogether worse. He's collapsed on his haunches. Now that he gets back to his feet, there's not a lot of sympathy from the fielding side, and Price has just come for a leisurely chat from the non-strikers end. I missed that replay, but judging by your reaction,
Bullseye.
that was in a painful area. Just change one letter there.
Oh dear. And the problem is everybody laughs as well. Oh dear. It doesn't get better any time you watch it back.
He's all right. He's back to his feet. His Borman. He's got one delivery left to negotiate. That was a brute. Nip back. A good bit, didn't it?
Missed leg and hit middle.
Oh, poor Borman. Well, in pain or otherwise, he faces up to the final delivery of the 12th over. And he forward nicely to defend. He survives in more ways than one. 28 for 4, 12 gone.
Well, at least he's remembered to come out wearing it, and the piece of protective equipment that is, leaning back, trying to find some posture where he's not in discomfort. It doesn't help. You sort of always feel as if you've got to stretch everything out, but it doesn't help at all. And all you get is Ollie Price grinning at you from under the helmet back at you.
He didn't look very comforting, did he? As a figure there, did Price.
I suspect not the first time that's already happened in Tommy Borman's career, and it won't be the last either. Some batters seem to get hit there the whole time, and somebody like Liam Livingston,
there was a big bash game a couple of years ago.
Was it 3 times?
3 or 4 times in one innings in a T20.
Sanderson in bowls wide of the off stump, left by Price, batting outside his crease again.
I think I remember Stokes got hit by Stark there once, didn't he? From memory.
Well, actually, that was last game, wasn't it, when Scott Reed was proudly proclaiming that every time Josh Bohannon gets hit in the Bohannons, as he called it, that he goes on to score runs, but he didn't.
No, he didn't that day. He did get hit in the Bohannons, and he didn't get any, I don't think. I don't know, he might have got 20.
Not many, yes. It was something like that, wasn't it?
He got like 20 odd or something.
Still 4 slips, desperately trying to warm their hands as Sanderson bowls outside the off stump, and Price leaves once again.
They're very close to the slip cordon, aren't they?
Mm.
And they were for Conway as well, so I don't think it's necessarily a speed thing in relation to the two bowlers. Maybe they just think this pitch is on the sluggish side.
Yeah, I mean, so it is a hybrid, so you'd imagine it would carry slightly better than possibly the all-natural grass would, but at the same time, there's been a lot of rain about, so it may be that it gets a little bit quicker as the game goes on. As that one is left on length, that certainly bounces, cuts back, and was almost in danger of hitting Price in the stomach, or, yeah, as Nathan's signalling, possibly even taking a little bit of glove as he left it alone.
It's a very late decision to leave, wasn't it? So if it did rise a little bit further, he'd have struggled to get his gloves out of the way. I mean, remember, we did see the James Bracey dismissal. That edge, that barely carried through behind. So there's definitely some method in the madness of standing so close.
Floodlights have been requested. I've just seen as Price taps it away into the covers and there's no run. I think the other thing with hybrids is that I tend to find that if you bowl quite full, it doesn't really carry. Whereas if you bang it in back of a length, then it really does rear up and fly. So when you've got a bowler like Sanderson, and with a new ball, Conway mostly will be trying to pitch it up as well, I guess then you know you do have to stand pretty close. You know, Sanderson's not likely to be banging in too many short. Doesn't there? Oh, how did that miss off stump? Left by Price, cuts back, and he almost looks around. I suppose probably a couple of the slip cordon are suggesting to him that possibly the bails might have been glued on or something, but that did not miss by much.
Well, there are two types of leave.
Oh, don't get me started on that.
That's just about a good one. I mean, to be fair, that was like fourth, fifth stump. Well, no, maybe even wider. Fifth stump. That's jagged back a long way. I don't think Price can be faulted for leaving that one based on the line.
Sanderson in bowls, no ball, wide of off stump and moving away this time. So that'll be 2 runs on to the total. It is 30 for 4. What? That was a quick turn from Hassan Adnan. He had his arm out for a little while, then swung around, pirouette.
Like a ballerina. Elegant.
Oh,
I tell you what, I don't think Sanderson minds an extra go here.
probably not, no.
The way this ball is moving both directions off the pitch.
I think Gloucestershire might have been quite happy for it to be the end of the over as well. Sanderson in bowls, very wide, takes off further wide, so no harm really there for Ollie Price. No runs off the bat in the over, but the 2 runs for the no ball means Sanderson has 3 for 11 from his 7 overs. Gloucestershire are 30 for 4. As Price and Borman try desperately to rebuild this fractured innings.
Yes, well, it looks like Harry Conway's going to continue. He's bowled 6 overs so far, 1 for 12. He took the second wicket to fall, which was Cameron Bancroft. Pinned LBW with a nip backer. It was a good ball in the second over of the day. A while ago now, of course, we did have about a 20-minute rain delay, give or take. Conway continues. Borman in his sights, 4 slips waiting, and that's driven delightfully down the ground. 2 full from Conway. He hasn't missed full very often this morning, but he has there, and he's been driven through mid-off for 4.
Yeah, nice shot. And when you've got that fielder sort of floating between extra cover and mid-off, as Northamptonshire do with the 4 fielders in the slip cordon, you don't have to drive it gun barrel straight to hit it to the boundary. So make decent contact and you've got a fair chance of finding the ropes. The floodlights have come on, which means that the sun is very shortly about to come out.
Yes, I think that ball's taken a bit of water damage. The outfield might still be a bit damp. Some vigorous drying going on there.
Oh
after it
dear,
was
would
driven
say
to the
Gloucestershire.
boundary. Eventually, Conway gets it back in his hands after it went through a toweling, and that's cut away and not quite off the middle of the bat. It's gone behind point, but it's another boundary for Tommy Borman. I think he was trying to play that a little bit square, but maybe just the extra bounce and pace of Conway takes it flying past point, back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, he was happy to have a bit of a free slash at it. Did enough to keep it down. As you say, may have gone a little bit finer than he initially expected, because he then did a couple of rehearsals afterwards, but he won't care too much. Does like it in that area, does Tommy Borman. I mean, most batters quite like a cut of some description.
Yes, very much so. Right, 1-2 full from Conway, and then 1-2 short. Let's see if he gets it right. The ball has been dried once again, and he comes. Oh, that's a better line. I think that pinned Borman on the hip. A little bit short again, but just tucked him up nicely.
He's reached double figures, actually, which I hadn't pointed out straight away. First batter in double figures. He's even beaten Price there.
He's 12 off 12, run a ball. Look at making it look easy, Price. 8 off 36 down the other end.
The counter-attack begins.
Dare I say, he won't be getting another floaty half volley from Conway again in this over. 3 balls gone. Boundary dot so far. Oh, that's short and wide again, but this time Borman lets it go. It wasn't too dissimilar from the one he cut away for 4, but I think this time he's happy just to let it go, having already scored 2 boundaries in this over.
Maybe just a little bit closer. Just a fraction. I mean, it's still at the stage now, despite me being flippant about the counter-attack. If you can leave a ball like that, I think you'd like to see it being left.
Conway continues. Plenty of sawdust on where he put that foot, and that's short wide, and that'll be another boundary for Tommy Borman. This one not quite as well timed as the previous cut shot in the over, but nevertheless it's the same result, 4 through backward point.
Yeah, that one did really sit up, and I don't know. Decisions for Luke Proctor. Perhaps Harry Conway will take a wicket with the next ball and he won't have to make the decision. But you know, even though, yes, you have had that rest, Conway has bowled 7 overs this morning, so I don't know. Might be that he thinks this over is a signal that I should make a change.
Well, it's prompted a change in the field. One of those 4 slips has come out and saving 1 in the offside, which means the man who was at point is now gone back on the fence. So just a bit of extra protection for the finals delivery of Conway's 7th. And that's full, defended down the ground. Conway flings it back towards the wicketkeeper in disgust, I think, having been hit for 12 runs in that over. 42 for 4. Borman racing along to 16 after 3 boundaries there.
Well, James Treadwell had a good laugh with Conway after that. Perhaps Conway even suggested he should give 5 penalty runs.
You're going to go?
Yes, I am going to go.
But
we might do a bit of musical chairs. So I'll continue talking for a few moments as we just do a little bit of a switch around, as the score 42 for 4.
All
Andrew
done with
Rad
merits.
is here, and Nathan Johns will be back alongside him.
Thank you, Ed. So, half an hour or so to go, 25 minutes to go until lunch. Northamptonshire would dearly love to pick up another one in the session as Sanderson starts. And a fresh over and traps Price on the crease. He got a bit of a stride in. My first thought there, Nathan, was it may have just hit him outside the line.
Oh,
We'll have a look at the replay. Maybe just
close.
about. Just about. I think it was hitting.
Oh, it definitely was hitting. I had the finger up from up here because obviously
it looked a very good shout, but Hassan Adnan, I think, deciding that he just got himself outside the line, and I think the replay shows that that's actually not a bad decision at all from umpire Hassan Adnan, but it was very, very tight. Ben Sanderson can scarcely believe it. His always slightly hangdog expression when he's out on the field is even more so than usual as he runs in again. Bowls in a big appeal again for LBW. That to me looked a less plausible shout than the one the ball before. It looked a little bit high, and again I think he probably got himself outside the line.
Yeah, for me that one was significantly further outside the line on impact than the ball previous, but he's getting the ball to talk.
Well, he is, and he always, I get into trouble for saying that he always looks a little bit grumpy on the field, but when decisions go against him, and all bowlers are much the same, of course. 40 wickets, championship wickets he's now taken against Gloucestershire, as he's in again. Bowls down the leg side, and that's flicked off the pad, I think, down to fine leg. It is indeed signalled as leg byes by umpire Hassan Adnan, so 4 more onto the total. Takes Gloucestershire up to 46 for 4, beg your pardon. And that's all. That's ramped up one of the advertising boards and has gone, I think, under the covers. So this, that's very, very good effort from Safe Zabe down there. Very good effort. No, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's chased back from slip. Bit of news which has broken in the last few minutes, which will be of great interest, I know, to all Northamptonshire listeners, and that is that James Sales has been picked for the England Lions for the first time. Played for England under 19s, but he's had a Lions call-up. I'll give you a bit more detail of that in a second. As Sanderson runs in again, bowls, and again hits Price on the pad with one that nips back, but no appeal this time. Yeah, he's been picked for 2 4-day games between the England Lions and South Africa A coming up later this month. One of them at Beckenham, the other at Arundel. Arundel first, May the 22nd to the 25th, and Beckenham, May the 29th to June the 1st. There's a squad of 15 been named, as Sanderson this time goes past the outside edge of Ollie Price's bat, taken by McManus. Can be captained by Dan Mosley from Warwickshire, and one of 7 uncapped players in that Lions, or 7 Lions uncapped players anyway, in that particular squad, including James Sales. Interesting to see Navia Sharma in there from Middlesex, who I thought looked a terrific prospect when Northamptonshire played against Middlesex a couple of weeks ago. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls bigger. Oh no, I think he might have got a little inside edge on that. He was going to go up and then thought better of it. There's more interest from behind the stumps, but I think he may have got a little nick on that one. Yeah, so, well, a testing over from Ben Sanderson. After all that, it'll go down as an M in the scorebook, and nobody will think any more of it than that in years to come. But 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 11 for Sanderson. Gloucestershire 46 for 4. I was just looking, Nathan, about James Sales' dad, of course, David, who also played for England Lions. Well, England A, of course it was in his day, but toured Kenya and Sri Lanka back in the late 90s, and also then Bangladesh and New Zealand, and then sadly picked up an injury out in the West Indies back in 2001 that actually kept him out for the whole season, and that was England Day as well.
Conway to continue despite an expensive previous over, defended on the front foot by Borman. No run. But
Sales scored just shy of 400 runs this season in the Championship, averaging 78 back-to-back hundreds, 164 against Middlesex and 146 against Worcestershire. That was not out, so earning his call-up, and that's very, very good news, I think, for obviously for James Sales, for the whole Sales family, and for Northamptonshire. So a bit of good news broken in the last 10 minutes or so.
Oh, they've been full of good news for Northamptonshire this morning. Well, that's an uncertain-looking stroke from Borman. He wanted to leave it on length, but it's ended up clipping the back of the bat and rolling gently out towards backward point, who is now on the fence after Borman hit 2 boundaries there in the previous over, so he does get a single.
Can't help thinking, Nathan, a penny for Safe Zabe's thoughts, who had a terrific season last year, 1,425 runs in the Championship, 6 centuries, and didn't get a look in for the Lions during the winter, which caused a certain amount of local comment. But anyway, good news that James Sales has got the call now.
Conway to continue, back with 4 slips now with Price on strike. That's left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, there's a few interesting names in that squad. I mean, At one point, I think maybe perhaps before the season started and Emilio Gay got his glut of runs, Asa Tribe's name was being thrown around. He's as a test match potential player. He's still in the Lions squad, having toured over the winter. You mentioned Navya Sharma. He looks a fantastic bowler. Liam Patterson-White was another whose name was mentioned as a possibility in the spin department. He's in this squad. Ben McKinney of Durham, he's still there.
Ben Mays, I see from Hampshire, has got a call as well, which seems a decent shout.
Conway, that's veered up off a length. I think that's just clipped the thigh pad on the way through down the leg side just for a minute. Price might have been worried about another strangle, but I think that very clearly hit his pad. Not much of an appeal. Interestingly, Alfie Ogborn of Somerset has been called up, and they've made a note of saying that that'll be his first ever 4-day match.
Yeah, I think he's Plies is right. He's only in. I think Henry Crocombe from Sussex is in for one of them, and Archie Ogborn in for the other.
Right, that makes more sense from the way I read it. Conway continues. Oh, that's a good delivery. Just full enough to draw Price forward, and it's left him off the pitch. Beats the outside edge.
Yes, in fact, David Sales was injured playing beach volleyball in Grenada in 2001, and I mean it was a horrible knee injury, and as I say, it kept him out for the whole of the year. And at a time when he was really pressing hard, possibly for international recognition, and sadly he goes into the books and is in the books as unquestionably one of the best players never to play for England.
Conway to finish the over. That's full off the inside edge. Short leg had gone back, actually, that delivery out to deep square. So Price is able to scamper through for a single. He'll keep the strike. Moves to 9. 48 for 4.
Quick canter through what's happening elsewhere around the county championship. Leicestershire, as Ed mentioned earlier, got off to an absolute flyer against Essex down at Chelmsford. 142 for 2 after 25 overs. Sol Badinger, who tends to put bat to ball, he's 57 off 67, and Jake Weatherald 61 off 77. So a rattling start for the Foxes down at Chelmsford. Hampshire, in contrast, at lunch, a 68 for 4. That's an early lunch down at Southampton. Here's Sanderson in and bowls to Price, who plays it up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there's no run. Proctor will have to give some thought, of course, to whether he needs to make a change and proceeds to start the limbering up process. One would imagine he would be first change. Doing the damage for Nottinghamshire down at Southampton, Fergus O'Neill, who's picked up 3 of those 4 wickets. 3 slips and a leg slip. Sanderson, 3 wickets already, running away from us, and nearly a 4th as he puts one past the outside edge of Ollie Price, looking to drive. 3 slips, backward point. Nathan McSweeney fairly tight in there at extra cover. Mid-on, forward short leg, James Sales. Safe say, but leg slip. Harry Conway in the sun hat, totally, I'd say, not exactly dressing for the conditions.
The weather you want,
well,
not the weather you get.
Indeed, yes. Grazing down on the boundary. Sanderson in again, just strays a little bit onto middle and leg, clipped up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there is no run. At Taunton, Somerset 88 for 2 against Sussex. Tom Lammonby 37 not out. Glamorgan 79 for 2. They were 0 for 2 with Zain Al-Hassan and Asa Tribe both out for ducks, but Kieran Carlson and Ben Kellaway pulling things round. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and again a little bit too straight, and worked away out through mid-wicket by Price for a single. Proctor fields, Price into double figures, he's 10. Gloucestershire 49 for 4. Yorkshire 85 for 2 against Surrey. up at Headingley. Will Luxton and Matthew Revis both missing out, but one Joe Root is 30 not out. In Division 2, the other Division 2 games, Kent 98 for 1 against Durham. And Zach Crawley out for 30. Caught off Ben Stokes. Here's Sanderson in again, defended by Borman, back down the pitch. And there's no run. Ben Dawkins, 47, not out there.
That's an interesting one, isn't it? The first game after being dropped from the Test squad, you get out to the England captain.
Captain gets you out. Yeah. See, I told you, told you have to make the change. Worcestershire 87 for 2 against Lancashire up at Southport. Dan Latigan, talent he is, 44 not out for Worcestershire. Sanderson in again and cut away, or punched away, I should say, rather than cut out through extra cover by Borman. He's going to get a couple. Will they think about a third? No, they won't. Settle for 2, and it brings up the 50 for Gloucestershire. So Ed Seaborn does a lap of honour around the commentary box. The last ball of the 17th over. And Gloucestershire 51 for 4 at the end of the over. 17 overs gone. Ollie Price has made 10 and Tommy Borman 19. And in the other match at Lords, Middlesex 66 for 2 against Derbyshire. Middlesex second in the table, 23 points behind Durham. Sam Robson is 31 not out, wicket apiece there for Martin Anderson and Ben Aitchison, and we are going to see the first bowling change.
Yes, well, I think Harry Conway and his sun hat gave the game up because he was reluctant. He was never removing it there after the change of over. So, as predicted, it will be the captain, Luke Proctor, who's going to bowl first change. No short leg for him. He goes out into a regulation mid-wicket, although he still has those shin pads on, so he might come back in. But Proctor in for his first delivery of the match, and that's driven slightly uppishly by Price, but it's in the gap, and he's able to get through for a single to the offside.
Lovely comment from Michael Harris on Twitter or X. Great news about James Sales, and he said, little old Northamptonshire, the conveyor belt keeps rolling after England picking both Ben Duckett and Emilio Gay. Both came up through Northamptonshire to open the batting in the first test. Now James Sales getting a Lions call up.
Proctor in again. Borman, he thought about cutting that. He's been good on the back foot this morning, has Borman, but he decides not to go after that wide delivery at the last minute, withdrawing the bat. I mean, I saw a good piece actually. I think was it in the Cricketer. I think David Ripley was talking about working with Messrs Duckett and Gay, and at that point exactly the development of players from Northamptonshire.
Yeah, really was a super piece by James Coyne in the Cricketer. Very interesting stuff, and yeah, that's something to be proud of.
Proctor in again, full defended into the offside, no run.
And I think certainly when David Ripley was head coach, the environment was such that young players could flourish. And I think certainly he made the point in the piece, didn't he, that Emilio Gay has always been a very confident young man, and he wasn't about to try and knock that out of him, which others may have had different views.
Proctor continues on again. Borman thought about playing the shorter delivery. This one was going to be a pull shot instead of a cut, but it just left him at the last minute, and I think that prompted the decision to once again pull out of the stroke.
Well, the good news is there's a bit of sunshine in sight over to our left, where I think the weather's coming from. So it'll be lovely during lunchtime, and then as soon as we start again after lunch, well,
3 slips await Proctor. That's full and wide, left well alone. I mean, Ed Seaborn did predict that within 5 minutes of the floodlights coming on, the sunshine would arrive, and lo and behold, his local knowledge has proven true.
Well, it certainly happened down at Derby, where the lights came on. They were put on at the start of the final day, and much, I'm sure, to the chagrin of the Derbyshire Chief Executive and Board, they were still on with it cracking the flags at whenever the game finished at just before 6 o'clock. Not what you want to see.
Proctor in to finish his first over of the match, and that's guided nicely by Boorman. Just opened the face at the last minute to steer the ball down to deep third. So he takes a single to keep the strike. He's on 20 now. And Gloucestershire are 53 for 4 after 18 overs.
Well, Sanderson will continue. So just left his short sleeve sweater the other side of the boundary rope down below us. So he's going to bowl his 10th over. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 14 so far. I was mentioning earlier, surprising that Northamptonshire had some good games here, some cracking games of cricket, but haven't actually won a championship match here for 13 years, back in 2013 when they were promoted under the captaincy of Stephen Peters, now cricket chair at Northamptonshire. 4 slips in as Sanderson is in and bowls to Boorman, who pushes that out into the covers, and he's going to get a single as Nathan McSweeney backtracks towards the car park. 1 more to Boorman. He goes to 21, and Gloucestershire to 54 for 4 as glory be. A little bit of sunshine, rather watery sunshine, but spreads its way over the ground here at Bristol, which is very nice to see. I suspect we may not have seen the last of the rain for the day, but let's enjoy the sunshine while it's there. Here's Sanderson in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone again by Ollie Price, who was left well this morning. It's been darting around a little bit, nipping back, and he's, I think, shown really good judgment of what to play and what to leave. For Price, Northamptonshire have gone from 4 slips to 3 slips and a leg slip. Still James Sales under the lid at forward short leg.
Yeah, you can see why, because he tries to get across, doesn't he, Price? So if the ball does nip back and his weight is going the other way, there is likely to be an inside edge.
Sanderson in and bowls to him, and it turns it almost past Sales, but he just manages to get a left hand down to it. Cuts off any possibility of a single. Yeah, I mean, on the other side of that, I suppose, the fact that Price does go a long way across helped him from the point of view of those, well, the one LBW shout in particular, when he just did manage to get himself outside the line, but it was a tight one.
It's also a potential run-saving position, that at the leg slip, considering what, 2 or 3 times there's been 4 leg buys off the pad.
Yes, true enough. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and Price defends up to mid-on, where Luke Proctor fields. Northamptonshire's other seam bowling options, really, Liam Guthrie, the left armour, as I say, back in the side, and he played 1 game this year against Middlesex and didn't have a great game with the ball, 1 wicket. Cost a lot of runs, 166 to be precise, across the 2 innings. James Sales also has had a bit more bowling to do this year. Sanderson in and bowls and turned again out to forward short leg. Good stop by Sales with his left hand. Price looking to turn that away on the leg side. And then obviously plenty of spin options, notably Calvin Harrison, who's got through a lot of work for an English leg spinner in April. Got through about 160 odd overs. He's picked up 13 wickets so far. Of course, he was an England Lions choice during the winter. Here's Sanderson in, bowls, and Price getting right out to the pitch of the ball. Pushes it out to McSweeney in the covers, and that is the end of Ben Sanderson's 10th over. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 15. Gloucestershire 54 for 4. Also a bit of safe Zabe maybe, slow left arm, and Nathan McSweeney, whose off spin has been handy, picked up a couple of wickets at Derby, having got a wicket with his 4th ball in Championship cricket this year against Lancashire. So plenty of options. But I think Northamptonshire will be very pleased when they can welcome back Rafi Weatherall, particularly when those 2 championship matches between the T20, because he was really starting to look, he's getting back to something like his best.
Proctor in to continue his spell. Second over, that's just defended nicely again by Boorman. The benefit of all those boundaries he hit off Conway through point is that there's a big gap there now with a man on the fence. He takes another single.
Ben Sanderson now 624 wickets for Northamptonshire across all formats, so just 3 shy of Artlenock's finest. Pride of Earthlingborough, Jim Griffiths, on 627. I don't think he's still playing, Jim. I think he's taken up umpiring now.
Proctor into Price, and a bit of extra bounce outside the off stump there. Got big on wicketkeeper McManus, but it's left alone, no run.
Probably gets more wickets now than when he was bowling if he's umpiring. Last time I saw him, he was umpiring, I think, for Earthlingborough seconds. But still great that he's involved in the game. What a terrific workhorse he was for Northamptonshire over a decade or so.
Price on strike, 11 not out, and make that 15. That's flicked gloriously off the pads, just touch too straight from Proctor, and a rare boundary for Ollie Price.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Again, getting head across the other side of the ball and clipping it away, and Nathan McSweeney, James Sales rather, is in there at mid-wicket, realising very quickly that there was nothing he could do about that and just setting off in pursuit to retrieve the ball.
Well, he's also encumbered by those pads that he's got underneath his whites from his pretty lengthy stint in at short leg, actually. It was only about 2 hours ago that he came out, having been in there all morning. And that's cut, or pushed rather, on the back foot into the offside, a bit too close to him to find the gap.
I'm surprised his dad hasn't suggested that he actually makes himself a bit less good in there at short leg. It's not a place you particularly want to be the default setting.
Oh, it's classic, isn't it?
He took a couple of good catches against Middlesex in there in that game, and it's ever since then he's been very much the choice to go in there.
Proctor in again. That's off the inside edge, not for the first time this morning. Price has found the inner half of the bat. That flies down to fine leg for 1. Well, it depends on the individual team, doesn't it? But there definitely are some sides out there that go with the more old school approach of it's based on age rather than ability. You know, that you can't all be. Do you remember that was that fantastic test match in South Africa where James Taylor and Temba Bavuma just outdid each other with a series of excellent catches at short leg, and Bavuma I don't think was the youngest player on that South African team, but he was the best in at short leg. But most sides it is just a case of get the youngster in. Proctor continues, half a shout for LBW. I think that came off the inside edge of Tommy Boorman. Not much interest from Proctor himself, but it's a dot ball to end the 20th over. We will just about get one more in before lunch, I suspect. Gloucestershire 60 for 4.
Yes, it's that always slightly unreasonable assumption that the youngest player in the side is the most expendable, which always seems a bit harsh, really. But
10 minutes past 1.
There we go.
10 minutes past 1. So because we've obviously had a bit of an interruption, everything gets pushed back a touch. So we're going to have another 10 minutes to wait for the scoff. That's no good to anybody.
I wonder if one or two of those slip fielders might have taken advantage of the rain delay earlier to get something on board.
Sanderson it will be to start his 11th over of the innings. 3 slips and a leg slip bowling to Price, and Price pushing it up to extra cover where Nathan McSweeney fields in this hybrid position, perhaps appropriately, given the pitch we're playing on, between extra cover and mid-off.
I suppose the one saving grace for young James Sales is he's not particularly close at short leg, is he?
No, well, it's interesting because when he took the 2 catches against Middlesex, both early on, he was probably a good couple of strips away on a pitch at Northampton that did actually do a little bit in terms of having a bit more pace and bounce than you sometimes associate with Northamptonshire, although the championship surfaces have actually been pretty good this year. He caught Josh De Carey's and Max Holden early on, as Middlesex were 7 for 2 and 20 for 3, but recovered to 341 all out at Northampton earlier in the season. Now, we talked about this earlier, whether McManus might consider standing up to Price with Sanderson bowling, and that's exactly what he's done. And immediately He's in the action as Sanderson beats Price outside the off stump, and McManus takes. McManus this morning having gone to 300 first-class dismissals between his two counties, of course, Hampshire and Northamptonshire. Often stands up to Sanderson and sometimes to Luke Proctor as well. And as we mentioned, Ollie Price sometimes does take a step down the pitch, so good tactic. Sanderson is in, and again he puts one past the outside edge of Ollie Price's bat. McManus nips off the bails.
Yeah, you can see the result of that move from McManus, because previously Price, as you said, he was coming forward and across to these deliveries, and they were all challenging him on the inside half of the bat. Now he has to stay put. All of a sudden, the outside edge is in play.
Yeah. Well, Sanderson, hugely skillful, as his record suggests. And he runs in again and bowls, and that's on leg stump, turned away by Price. He'll get one down to Conway. That long leg, and inevitably that sun hat of his never seems to stay on his head whenever he moves. And he had to run in and field that one, needless to say, it came off. One more to Price. He goes to 17, Gloucestershire to 61 for 4, with around about 8 minutes to go until lunch. Bright sunshine now.
Yeah, that's why he's wearing a sun hat. He finally gets the weather for it.
Everyone else on the field wearing their Northamptonshire cap, which is nice to see. Sanderson in bowls. Appeal for LBW as again Borman goes across his stumps, but it didn't look right, did it? I think it was probably going down, maybe a little bit high. Interestingly, I think the fielders behind the bat were more interested than Sanderson was. Because believe me, if Sanderson thinks it's out, as we saw with that one from Ollie Price earlier, he'll let you know.
He was pleading. Down on one knee and all.
Sanderson from this pavilion end in again and bowls outside the off stump, tempting Borman to drive. He resists the temptation. It goes through to McManus. And another over ticks past. 61 for 4. Gloucestershire having lost Charlesworth first ball of the match for 0, Bancroft for 0, Hammond for 2, Bracey for 7, 3 wickets to Sanderson, 1 to Conway. But a bit of a rescue act being performed here by Ollie Price and Tommy Borman. They've put on 42 now for the 5th wicket.
And just taking their time, having a conversation there, the two Gloucestershire batters, understandably, I think. With what, just under 6 minutes to go, they'll try keep this to 2 overs in before lunch rather than 3. Proctor continues. Oh, that's very short and swatted away by Price. He got on top of that beautifully. There is a man back at deep square for the pull shot, but such was Price's ability to get on top of the bounce. He's hit it well in front of square and away to the boundary. Takes him to 21.
See, there's also announcement today that the England under-19s, the Young Lions, have got a series planned against South Africa's men's under-19s, including a series of one-day games, one of which is at Northampton on the 3rd of July.
How does Proctor respond? He goes a touch straight again, but that flick is straight to Sanderson at fine leg. Price takes a single. 66 for 4 now.
So they've got the first youth ODI, 30th of June, will be at Leicester. And then the second one at Northampton. And then a couple at Beckenham. And the last second and final youth test, 4-day game, will be at Hove in July. A lot of international opportunities this summer.
Borman on strike now, and that's attempted to flick down the leg side, and I don't think it's clipped anything on the end. McManus has done well to stop that from flying away to the boundary. We've seen a few flick the pad and go for 4-leg buys this morning.
Burning question, Nathan, is whether we will have the obligatory over of leg spin.
I think we will.
I think, well, yeah, but
look at Harrison.
We'll come back to that in a sec.
Proctor. Oh, he's bowled him. Borman trying to drive down the ground, and he's had his off stump uprooted. I'm not quite sure how he's missed that. It looked quite a full delivery. Oh, it just came in late. Very late in swing from Proctor, and it's flicked the pad on the way through to taking the off bail. And a wicket just on the cusp of lunch. And Borman, who'd looked good, he looked comfortably the most proficient of the Gloucestershire batters this morning, but he's gone for 22, bowled by Proctor.
Yeah, important wicket that, isn't it? We was just saying that these two have done a really good job, Ollie Price and Tommy Borman. He just pulled things round a bit, but Northamptonshire have given themselves just a little bit of a fillip, as you say, in the last moments of this opening session. And well, Graham Van Buren presumably will be in next.
It is Van Buren who comes out, and he's got 2 deliveries left to negotiate if this over. And then I think to return to your previous point, based on the enthusiasm of Harrison's warm-up at slip, we will see him.
Well, that's the only trouble with that, Nathan, is that Calvin Harrison tends to sort of start and warm up probably about an hour before, sometimes before he's. I think you're right. I think he probably will get an over. But the fact that he's starting to warm up is a sort of, as they used to say about Dennis Compton's running, a basis for negotiation, because he seems to start the process very, very early. But I would be surprised if after that little outburst of warming up, he doesn't perhaps get an over before the break. It's a good bit of bowling from Luke Proctor, that, wasn't it?
It certainly was. I mean, we had the conversation during the rain break of categorising these five Gloucestershire wickets in terms of, shots that batters might like to have back versus genuine good deliveries. And I think we came to some sort of consensus that Bancroft's one from Conway was a very good ball.
Was.
The rest were probably shots that left something to be desired. But just the way that moved in as late as it did from Proctor, I think Borman can count himself quite unlucky there. It was a very, very good delivery.
It's only Luke Proctor's 5th championship wicket of the season. I think he's bowled badly this year at all. He just hasn't perhaps had a little bit of luck that you need.
Here he is, first ball to Van Buren, and that's steered away off the hip down to fine leg. There is a leg slip in now for the new man, but Van Buren's off the mark straight away.
But Northamptonshire will know that Graham Van Buren has got a very good record against Northamptonshire over the years. Played some absolutely top draw innings, including one at Cheltenham 4 years ago that I think will live long in the memory. Although he hasn't, of course, had a particularly great year with the bat this year.
Final delivery then of Proctor's 3rd over, and that's steered nicely. It won't get to the fence through mid-wicket, but Price will come back for a second after playing another flick shot. He's played that well off Proctor. 69 for 5, and dare I say, this will be the final over before lunch.
639 runs he scored. First-class runs against Northamptonshire. Averaging just over 40, or just shy of 46, with the century I mentioned and 4 other 50s. He's been a thorn in Northamptonshire's side for a while. Now, that wicket, I suspect, may just have changed the plan a little bit, and we are going to see Ben Sanderson rather than Calvin Harrison to bowl the final over of the session.
Well, the wicket, and dare I say, the fact that Ollie Price hit 2 there.
Yeah, so he's going to have a go at the new batter, Van Buren. 4 slips in place as Sanderson, starting his 12th over from this pavilion end, bowls full and driven away through backward point by Van Buren for 4. That ought to make him feel a bit better. He goes to 5 and Gloucestershire to 73 for 5. Retrieved by Liam Guthrie down in front of the little tractor, the sort of golf buggy that with a trailer behind it to carry some of the matting. But the weather looks a deal more promising than it did half an hour ago. The cloud is quite high, bit of blue sky in evidence. And here's Sanderson running away from us to bowl to Van Buren, who pushes forward, goes off an inside edge into the onside, just to the right hand of Sales at forward short leg. There is no run.
Yeah, it looks like Van Buren's going to be offered Plenty of opportunities to score here. Sanderson's pitching the ball well up. He's saying to him, if you want to have a go, 4 deliveries before lunch, be my guest. And he did with the first delivery, not quite out of the middle of the bat, but he did get reward. So it's an interesting little battle here. Does Van Buren continue to look to score, or is he happy shutting up shop for the next minute or so?
Sanderson's in and bowls to him, and he pushes that up to mid-on where Luke Proctor fields, and there is no run. We're talking about that start that Leicestershire made against Essex at Chelmsford. 30 overs in the first session. They're at lunch there. Leicestershire 166 for 2 after 30 overs. So rattling on at 5.5 plus and over. Sol Badinger 71 not out off 77 balls. Sanderson in, bowls full again, driven by Van Buren. Runs for him here as it goes back past the bowler. It's a chase for Proctor. Does well, reels it in, and they settle for a single. So Van Buren goes to 6. Gloucestershire to 74 for 5. 2 balls to go in the over and in the session. Doesn't block many, does he, Sol Badinger? He tends to get on with it. Still off for rain down at Southampton. Nottinghamshire 68 for 4 against Notts. Somerset 107 for 2 against Sussex at lunch at Taunton. Keeper standing up as Sanderson is in. Pushed again back past the bowler, but this time Proctor comes across to cut it off. At Edgbaston, Glamorgan 91 for 2 against Warwickshire, having been 0 for 2. Yorkshire 96 for 2 against Surrey at Headingley. Joe Root 36 not out. Kent 115 for 1 at lunch against the leaders Durham in Division 2. Sanderson with the last ball of the session in and bowls and clipped away by Ollie Price for a couple of runs as Proctor again tracks back from mid-wicket, and there are 2 more runs to go on to the total, and that is the end of the first session. Pretty good one for Northamptonshire, having won the toss rather and chosen to bowl first. Gloucestershire go in at 76 for 5. Ollie Price is 26 not out. Graham Van Buren is 6. Ben Sanderson, outstanding figures, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 22. 1 apiece for Conway and Proctor. And the men out, Charlesworth for 0, Bancroft for 0, Hammond for 2, Bracey for 7, and Borman for 22. And I think Luke Proctor, Nathan, pretty well satisfied with how things have gone this morning.
Pretty much the best case scenario, wasn't it? Having won the toss and elected to bowl, the 5 wickets, but and crucially, you've also dismissed the one player who didn't make scoring necessarily easy in Tommy Borman, but he did get off to a bit of a flyer with 3 boundaries and 1 over off Harry Conway and launched a mini counter-attack. Ollie Price has looked a bit more comfortable in the last 15 minutes or so. He's faced plenty of deliveries, 69, and he's been out there for 105 minutes, but he's only on 26, but he's just looked a touch more comfortable, as maybe the ball is not doing as much as it did about 45 minutes ago. But still, comfortably, Northamptonshire's session, 76 for 5.
So we have a slightly delayed lunch interval because of that little break for rain. But that is lunch here at Bristol. Gloucestershire 76 for 5. We will nip off in search of our lunch. Trust you'll enjoy yours, and we will be back when play resumes here at Bristol in around about 35 minutes' time.
Beautiful. I'm happy with that. I am. I'm really happy with that.
this afternoon session. Please welcome back our umpires Hassan Adnan and James Treadlock. Reminder, this session will be 2 hours and 10 minutes weather permitting, with tea taken at 4 o'clock. In the field at the start of this session, the Northamptonshire side captained by number 2, Luke Proctor. And resuming for Gloucestershire, sponsored by the Waiting Game, number 67, Ollie Price, and sponsored by Trotter Signage, number 12, Graham Van Buren.
Welcome back to Bristol, and welcome back to a sunny Seat Unique Stadium as the players are back out for session 2 of this match, with Gloucestershire needing a serious fight back after Northamptonshire have reduced them to 76 for 5 in the morning session. Ben Sanderson bowling unchanged through the morning, either side of a rain shower. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 23, but Harry Conway and Luke Proctor have picked up a wicket each to supplement Sanderson's leading of the Northamptonshire charge. It looks to be Conway to start off the afternoon. Ed Seaborn and Andrew Radd in the commentary box. Commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and Northampton. And the session started with Graham Van Buren's bat being inspected by umpire Hassan Adnan, who whipped out his bat gauge and slid Graham Van Buren's bat through. Absolutely fine. And we're ready to get started with Harry Conway running in from the Ashley Down Road end. He's in and bowls to Van Buren, and he will leave that alone as it bounces through to the wicketkeeper.
When you start talking about the bat gauge, you also immediately think of the Penguin, the Joker, and Louis the Lilac. But if you're a certain age, anyway.
Well, it's a slightly, well, I don't know, it's just a sight that you sort of get used to now, but part of me wonders why. I suppose he might have smuggled a different bat out after the lunch break. I mean, he's already started his innings, so you'd have thought you'd inspected at the start, but I suppose it's just random inspections. Conway bowls, Van Buren fields for that one, but that one takes off and moves away from him, so he'd have done well to nick that.
I'm trying to think who. I think it might have been James Sales, actually, who had his put through the gauge last home match a couple of weeks ago. As he got 140 odd at the time. Liam Guthrie having a little limber up down on the outfield down below us, so perhaps he'll get his first bowl of the innings.
Ah, so he just keeps Sanderson going forever and ever and ever. 12 over spell, technically. It's not long enough. Conway, deep point, 2 fielders deep on the leg side. Van Buren drives gorgeously for 4 through a straightish mid-off. They've still got an attacking field with 3 slips, and they've left cover open. And they seem to have prioritised patrolling that leg side boundary. And Conway looking for some of that late in-swing that Luke Proctor got when he bowled Tommy Borman. So you could see what type of delivery he was after, but this time Van Buren gets the middle of the bat on it and drives it to the boundary. So Gloucestershire moved to 80 for 5. Van Buren on to 10. As Radders was mentioning his previous enjoyment of playing Northamptonshire, he doesn't have his best average against Northamptonshire. I think he reserves that for Derbyshire as a particular dislike of all the Midlands counties. Does Graham Van Buren? Something wrong with the Midlands, but he does have the most first-class runs against Northamptonshire of any opponent as Conway bowls to him, and he tucks it away to wide mid-on, running with the shot. Good running, and also good fielding from Luke Proctor at mid-on to save what would have been another boundary. It was that well timed. Van Buren kept to a single. He moves to 11, Gloucestershire to 81 for 5.
And more blue sky visible than we've seen since probably since I arrived at the ground this morning, when it was beautiful about 8:45.
Yeah.
But it's had a very, very gloomy little passage this morning, didn't we? But it's brightened up a lot.
Lee Price to face, first ball of the afternoon. Conway's into him and he defends confidently away to wide mid-off. Price trying to hold the innings together as best he can. 26 from 70 deliveries now.
So is the weather coming more or less over the Memorial Stadium?
I think
is it?
so, yeah. It's still not quite from its usual spot over the club offices, but it's more from the northwest today. It was very much from the north during the Kent match. You could see exactly where the weather was coming from. You can't quite see entirely from our position here as forward goes Price, defends the last ball of the over away to cover point. So 5 runs from the opening over after lunch, and Gloucestershire at the end of it 81 for 5. So they pretty much, the clouds during the Kent match were coming directly out of the electricity pylons in the distance, but yes, coming from Rovers today.
Well, we are going to see for the first time in this match the left armour Liam Guthrie. As I mentioned before lunch, he's only played 1 championship match this year for Northamptonshire. That was against Middlesex at home nearly a month ago now. And didn't have a great game with the ball anyway. 13 overs for 77 in the first innings. And 17 overs, 1 for 89 in the second. The 1 wicket was a leg side strangle when Sam Robson had got 162. But he did get 51 down the order, which was his maiden half-century in first-class cricket. Running into bowl from this pavilion end, and first ball is respectable enough and pushed out into the offside by Graham Van Buren. He has 2 slips, so Proctor just giving him a little bit of protection. He's got a wide third man on the boundary. Nathan McSweeney in there at extra cover, mid-off. Ben Sanderson, mid-on. The captain. Mid-wicket in there fairly tight, George Bartlett. He has a deep square and a long leg. And here's Guthrie. And again, bowls short and pulled away. Is he going to be caught? He is caught by Harry Conway at long leg. And my goodness, that is a Brucey bonus for Northamptonshire. Guthrie coming into the attack. His second ball was just back of a length. A little pick-up from Graham Van Buren. Not particularly short, just on his hip. He took a hand off the bat and it went down to Harry Conway, who barely had to move a muscle on the boundary and took a regulation catch. So Northamptonshire striking just before lunch. And they've struck again just after. And Guthrie gets into the act. And Graham Van Buren goes for 11. Caught Conway, bowled Guthrie. And Gloucestershire are 81 for 6.
Well, I did wonder how Liam Guthrie would be feeling after having not bowled for the entire morning. I was sort of thinking in terms of a spinner's point of view. Welcome to our world where you go entire sessions without bowling, but as you say, only taken him 2 deliveries to strike. It was a short ball, it was down the leg side. It was a delivery that you would have felt could have been attacked, but Graham Van Buren hand off the bat, swivelling on it, and I don't really know quite how he's managed to do that.
Well,
I'm not sure he does either.
No, I mean, it wasn't that short, was it? It was a little bit, it was short of a length, but it went for the pickup, really, and strange.
Very strange.
It's an odd, a surprising way to get out. But as I say, Liam Guthrie will take it happily.
Interesting change to Gloucestershire's batting order as well. Will Williams, who has been batting at 10, but of course had that spectacular 98 against Derbyshire, he's promoted up to number 8, so ahead of both Craig Miles and Matt Taylor from previous sides.
Will Williams made a very useful contribution in his Lancashire days against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road as night watchman. Batted a long time in a championship match a few years ago. First ball to him, well, that's stroked away very pleasantly down through backward point. He's going to get a single. James Sales coming in off the boundary down at more of a sort of a deep backward point, fairly wide-ish if you're looking at it from a third man perspective. But he's down on the boundary and it's a single to get Will Williams underway. And Gloucestershire 82 for 6. Yes, he batted a long time as night watchman on the final morning, batting with Josh Bohannon, and Lancashire were able to chase down quite a testing target. There's Guthrie in, bowls outside the off stump, shaped back in to the right-handed Ollie Price. But as we said before lunch, Ed, one hallmark of Ollie Price's innings so far is he's been very good on what to leave and what to play. He's left pretty well.
Yeah.
And that again, just shaped back in. You could see from Liam Guthrie, we are in a terrific position up here in our commentary batsman, more or less behind the arm. Still just 2 slips in. Vasconcelos at first, Calvin Harrison at second. And here is Guthrie in on just outside leg stump. And it goes through to Lewis McManus.
He has found himself in this position several times this season, Ollie Price, where he's been the one that has run out of partners around a top order that has fallen away around him. So he's possibly going to have to change the way that he bats fairly soon. But
it's grim if that's the case, and he's batting at 3.
Well, to be honest, actually, he was batting at 5 at the start of the season. So, yeah.
Here's Guthrie then, in and bowls, and turned away by Ollie Price down to deep square for a single. Safe save comes off the boundary in front of the main scoreboard, and a successful start for Liam Guthrie. 1 for 2 from his first over. 83 for 6, Gloucestershire, with Ollie Price on 27, Will Williams on 1. And it means that all of the Northamptonshire bowlers used so far have now got something in the wickets column. 3 for Sanderson, of course, 1 each for Conway, Proctor and Guthrie.
But he's made double figures as Price in all but one of his innings this season. So he's been getting in, but it's just a couple of times he's not really had the opportunity to go on. I'm sure he would also say a few times that he also, he would feel he should have gone on from a start that he made, but at the moment he's in a situation where it's a bit difficult to know what to do. Conway into him, he drives at that one, misses it. Conway again pretty much shouts at the slip corn this time. He's not looking at the umpire, it's not really an appeal, it's just a general scream of excitement. There's Price. Again, you see that's sort of the issue now. He must feel a little bit that I've got to start going for some of these, because I can't just assume I'm going to be able to score a great deal of runs striking at mid-30s as he is now, and then you end up losing your wicket in that manner, because you just lose trust in the fact that you're going to have the chance to stay there for a very long period of time. Conway runs in the sunshine, bowls. That one almost brushes Ollie Price's shirt. It was that tight to leave in terms of line, but plenty of distance between the ball and the stumps on length.
Interesting that the kit as the protective equipment has been brought on for James Sales, so he will be going in at short leg, presumably for Guthrie.
We might even go under for Conway to Williams.
Yeah, which would make more sense. Rafi Weatherall, as I mentioned, is doing his exams at the moment at Exeter, but he hasn't got an exam until Monday, so he's here doing, I think, 12th man for a couple of days.
Conway charges in, bowls to Price. He's turning into the leg side, not quite far enough away from mid-on that he can take a single.
I'm sure he's done all the work and he doesn't need to do any last-minute revision, but just how hacked off would you be if you're there in the middle of some bit of serious revision on tort or whatever it is that lawyers learn about. Suddenly somebody wants a a new box or whatever. It's
Hmm.
not ideal.
No, the only tort I know about is a posh cake. Certainly wouldn't know anything about what on earth that means in terms of law. Conway in, that's defended into the offside by Ollie Price. 4 deliveries into a 10th over of Conway. No runs yet from it.
There's another nice line from Darren Lehman. He was saying, absolutely it's right that Rafi should be doing his exams and concentrating on that. That's what he's going to be doing for more of his life than playing cricket. And so, pause. Mind you, if he fails, I'll be kicking him, etc. But I'm sure he won't.
The problem is now I've just finished lunch and I'm getting hungry again thinking about Zaka Torta. Thanks, Radders.
Sorry.
Conway is in bowls and defended square of the wicket on the offside by Price, who not only puts his hand up to Will Williams but shouts no at him as though he's hard of hearing.
It's coming over a wee bit gloomier again, but it's coming more from... It's not coming quite as straight as it was before lunch. It's sort of coming a little bit squarer.
Yeah, I think a slight change in the wind might be a good thing. There's a nasty looking blob which has made its way just over the Welsh border as Conway is in now and Price drives, won't get a run as mid-off fields. He would have loved to have just picked the gap last ball of the over. Not that he wants to keep Williams from the strike, but you'd imagine that, at least for the time being, Gloucestershire would want Price to be facing as many deliveries as possible. It's a maiden over from Conway, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 31. And Gloucestershire, 83 for 6. It does seem to be a touch and go as to whether that shower that's made its way off the beacons is going to hit Bristol or not.
Was that the Chepstow shower? Is it? Oh right. Yes,
we've managed to miss a couple to the north and the east. This one might miss us as well.
Well, let's hope so. Guthrie it will be to continue, having picked up a wicket with his second ball. Still got 2 slips in, and now the forward short leg, and he's running in to bowl to Will Williams. Left arm over the wicket, and Williams pushes that defensively up to extra cover, where Sanderson there fields, and there is no run. Northampton's second 11, or at least nominally their second 11, playing in the T20 competition by way of limbering up for... In fact, it's not even a competitive match, it's friendly matches against Sakath, South Asian Cricket Academy. Northamptonshire in the first game, 2 matches scheduled, made 233 for 3 in their 20 overs. Here's Guthrie, and again bowls short. It's looped up off some part of Will Williams' anatomy and drops just safe. And the man dashing in from backward point, Nathan McSweeney. Now, I think it was glove because Williams has actually got his glove off at the moment. And it was not dissimilar sort of stroke. I think he was attempting to the one that Van Buren played. Again, it was just back of a length rather than being short. It looked as he was trying to help it on its way.
Yeah, that is where to bowl, because when Williams made his 98, Derbyshire tried a lot of short stuff at him, but they bowled too short.
Yeah. Guthrie in, bowls to him again. Appeal for LBW as it's, again, attempting to whack it away over the leg side. Now, that is a leg by. Came off thigh pad, I would suspect. Yeah.
I mean,
the appeal was, well, it was optimistic, putting it mildly. There wasn't an awful lot going for it, really. But anyway, they pick up a leg by. Takes Gloucestershire to 84 for 6.
Got that glove off his right hand again. It's his bowling hand as well. That is the last thing Gloucestershire need. The leading wicket taker this season.
Price back on strike. Guthrie bowling to him, and he pushes it out into the offside. McSweeney again dashes in from cover to field, and there's no run. In that, Northamptonshire total of 233 for 3 in 20. Gus Miller made 90 off 48 balls. Chris Linsanity, missed out, only got 15. David Willey, 46. The eye-catching one there. Stuart van der Merwe, 38 not out off 17 balls, including 3 sixes in reply. Saka 121 for 7 in the 15th. Here's Guthrie in and bowls, and Price very watchful in defence. Plays it up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there is no run. David Willey's picked up the first 3 wickets there. Couple for Gus Miller, couple for George Scrimshaw. So Scrimshaw played in the previous championship match but left out of this one. Obviously they want to make sure he's in pristine condition, if you like, for the T20 starting a week today. Full goes Guthrie. Indeed, it was a full toss, and Ollie Price will feel he's missed out a bit there because he's just hit it up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there's no run. End of the over, a maiden for Guthrie. 2 overs, 1 for 2, and Gloucestershire, with the aid of that leg by, 84 for 6. I think it's what is interesting, Ed, from Northamptonshire's point of view, is talking about, you know, making sure that Scrimshaw is fit and raring to go for the T20. Of course, he took 26 wickets in the blast last year, as did Ben Sanderson. And Sanderson's got through, what, 12, 13 overs this morning. So perhaps they think Ben Sanderson just thrives on work and more work. But
Some bowlers certainly do.
well, yeah.
But I must admit, I was interested to see whether Sanderson would play this match, given he played the last couple without a round off. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I must admit, I did wonder, but
Well, they had a day off because his incredible burst of 6 for 7 against Worcestershire finished the game off a day early, so they did have a day off on Bank Holiday Monday.
Conway runs into Williams, who's down the pitch, getting struck high up on the pad. Conway appears to believe that is out, but he's the only one. But yes, and I suppose because maybe partly because Northamptonshire are so well placed in the table, possibly had they been a bit lower down, it might have been easier to, I'm not saying they would or wouldn't have done, but it might have been easier to rest somebody like Sanderson in those circumstances.
Bowled 37 overs against Worcestershire, 26 in the 1 innings against Derbyshire in the last couple of games since the break.
Got a leg, well, I say leg gully. Williams has smashed that one back into the stumps at the non-striker's end. That rather sums it up. He's middled it, and it would have been 4 runs in terms of the pace that he hit it at. It's a nice looking shot from Will Williams. Stepped down the pitch, got a decent chunk of it, and I think he's hit middle stump even. Strike. They would at least have put you in a good position for a spare with your next go. There's no run. Conway in again, bowls a very wild delivery, short and down the leg side, and applause for McManus for tidying that one up, because that was swerving even further away from him. And oh, hello.
You've got an appreciative audience down there.
Repartee of the hospitality boxes obviously being enjoyed. So yeah, it's not really a leg gully. It's almost a short square leg they've got for Will Williams. Deep square on the boundary, as that's fended off by Williams, and he's got it in front of square. Give him the benefit of just knowing enough about that to send it in front of square. He didn't know exactly where it was going, but this is an awkward and spell here.
The sound that you hear now is the stable door being bolted, because short leg is now going in. Looks in a bit of bother. I think he's called for the physio.
Well, I mean, previous time getting hit on that right hand, he was obviously in some discomfort because he had 2 more removals of the glove after having been hit, and now, yeah, I mean, even if you're then hit on the shoulder of the bat, even any tiny vibration is going to feel
Horrible.
horrible through you, and especially if you're Will Williams and that's your bowling hand. But Gloucestershire are in a position where they sort of need him to battle as best he can with the bat at 84 for 6, but this is the perfect plan, I think, for Will Williams. As I say, it's something that side certainly, in terms of that folio that you get on players these days, Williams, he's a tall seam bowler. Most tall seam bowlers don't love it when it's around about their rib cage, and it's something you see teams do. But as I say, when Derbyshire tried it, they just couldn't get it right.
No.
Chappell was running in and banging it in so short, and Williams was just ducking underneath it when they bowled short.
They've bowled well to him, haven't they, since he's been in there. Louis Kimber is out there at the moment while the physio is having a look at Will Williams's hand. Louis Kimber's out there with his drinks crate, which some of the Northamptonshire players are partaking. The umpires are also having a chat on mid-pitch and were casting an eye in the general direction of where the weather's coming from. Maybe just looking a little bit concerned because the lights have now gone off, and almost certainly they're going to have to put them back on again.
Yep.
In the not too distant future. What were you saying? 20-minute warm down, cool down period.
That's what I must admit. I didn't know about that before because we've never had to deal with this really, because in the past Gloucestershire had been on a limit in terms of the number of days they were allowed to use them for. So once they got turned on, you might as well just keep them on. Whereas now, Gloucestershire are allowed to use the floodlights as much as they want. That's something that's changed this year. So that is,
I suppose it's still the running cost, isn't it? They're expensive things to have running when you don't need to have them out. But anyway, they're off at the moment, and it is now starting to get a wee bit gloomy out there. Hopefully, the Chepstow shower will miss us. But I have to say, looking at the radar, it may not. Anyway, here's Conway in and bowls, and he's smashed back past him by Will Williams for 4. We'll take that.
I suppose you saw it pitched up.
He thought, yes, this is good.
This might be my only one.
This is
pitched up.
This is going to go, and it did, and it ran away for 4. It takes Williams to 5 and Gloucestershire to 88 for 6. Retrieved from the little area at the far end of the ground where the super sopper is and various items of equipment and the wheel-on covers. But yeah, where the weather is coming from over to our left, it just looks a little bit more threatening. Now, where will this one be, I wonder? Conway into bowl to Williams. It's on his hip, it's looping up in the air, and it just lands safe in front of mid-off. And Will Williams is being given a wee bit of a working over here, but he's survived. It's 88 for 6. Nathan McSweeney is popping off the field for reasons unknown. So Rafi Weatherall again has got to prize himself away from the law of contract or whatever he's brushing up on to come out on the field.
Yes, that's a point. I did do a quick bit of search on this. So the 3 primary types of tort are intentional torts, deliberate harm, negligent torts. That's when you leave your when you leave your cake out in the rain, and strict liability torts.
When it's
liability regardless of fault.
I was going to say when it's someone else's fault.
Here comes Guthrie. Got a short mid wicket for Price, and that one angles across him and he leaves it alone. So James Sales has still got the helmet on, but he's standing in a position where normally you wouldn't need the helmet, which I must say I always quite enjoy, especially when, as sometimes happens, the fielder goes and stands at mid-on.
Yes.
But if you would drop a catch not really quite seeing it, I don't think that the coach would see the funny side of that.
No, and the captain, no, absolutely not.
But in that position, I think he's perfectly justified keeping it on, because you're probably not going to get one that loops up in the air from there. Guthrie bowls back of a length, and that's turn to James Sales at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Strict liability taunt. I think I'm with you. I think I prefer Schwarzwalder Kirchentorte. Very
Gilly
nice.
Gilly Ossen Pfeffer Katzenellenberger by the scene. Was that something like that? No.
Oh, Black Forest cherry cake. Marvellous. Just do with some of that now, actually. Cut along. Must be a cake shop somewhere.
Well, there's plenty, I can tell you. Whether they'd serve that, I don't know. It's quite in trend for some reason, defended by Price back towards Guthrie. It seems to have gone off the Black Forest.
Well, it was. I mean,
I don't know why, because it's delicious.
back in the 70s, I mean, it was a big thing, wasn't it? It was, you know, steak Diane and Black Forest Gatto and after prawn cocktail. So,
Oh yeah, or a slice, not even a slice of melon, just
oh
you know,
yeah,
a little.
with a cherry stuck on a toothpick. Marvellous presentation.
Price waits on 27. 4 fielders back on the boundary, but he's not interested in playing a shot to that one. So they're sort of trying their best to give Price the single, but at the moment Price doesn't want to take it.
No.
So at least I say he doesn't want to take it. He's certainly not going to go searching. And now with 2 balls left in the over, one of the fielders has come up. So deep point inside the circle. Deep third, fine leg and deep square are all still back on the boundary. There's Guthrie turns. And he runs in now, bowls to Price, full and defended back to the bowler.
There's one thing that Gloucestershire can take some consolation from. It's that they are one of 3 teams in Division 2 who are all 6 down.
Gosh.
Because Worcestershire are 110 for 6 against Lancashire at Southport. 3 wickets for George Balderson, a couple for Tom Bailey, 1 for Sir James. And at Lords, Middlesex 99 for 6 against Derbyshire.
Guthrie bowls and Price works it away and picks out Proctor at mid-on. So it's another maiden from Guthrie, and Northamptonshire have got what they were after. They'll have Conway bowling at Williams next over.
Ben Aitchison has picked up 3 of those wickets for Derbyshire. And Rory Hayden.
Wow, is Mohammed Abbas going to get back into that side the way that Rory Hayden's going?
Rory Hayden, again, it was the first time I'd seen him in the game at Derby. Very, very impressive young bowler.
I watched quite a bit of him because he took his twin fifers at Canterbury in the round that Gloucestershire were off. So because Gloucestershire were due to play Kent next, I thought I'd focus on Kent and Derbyshire, and was mightily impressed with him. You know, pretty big shoes to fill, and stepping into them in that way. I think they even just taking a 10 for as a young bowler, that's something.
Here's Conway in bowl short, and it's attempted pull by Will Williams, and it's hit him again somewhere. It's obviously like splice of the bat because it's looped out into the offside, considering he was looking to pull it away over mid-wicket. And he's picked up a single, and he was somewhat slow on the uptake. Ollie Price was herring down towards him, and he did get a move on. If the throw had hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, it might have been interesting, but anyway, he's safely home. He goes to 6, albeit in slightly involuntary fashion, and Gloucestershire to 89 for 6. 3 slips in as Conway runs in and bowls back of a length, and Price plays it well up on his toes. Plays it out to James Sales at backward point. If you're just joining us for the first time, so particularly our Northamptonshire listeners will be delighted to learn that James Sales has got an England Lions call-up first time. So emulating his dad, who also played when it was England A, 3 overseas tours. Conway, he's in and bowls to Price, who again plays it well, gets on top of the bounce, just nudges it square of the wicket on the leg side and picks up a single as Lewis McManus comes round from behind the stumps to tidy up. And now with Williams on strike, Sales dons the helmet and prepares to go back in at forward short leg. Price is 28 and Gloucestershire 90 for 6, with the sky looking absolutely filthy over to our left.
The floodlights weren't off for too long.
No, they're coming back on again, which makes good sense. Here's Conway. In and bowls to Williams short, and he gets on top of that, paddles it round the corner to Guthrie. Down at long leg, sends in his left arm throw. One more to Williams, he goes to 7, 91 for 6, Gloucestershire.
I'd suggest that Williams is probably not going to be the only one of these Gloucestershire bowlers that's going to face this sort of line, and I suppose length of attack is probably more apt to describe it.
It'll be interesting to see if the innings does go on for any length of time, whether James Sales might be called upon to do this sort of role. Here's Conway and beats Price outside the off stump. Good ball, because Sales has been, he's been bowling more, as I mentioned earlier this year, and down at Canterbury against Kent, he was doing that sort of enforcer role, running in, banging it in, and did pick up a wicket, a useful wicket in each innings, both one caught behind down the leg side, one caught at leg gully.
It's handy to have somebody who's not one of your main
No,
seamers that can
well,
come on and do that.
That, I think, is very much, there's a bit of Glenn Chappell's influence, I think, as senior assistant coach and bowling coach, and I think that's something he's been working with James Sales on. Here's Conway. Long straight approach in and bowls edged, or no, did it hit him on the, no, hit him on the pad. There was no bat involved. It rolled down into the slip cord, and he's still down on his knees, pleading for umpire Treadwell to give it out. He wasn't exactly finding an awful lot of support from anywhere else.
No,
No.
I'm a little bit curious. Hip before wicket, but he was absolutely convinced, and I'm not surprised that James Treadwell. I mean, you accept, because he's such a likeable character. I think he probably gets away with doing things that other bowlers taken in isolation wouldn't do. When you start waving your arms about after the umpire's already said not out.
I think he's just had a quiet word, and James Treadwell just speaking to his.
It's fabulous to watch.
He's having a chat with Nathan McSweeney, his housemate, Harry Conway's housemate, not James Treadwell's housemate. Possibly just explaining what he's said through an interpreter.
The gloom continues to gather as there's a short ball. If Williams had got hold of that, that may have sailed over the top of the flats, but he didn't. He missed it completely. He stepped across his stumps and tried to hook it away, and with Guthrie's pace and the shortness of the ball, that wouldn't have taken much bat to send it halfway up the flats, but Williams missed it. He certainly didn't hold back, and I don't blame him, really. There's probably no point in him just sitting there and fending things off, because especially after he's taken one blow to the gloves, I'm not sure that Gloucestershire actually would want him to be getting too much in line. If he fancies backing away and having a bit of a swing, I don't think anybody would really blame him. 91 for 6, Guthrie runs in, bowls a fuller ball to Williams. He turns it to the leg side, and then he's turned it straight to short leg and has to lunge back into his crease as Sales motions to underarm the ball at the stumps. If we get that shower, I'm not sure the ground staff will be able to get the covers on quickly enough.
It does look a bit threatening over to our left, but as we've seen already today, a few degrees on the direction of the wind, and he might take it past us. But
still hope the majority of it might miss us. Guthrie, another short ball, well ducked by Williams. That's where it does get so short that you can actually get underneath.
But there is a very heavy shower just coming over the Bristol Channel now, and if we cop that, then
I think it might be raining blood by the looks of that radar. It's one of the plagues of Egypt.
I was going to say very Old Testament.
It's a sort of mixture of two of them, isn't it? Actually, but
yes, I know what you mean.
Halfway between two of them. Here comes Guthrie, bowls to Williams, who drives confidently and picks out mid-off.
Well, those of you who are familiar with the weather radar, of course, if it does go sort of into the reds and things, then that suggests very heavy rain. And at the moment, that shower is the colour of a Northamptonshire cap, which is not altogether promising as far as getting a full day's play in is concerned. But,
Batten down the hatches, everybody.
Well, we may be
We
lucky.
might miss it.
We may be lucky. But it is. I mean, the other thing is it is now getting decidedly murky, even with the lights on.
And that's the other thing. If the umpires decide that a heavy rain shower's about to hit, Guthrie bowls down the leg side, Williams flicks at it and misses. We did see that in the Kent game, actually. Both umpires had a quick look at each other and then went to the light meter. They had actually taken a reading the previous evening, so it wasn't totally the case that they decided on that spot that it was too dark, but it was quite handy because they could then make a decent start in getting the covers on. The other factor is if there's some thunder and lightning about, which you would not put it past that cloud. We did have some hail here yesterday. Guthrie is in and bowls, and Williams gets just enough on that to turn it past the keeper. In fact, I think Williams is he suggesting to the umpire that he did get some bat on that, but anyway, his protestations have gone unanswered and Hassan Adnan has signalled it leg byes, so 4 more to the total. Leg byes must be doing fairly well here. How many leg byes have we had now? That's 12, so that positions it as 3rd leading scorer for the innings.
Give it another contract. With the rain hurtling in, I'll leave you to Ed and to Nathan.
Nathan's in danger of another stint like this morning, where did about 10 minutes, and then was it even 10 minutes? Probably less than that, and then it was
I reckon
interrupted. Conway runs in, bowls to Price, defended away back to the bowler. 95 for 6 the score.
I reckon it was about 2.5 overs I got this morning. To be fair, I did about 45 minutes before lunch.
Oh yes,
so you got your.
I think I'm blaming us as a duo here.
You got your money's worth out of me this morning. Don't worry. But no, because we've got this overhanging bit of the clubhouse to our left, but in the press room next door, you can actually see further around the corner where the weather comes from.
Does it look a bit
oh
better?
no, it's horrendous.
Oh dear,
It's absolutely horrendous.
that's not what I wanted to hear. So fielder back at deep point, excuse me. 2 back on the leg side. Conway bowls and Price drives, gets a thick outer part of the bat on. He might want 2. In fact, he should get 2 because Saif Zaib has to slide down at deep 3rd. So Price moves on to 30. 97 for 6. You've been enjoying this barrage that poor Will Williams has suffered.
Well, after Graham Van Buren got out in the way that he did, I'm not overly surprised that they've continued with it. It kind of came out of nowhere, that dismissal, didn't it? It was probably the first genuine short ball that's been bowled in anger today, and he just went after it.
And you know, somebody that in his career, Graham Van Buren, very strong on the short ball. Odd dismissal. Conway bowls and Price leaves on length. There's a bit of a grin from Conway. He'll get 1 back from Price as well. He's like that. But on this occasion, actually, I think Price was just busy looking behind him. But nothing wrong with that leave on length. Now what's he doing?
Oh, there's something going on. Did Price go down and have a word or have a response to a word that was had? He enjoys himself, does Conway. I went downstairs for about 20 minutes just to get some ambience because, of course, we're enclosed here, so you don't necessarily hear everything. And every ball, there's a reaction from Conway, be it vocal, physical, or otherwise. He enjoys himself and he enjoys making his presence felt, shall we say.
Here is Conway. Strong action bowls to Price, and that's pushed away to cover. He's got that sort of... I mean, he beat his chest. I remember when he got that wicket of Bancroft, his second ball that he bowled, thumping his chest sort of Tarzan style at the batter, and he runs in with his broad chest right on display to the batter. It's a very front-on action as he delivers. Very strong action. Strong man running in from what seems like only about 3 or 4 yards from the boundary. It's probably a bit closer than that. 5th ball of the over, deep square comes up. As Conway bowls to Price, it's in the air, but it's wide of cover. A spooning drive, but he does find the gap. And we'll come back for 2. So 99 for 6, Price onto 32. And this sort of like almost towering columns of rain that you can see making their way over the northern reaches of Bristol. Hasn't quite hit us yet. May still not, but it's an extraordinary picture at the moment, with the floodlights taking effect, the four-pointed shadows being cast by the players, and this wall of rain behind the flats. Conway to complete the over at 99 for 6. He bowls now to Price, and that's flicked away, and a good one-handed stop at mid-wicket will prevent any runs at all and keep Williams at the striker's end for the next over. 99 for 6.
That's a sensational bit of fielding, that, isn't it? Just always keep one eye on the ground staff, don't you? There is one member of the staff next to the covers. Another one is kind of sitting down.
Probably the only one who's volunteering himself to try and bring on the covers as the wind gets up. We've had that this season before.
Indeed. There is somebody manning the, what should we call it? The golf buggy that brings out the mat, rather, that covers the actual wicket. So they're semi-ready to go.
Like you can see the rain has now hit Filton. It's going to hit the Memorial Stadium any moment.
Well, in the meantime, Guthrie is going to continue. That's full and driven hard by Will Williams. Nicely timed, but equally nicely stopped at mid-off by Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, he did well to get down there, actually, because it was not the sort of bounce that in the past couple of years where we've not had much rain you'd associate with the Bristol outfield in mid-May, but the consequence of the rain is that the outfield looks absolutely pristine and the ball actually stayed down on him, whereas the danger around about this time last year probably was that the ball would be bobbling over the top of him.
Dare I say these two batters are playing for the rain, because they've just had a lengthy conversation, and by delaying Guthrie with their conversation, they've managed to avoid facing another delivery, because the umpires have looked at each other, looked at the ground staff and said, right, we got a scarper here, because I think this is a preemptive strike. As far as I can tell, it's not actually started to rain yet, but the ground staff certainly agree with us that it is going to, because
Guthrie, he looked like a kid whose Christmas had been cancelled. He was right ready to bowl. It's like, I waited all morning to bowl, and now you're telling me I've got to wait even longer to get through the rest of my over.
I think, it is raining now. My point of reference is if you look at the nets, because they're black, it's easier to see the contrast, the rain next to them, and you can actually see the rain there. So they've gone off in good time, dare I say. They've timed it quite well. But one ball into the 33rd over, and we're off for rain again.
Yeah, I mean, you could see, if a rare occasion, you could actually see the rain coming in. It's not coming from its usual westerly direction, so you could really see it start to hit from up here. And now the ground staff are going to have this problem again of trying to keep these sheets under control, as inevitably the wind has got right up and there are members of the ground staff charging off towards the covers to try and keep them under control. The matting at least is covering the pitch, so the pitch itself is okay, but the problem is going to be the ground staff trying to unfold these sheets. So let's hope that everybody manages to stay safe out there and we can get the ground covered. But Gloucestershire at 99 for 6 as the rain really does start to hit now, and it's coming in fairly sideways. So I'd imagine we will have well, let's hope not, but I'd imagine we might be off for a little bit of time. Even if the rain itself doesn't last very long, I'd imagine they might want a bit of time for it to dry. So we will step aside for the time being, with Gloucestershire having lost one more wicket since lunch. Graham van Buren managing to help a short delivery from Guthrie down to Conway on the fine leg boundary for 11. Ollie Price is still there on 32. Will Williams has 7, and Gloucestershire have been reduced to 99 for 6 by Northamptonshire, who put them in first thing this morning. We'll be back as soon as there is any more cricket to bring you.
Artisan pizza, as well as the best view of the cricket. For more information, you can go to the Bristol Pavilion and ask for details. Internationally, England face India in a women's one-day match ahead of the World Cup. That's on May the 30th. That's the first international here at Bristol this summer. Adults tickets start at £18, and then the club is proud to host fixtures in the World Cup from Sunday, June the 21st. There are 6 of them, Tickets again start from just £15. They're available on the Gloucestershire Cricket website. see, ladies and gentlemen, in the middle, the grad staff are starting the removal of the covers. The umpires are going to have a further look at conditions at 3. So there will be a further inspection at 3:25.
Not raining. Bit wet out here. Yeah.
gentlemen, following the umpire's inspection, they have decided that tea will be taken in 8 minutes at 3:40. Play will resume at 4 o'clock with 17 overs off the allocation for the day. So tea at 3:40 and a 4 o'clock resumption with 17 overs lost off the allocation for the day. 10 minutes to go until the resumption. Just some news of matches elsewhere around the country. We've been a touch unfortunate to catch the rain that we have today. Others have had rather more play than we have. In the first division at Chelmsford, Leicestershire 237 for 5 against Essex. At Southampton, where they have had some rain, Hampshire 125 for 6 against Notts. It's tea at Taunton, where Somerset 238 for 4 against Sussex. At Edgbaston, Glamorgan 199 for 3 against Warwickshire. And at Leeds, Yorkshire 218 for 4 against Surrey. Elsewhere in the second division, Kent 245 for 1 against Durham. There's a century there for Ben Dawkins. At Southport, Worcestershire 220 for 8 against Lancashire. And at Lords, Middlesex 171 for 9 against Derbyshire.
Welcome back to Bristol as the ground staff have cleared away the not insubstantial amount of water that fell during a very, at times, heavy shower. And we have now no more stoppages in play, at least in terms of schedule breaks for the rest of the day. 46.5 overs remain in this opening day, so we've basically got half the day left in terms of overs, and it's all going to be fitted into one session. So it's fair to say that we'll be here for a little period of time. Andrew Radden, myself, Ed Seaborn, with you on the BBC Sport website and app and on the Gloucestershire live stream. And Gloucestershire resuming on 99 for 6 with Ollie Price on 32 and Will Williams on 7. Liam Guthrie's got 5 balls remaining in this over.
Yes, this may be, I think, Northamptonshire's longest session of the season. We had a 43 a couple of games ago, 43 overs. That was middle session. But yeah, this could be a very, well, late finish. But weather at the moment, I have to say, looks pretty well set fair, doesn't it? The clouds high, plenty of blue sky around.
As Liam Guthrie then to Will Williams starts him off with a fuller delivery, although it takes off a little bit through to McManus, and Williams has to shoulder arms.
Seems a long time ago that he was getting worked over by Harry Conway. I just hope maybe they've had a bit of a chance to get some spray or some ice on the hand.
Might have come out, yeah.
Yes. It's a nasty blow he took on the right hand, bowling hand, as you mentioned.
He's going to have to, you'd imagine, continue to be brave here from a Gloucestershire point of view. There is a short leg in place, 2 slips as Guthrie bowls, and that's flicked off something down to fine leg. It's going to be another one for the leg by column, which is going to reach 13 with that one added on, and that brings up the Gloucestershire 100. One person applauded.
Yes, it's been hard work, 32 overs and 3 balls. But, well, it's 7 for 3, 19 for 4.
Yes, there was a time.
Could have been a lot worse.
Very much so. There was a time when it looked as though 3 figures was a long way away. Price on 32, very much responsible for that. This is off a thick inside part of the bat down to fine leg, but he'll take a single. We'll move on to 33. That was the 100th delivery that he's faced, and Tommy Borman's 31 deliveries, the next most in terms of time that anybody else has stuck out there. 101 for 6. And Tommy Borman, probably, even with Price out there, is the one that made batting look easiest until he got a late in-swinger from Luke Proctor that I think went off his pad and then onto the stumps. And he was bowled for 22. As Guthrie continues to Williams, another banged-in delivery. Williams sees that early and ducks down underneath it. So a significant promotion for Will Williams, who was batting at 10 for the opening 5 matches for Gloucestershire. Strange season for him, 4 noughts and a 98, which of course was his career best, just his second first-class 50. And he's now facing Guthrie, the left-arm fast bowler, on 7. Pitches it up, that strikes him on the pad. It's going to go for 4. It was swinging down the leg side, quite full, but just starting a bit too far on leg stump. And leg buys is on to 17. And educated back heel around the corner there, I think, from Will Williams. It's 105 for 6.
Well, I mentioned earlier about giving leg buys a contract at this rate. Give them a benefit, I think. I think very, very good good afternoon here. It's going to be... Let's see who's actually going to bowl. I think it might be Harry Conway, who at the moment is trying to retrieve the ball. You mentioned a lot of the deliveries that have gone down the leg side have finished up down in that little corner where the super sopper is and various other items of groundsman's machinery. And having retrieved the ball, It will indeed be Harry Conway to continue from the far end, the Ashley Down Road end. Picked up the wicket of Cameron Bancroft early doors. Ed was talking about the not inconsiderable celebration when Harry Conway got the wicket. He seems to very much relish getting out his fellow Aussies. The best Conway celebration was when he got Marnus Labuschagne at Cardiff last year. That was great fun. 3 slips in as Conway comes in and bowls to Price, who looks to tickle it down the leg side. Fielded by Liam Guthrie almost immediately down below our commentary box. And it's a single to Price. He goes to 33. Gloucestershire to 105 for 6 as the sun makes a welcome reappearance. It's a little bit watery, but beggars can't be choosers. At least we've got some cricket. Although, as we were saying, potentially a very long session.
I was struggling to remember 46.5.
No,
You get into the 40s, but late 40s, I can't remember.
Yeah, I want to say 43 is the longest that I can, well, certainly that Northamptonshire have had this year. Short leg goes in for Williams, and he goes a big, expansive drive and misses. Goes through to McManus, and I think we were saying before we came off for rain, it's fair enough with Williams because he's going to get peppered, and if he does see one in his half, he might just as well have a bit of a go at it, which he did there, but didn't make contact. Vasconcelos at first slip, hands in pockets. Harrison at second, Bartlett at third. Safe Zabe at backward point. James Sales under the lid at short leg. Conway in again, bowls another short ball. He tries to pull, hits him somewhere on the upper body. Drops down in front of Sales at short leg. Still 2 men back. Deep backward square. Not on the boundary. About, I don't know, 10 yards in. Liam Guthrie down at long leg to our left, right on the rope. And here's Conway. And again to bowl. Another short ball, not particularly well directed, and Will Williams doesn't even need to duck underneath that one. He just gets inside the line, watches it sail over his left shoulder into the gloves of Lewis McManus.
Quite like that almost deep backward square, because so often you see the fielder back there and you think actually that's going to take quite a hit to make it out.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, the boundaries are pushed pretty far back all round the ground as Conway is in, and Williams leaves it alone. It hits him somewhere. He's going to have a few bruises tonight. Is Will Williams. Wanders off. But if he's looking for sympathy and solace from James Sales at forward short leg, I suspect he's barking up the wrong tree.
Oh,
but he's
taking the peppering for having got his promotion in the order. He's up to the position on his back now. Well, he's number 8.
Yeah, he's channeling his inner Brian Close at the moment. Now, backward point. That's not too clever, really. But they were moving backward point back, almost to the boundary, presumably to give Williams a single because they want to keep bowling at him. As Conway was running in, and umpire Treadwell spotted it and quite rightly stopped Conway from delivering the ball. He's in again now in bright sunshine and again back of a length, and Williams plays that really well, gets in behind it, drops it down almost at his feet. Conway fields with presumably an observation about life, the universe and everything. And that is the end of the over. Gorgeous sunshine now. Best part of the day. 106 for 6. Price is 34. Williams is 7. And we have a mere 45 overs to go, which is going to be, what, 2.5 hours?
Yeah.
At least.
Probably.
So,
but you know why it's so sunny now? because they could have turned the floodlights off during the
Yes,
delay,
and they
but
haven't.
they didn't. So now look at it. Gorgeous. Guthrie to Price. Always a bit of a mix-up here. Price tapping it away to point, thinking there was a single there, which Will Williams is now gesticulating with his bat to say, but look at him, he's there, he's fielding there. So there's no run, and I think now there's going to be even more of a negotiation between the two batters. We welcome, by the way, our 5 Sports Extra listeners to Bristol as well. It's been a morning where wickets have tumbled for Gloucestershire. They were put into bat by Northamptonshire, and that has proven to be a very good decision. Ben Sanderson at his best once again, 3 for 23, as Guthrie bowls wide outside the off stump, and Price, who's on 34, the one Gloucestershire top order batter to stick it through the new ball period, is now the key to them posting something that they can bowl at and leave themselves with some sort of a foothold in the game. Ben Charlesworth drove the first ball of the match to Liam Guthrie at backward point. Looked like a ball that was almost there to drive, but planted it into the hands of backward point. Guthrie to Price, who drives off the inside part of the bat and finds sails at short mid-wicket. Cameron Bancroft, the Gloucestershire captain, trapped LBW to a beautiful in-ducker from Harry Conway's second ball. Miles Hammond strangled down the leg side by Sanderson for 2. James Bracey feeling for one wide of the off stump. He was caught behind for 7. Bit of a recovery. There's a 47-run partnership brewed between Tommy Borman in his 4th first-class match and Ollie Price, but that was broken by Luke Proctor on the stroke of lunch, as there's a wide ball from Guthrie and that's left alone. And at that stage, as lunch was approaching, with Borman playing some really quite pleasing shots in his 22 and Ollie Price grinding it out at the other end, you thought maybe there was a chance that Gloucestershire could do what they have done a few times against Northamptonshire here on this ground, and dug themselves out of a real hole. Radders and I this morning were reminiscing about some of the previous matches on this ground between the sides, which have often seemed to start with Northamptonshire bang on top and then either been curtailed. As always, he edged that, he hasn't. It was pitched up from Guthrie, Price looking to drive, and he's driven over the top of the ball. There was a bit of a noise, but whether it was bat hitting ground, we'll see if we can get any sort of a inclination there. Maybe hit the ground. But anyway, past the edge. But that recovery nipped in the bud by that wicket of Tommy Borman, the in-swinger from Proctor for 22. Graham Van Buren, who's been a thorn in Northamptonshire's side before, but helped a delivery off his hip from Guthrie down to fine leg. As Guthrie bowls and Price leaves it outside off stump. So end of the over, another maiden from Guthrie, who's got through 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 3 with that wicket of Graham Van Buren. And Gloucestershire making the change back to what they had for the opening 3 games, where they've got a longer tail with 4 specialist seamers plus Ben Charlesworth. Ed Middleton didn't retain his place in the side, the leg spinning all-rounder, and as a consequence, 6 down. Northamptonshire are already into the bowlers, as Gloucestershire, who've been defeated in 4 out of 5, albeit the 2 matches here recently have been pretty tight ones, look to try and take themselves out of this position that they're in now. 106 for 6.
Harry Conway running in to bowl to Williams, puts it in Williams' own half, which is something of a collector's item in this innings so far, but he pushes it up to mid-on, and there is no run. You're reading out Liam Guthrie's bowling figures there, Ed. It's goes to show what a difference a couple of weeks can make. Only 1 match, his only other championship match this year, bowling on the first day against Middlesex at Wantage Road, and sent down 13 overs for 77. Today, 6 overs for 3 so far. Here's another short of a length ball from Harry Conway, paddled down to long leg by Williams, fielded by Liam Guthrie. Williams goes to 8, 107 for 6. I suppose the only thing is, if Northamptonshire are going to try and sustain this attack short of a length against Will Williams, the ball is now, what, 35, something like that,
Yeah.
overs old. It's going to take a bit more effort for these seamers to get it up around the chest and head. 3 slips in as Conway is in and bowls and dropped down into the offside defensively by Ollie Price. Played very well. I was saying earlier on, one of the hallmarks of this innings of Ollie Price, he's been very good in terms of judging what to leave and what to play. 1 or 2 tight leaves, but his judgment by and large has been very sound, and hence the fact he's still out there.
I suppose, Radders, we should mention for our Sports Extra listeners that this is a match which is on exactly the same pitch, the hybrid pitch, as a game which was called off on day 1 in 2024 between these two sides.
Conway is in, bowls and edged by Ollie Price, wide of third slip, and it's gone down to third man for 4. There is a deep backward point, safe say, but no chance of running round to catch that one. So 4 to Price, he goes to 38. 111 for 6. Yes, well, the game's already lasted nearly as long as it did on that occasion, in terms of time at least. Although,
Yes.
on that occasion, it was interesting, the discussion we were having earlier about these hybrid surfaces and how if you pitch it up, it doesn't tend to do anything too extravagant. It's when you do bang it in sometimes, especially with a new ball, that it can be a bit of a handful, as Conway is in bowls and cut away by Price, down to that man at deep backward point, saves Zabe, who comes in off the boundary. 1 more to Price. He goes to 39, 112 for 6. And of course, on that occasion, it was noticeable that Northamptonshire's seamers, they didn't have anybody particularly quick in the side, pitched it up. Justin Broad got 7 wickets, all of them either bowled LBW or caught in keeper or slips. And it was really only when the quicker Gloucestershire bowlers, Ajit Singh Dale and Zaman Akhtar, came in bowling a little bit shorter, as Conway is in bowls, and full again to Williams, who works it into the onside. Certainly a single. It goes out to mid-wicket, and that is all there will be. But Williams playing, I think, with a little bit more composure now. He goes to 9, keeps the bowling, 113 for 6. And Harry Conway still with just the 1 wicket in the innings, but as we mentioned earlier, Sanderson and Conway, Northamptonshire's new ball pair in red ball cricket, have now taken 50 wickets between them this year, which underlines just what an effective pair they have been. But yeah, it was that, and that was the problem. It was when Northamptonshire batted second and we actually had somebody with a bit of genuine pace bowling on it, that the issues really started.
I mean, it was quite literally a handful
Yes,
for
well,
Ricardo Vasconcelos
yes.
and Rob Keogh, but it was a very strange day. Guthrie to Williams, and Williams wants a single here to mid-on, and that's good batting. He's realised that he's played it softly enough that Proctor is not going to be able to have a shot at the stumps, so Williams has moved on to 10, Gloucestershire to 114 for 6.
Well, I can still see Rob Keogh when he got that one that spat up, and it was almost as though he was doing the fandango, wasn't it? There were arms and legs in all directions, but
Bat drop.
yes, well,
And they all walked off.
and the umpires very soon thereafter decided that was going to be it.
Guthrie into Price, who works that one away with a strong bottom hand through wide mid-on, and that will go for 4 runs. The outfield is nice and green. It's looking pristine. It's had a fair amount of water to keep it sustained over the past few days and weeks. But even though it is green, the one thing you do know is that it's going to be extremely fast. So going to get value for your shots, and Price has moved into the 40s at 118 for 6. And the bizarre thing, of course, was that whilst Gloucestershire were getting bowled out for 125, it wasn't seemingly a problem. As Guthrie bowls full and wide, that's left alone. But it was when Northamptonshire were 116 for 2, only 9 runs behind Gloucestershire on first innings, that suddenly it became
Yeah,
a
well,
problem,
that's
seemingly.
what I was saying. You know, it was, well, it was, as you say, it was a strange day, and it's one that I think, even with a couple of years to think about it, I'm still not entirely clear what the thinking was in abandoning the match, to be perfectly honest.
No.
But anyway.
Anyway, that's 2 years ago. Guthrie bowls left alone. He was ducking at first slip. It's not very often that you see first slip ducking out of the way of a delivery.
Ricardo Vasconcelos thought he was going to wear that one.
He's ducking out of the way more than Will Williams has been with this short stuff coming at him. I just find that so funny when you see in the T20 sometimes, because they're all sitting there down in the dugout, and when a ball gets whacked towards a professional cricketer normally, you know, there's no fear at all. And yet so often you see them all charging about to get out of the way like the spectators would do. I don't want any piece of it. Guthrie in now and standing tall. Price and defending straight back.
Well, I suppose the golden rule is keep your eye on the ball at all times, isn't it, really?
Yes, whether you're trying to catch it or get out of the way, but just make sure that when it's 2 millimeters away or ideally slightly further away than that, just move the eye out of the way at that point. So not quite at all times.
Otherwise it can be messy.
Yeah. 118 for 6. Last ball of this Guthrie over that's ruined his economy rate. Bowls now, and once more Price onto the front foot and defending to the bowler's right. Guthrie picks up, so he's gone for more runs in that over than he's gone for in his previous 6 overs combined. 1 for 8. Gloucestershire 118 for 6. I did wonder whether they might be tempted to go back to Sanderson again, given that he's had a bit of a rest, but the way that Guthrie's bowled, I think you might, especially if you're looking at a long. I mean, Northamptonshire don't have any intentions of bowling for all of these 42 overs,
no,
definitely
I'm sure
not. But
no.
I suppose at least then you've got the chance to separate out your 2 opening bowlers.
Yeah, you would think Conway maybe 1 more, 2 more, unless he obviously picks up a wicket. Possibly give Sanderson a run from that far end, the Ashley Down Road end. 3 slips in place, and that is very short from Conway. It's banged in, almost bruising his own toes, and it sails away over the head of Will Williams, not having to do anything really other than watch it on its way. Off for rain again at Southampton, where Hampshire 128 for 6 against Nottinghamshire. Leicestershire have got off to a real flyer against Essex. Chelmsford have slowed up a bit, 238 for 5. Sol Badinger 89 off 114, but Vian Mulder and Jamie Porter have got amongst the middle order a bit there. Here's Conway in again, pitches it up and beats Williams outside the off stump. Also in Division 1, Somerset 254 for 4 against Sussex at Taunton. James Rue celebrating his test call-up with 86.
So they've dumped the experiment of opening with him after one match because they signed Jordan Herman, the very talented South African batter, so he opened the batting for them. Made 25.
Before being nipped out by Tom Haynes, as indeed was James Rue later on. Here's Conway. Bowls to Williams, who takes a step down the pitch and is hit painfully. Not quite as painfully as, who was it earlier on? Tommy Borman earlier on, who got one where it hurts most. That's just above. That's just in the breadbasket, as my nan used to call it. He's just getting some words of consolation from Ollie Price. Just give himself a moment. At Edgbaston, Glamorgan 213 for 3 against Warwickshire. Kieran Carlson out for 85, but Ben Kellaway 101 not out there.
Very talented cricketer.
Here's Conway in again, bowls short, and Williams ducks underneath it. At Headingley, Yorkshire 232 for 4 against Surrey. Adam Lyth, who opened, still there, 82 not out. Johnny Bairstow on 57. Joe Root made 44. In Division 2, Kent 254 for 1 against the leaders Durham down at Canterbury. Here's Conway in again, bowls to Williams, who turns that away down to long leg. Work for Liam Guthrie to do, which he does. Sends in his return to McManus. One more run to Will Williams. He goes to 11. Gloucestershire to 119 for 6. Ben Dawkins 122 not out there. I think that's his maiden first class 100. We'll check that.
It may well be. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. All I can
He's
tell
got
you
a
is that he got 100 against Gloucestershire in the pre-season.
Yes, and he got 100 against Northamptonshire in a 50-over game, but I think that might be his first class maiden 100. Conway in bowls to Price, who gets onto the back foot, runs it down into the slip cordon, and if Bartlett had hit the stumps at the striker's end, I think Will Williams might have been carrying on running.
Oh, yes.
I think he would have been just about in the frame, but only just. Nevertheless, the throw missed the stumps. Let's have a look. The throw coming in, just watching on the replay.
He hadn't even got his bat on the ground, never mind thinking about a stretch or a dive or anything.
He would have been out by a couple of yards. Yeah. But the throw, fortunately for Williams and for Gloucestershire, missed. And we are now indeed going to see Ben Sanderson back into the attack. So relatively short burst from Guthrie at the start of this session. I mentioned Ben Dawkins 122 not out for Kent. Sam Northeast is 82 not out. They came together at the fall of Zach Crawley's wicket. He made 30 before he was caught in the covers off Ben Stokes. At Southport, Worcestershire 226 for 8 against Lancashire. Matty Waite holding things together. 48 not out. 3 wickets there for George Boulders and 2 for Tom Bailey. And at Lords...
Sorry, Randers, did I see George Drizel's name there?
Yes, he's gone on loan.
Yeah. Sanderson with the keeper up to the stumps. Price forces it off the back foot straight to extra cover.
And at Lords, Middlesex bowled out for 177 by Derbyshire, whose seam attack at the moment is looking pretty good. 5 for Ben Aitchison, who's their leading wicket taker this year. 5 for 47.
Really looked like he, leader of the attack actually, even when Mohammed Abbas was there.
Couple for Rory Hayden.
Sanderson into Price, pitches that one up, Price drives. This time they don't fancy the single to mid-off. It's the left-arm throw of Guthrie as well, so I think Price would have been about as far out, if not further, than Will Williams would have been the last ball of the previous over. So life for Williams and for Gloucestershire. I just double-checked because I remembered Ben Kellaway was in the Lions squad over the winter, but he's not got the call this time around. I'm sure that's not the door completely shut for him as Sanderson is in bowls and away you swing it, which is taken by McManus as Price leaves. But yeah, it's funny, isn't it, when you sort of see the county performances matter and when not. Kellaway's got a couple of 50s, but hasn't had quite as prolific a start to the season as he had middle to end of last year.
And he missed part of this season, didn't he? I think did he have an injury? I think he's played. I think he might have missed some cricket.
Missed one match. Yeah. Sanderson, 3 slips in bowls into the pads of Price. He works it away without the same power behind the bottom-handed work, so doesn't get a run as it's picked up at mid-wicket. It was quite an interesting battle between Sanderson and Price in the morning session, where Sanderson, to start with, was happy enough for Price to wander out and across and down, and eventually he'd had enough of that, so the keeper went up to the stumps, and I think the first 2 balls he bowled with the keeper up beat Price on the outside edge as he couldn't get across to cover that movement. Sanderson bowls wide delivery, which is cut away by Price down towards the boundary at deep third, but there's some smart work on that boundary. That was one of those where it was either going to be 1 or 4, and as it turns out, it's just the 1, so Price is on 45. Gloucestershire won't mind that terribly, as it means Williams only has one ball in this over to face. Not that Price is really protecting the strike, but again, you'd imagine the more deliveries that he can face will be to Gloucestershire's benefit. So Northamptonshire are going to counter that by giving Williams a single in quite a lot of places. Deep square has gone about 5 miles off into Henley's, and as a consequence, Williams has just poked it away into the onside. For a moment, I thought they might come back for 2 even, but just the 1. So there we go. Northamptonshire have won that particular exchange of cards, and Williams will be on strike for the next over. And by the way that Conway is stalking from his position at what was fine leg, it doesn't look as though there's going to be any change. Or does there, actually?
Yeah, we're going to see Luke Proctor.
I thought because he hadn't put his sun hat on that Conway might continue still, but nope. 122 for 6 is the score.
I think he was getting to that stage where it just felt a bit like a sweater over, and indeed Northampton's captain Luke Proctor is going to bring himself back on from the Ashley Down Road end. Picked up that wicket of Tommy Borman just before lunch at an important time, because we've seen Gloucestershire in all sorts of strife at 19 for 4, but Borman and Price had just steadied things, and if they'd gone in sort of 80 for 4 at lunch,
yeah,
I think they would have felt altogether happier about the state of things. But Northampton nipping out another one. That said, these two have now put on 41 for the 7th wicket. Can Proctor break the partnership? Bowls to Williams down the leg side. Bit of a sighter to start for Proctor, taken by Lewis McManus down the leg side. Northamptonshire, as we were discussing earlier, haven't won on this ground since 2013, but there's been no shortage of eventful matches between these two sides here. A couple of early abandonments, one during COVID, one as Williams defends that next ball from Proctor up to mid-on. The other, as already discussed, the game that finished around about now, after, well, just into the final session of the first day, when the pitch, this same surface, was deemed unfit, and we all went home.
Yeah, it was just that feeling of, what do we do now? Expect to come down for at least, well, to be honest, at Bristol, you normally expect to come down for 4 days.
It was very strange. Here's Proctor in, bowls, and that's an absolute jaffer from Proctor. That has held its line, and it bounced as well. A little bit more maybe than Will Williams was expecting, to the extent that Williams has come down and had a little rather suspicious and rather detailed prod of the pitch. It wasn't the sort of perfunctory gardening that you sometimes see when somebody gets beaten and just almost like for something to do goes and has the little prod. That was a more studious bit of gardening. That was the full Monty Don. Here's Proctor in, bowls, and steered away by Williams to backward point. Good bit of fielding down there by Safe Zabe.
Goodness, that's conjured at the full Monty Don has conjured up an image in my mind that I'm not desperately sure that I needed.
I'm not sure if it's worse to say that or the full Percy thrower, but for benefit of older listeners. 122 for 6. Here's Proctor in bright sunshine, bowls to Williams, turns it away out wide of mid-on, not picked up cleanly by Ben Sanderson, so a comfortable single for Williams. He goes to 13, Gloucestershire to 123 for 6. We were saying earlier, Will Williams certainly held up Northamptonshire for a long time in a championship match at Northampton. I think it was 2022 when he was with Lancashire and came in as night watchman and played a really important hand at the start of the final day's play. Just got that in front of me, actually. Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and Price defends out into the offside. That's the end of the first over of Proctor's new spell. Just a single off it, 123 for 6. with Price on 45, Williams on 13. Yeah, Will Williams 29 not out off 107 balls. And after Bohannon had gone, he then stayed with Washington Sundar.
Oh,
Well, they
a
knocked
man
off.
for a last day block, as we know.
Well, yes, who remarkably, I think that was the only game he played for Lancashire. That it was a very short loan.
Typical Surrey. I mean, sorry,
Not
Lancashire.
Not quite a loan spell, of course. He was just brought in on a short-term agreement. Anyway, I shall get out of the way and let Nathan Johns come in.
Thank you very much, Radders. So, as the sun continues to beat down on Bristol, providing high temperatures of 13 degrees, Sanderson bowls now to Williams, who's forward and defending, and saying no to a potential single. He's played it too close to Liam Guthrie, prowling at mid-off. Just a mere 38 overs to go after this one now, so those in hospitality today will certainly be getting their money's worth. Do they provide late supper in hospitality? Here comes Sanderson. Keeper back for Williams. Bowls Williams an away swinger, which Williams lets go behind the stumps. Hello again, Nathan.
I wouldn't know much about hospitality yet.
No, neither would I. Although I will say, for T20 finals day, you might as well be in hospitality with the food that's provided by Edgbaston for that. It is absolutely first rate. Sanderson turns. Steady approach, metronomic as ever, in and bowls. Strikes him on the pad, that looks very straight. Up goes the finger. Sanderson's got a fourth, 4 for 25, and Williams is the 7th Gloucestershire batter to depart. He went across his stumps, tried to work it to leg. There was a big sound of ball thumping into pad, and that looked stone dead if he didn't hit it. 123 for 7.
Yeah, he walked a long way across, did Williams, so the only issue there was ever going to be where did it hit him, but I'm pretty sure that did hit him in line. He missed out earlier, did Sanderson. There was a very marginal decision. I think it was actually Ollie Price who was on strike, wasn't it? Well, when it just nipped back, and I think the umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt on that occasion, but this time, yeah, it looked pretty adjacent. As long as that hit him in line, that was hitting middle and leg, I suspect.
Yep, so Williams's resistance comes to an end. He made 13, which is basically his first class average, so he's not going to have gone anywhere forward or backwards with that one. Reached 1,000 first class runs with that dramatic 98 that he made against Derbyshire, but to expect that sort of thing on a regular basis would be slightly unfair on Will Williams. So walking out to join Ollie Price is Craig Miles. So Matt Taylor, who was batting at 8, has now been shoved down to number 10. So Miles joining Price, and Miles may well be somebody who, if they start to pepper Craig Miles in the same way that they tried with Will Williams, Miles, I think, might be having even larger swings than Will Williams was. But I don't think you're going to be getting much of that with Ben Sanderson, who has just claimed his 450th first-class victim. So Craig Miles is now in his crosshairs, so to speak. 3 slips, short leg still. There is a mid-wicket, but a big gap at cover should Miles fancy a drive. Sanderson into him, and that is defended away. First up by Miles out to cover point, and there's no run.
I can't see Sanderson getting too funky with his short ball ploy. I think he's just going to target the stumps, isn't he? It's what he's done pretty much all day. Doesn't really matter who's been down at the other end. Would be interesting to see now that they have taken a wicket, do they bring someone back on who's going to be maybe not necessarily sharper, just a bit more challenging if they do want to go slightly shorter of a length down from the other end.
Sanderson bowls to Miles, who defends again. A good-looking defensive shot, which is fielded at cover point, and there's no run. Yeah, I think Sanderson very much a subscriber to the attitude of if I can get top order batters out with my best delivery, then eventually a number 9, 10 or 11 will succumb to it.
Well, they'll certainly play around with it. I mean, Deep Square has just gone back for the final delivery. It could be a bluff. It could be they're happy to give him one.
Yeah.
It could be many things going on here.
I would be surprised if it's a bumper. I want him to take the single to keep the strike, which is exactly what Craig Miles is going to do. So just got a length ball on about off stump and tapped it away and took the single. So 124 for 7. Price trapped at the non-striker's end once more on 45. It was Price, speaking of that fateful day, almost 2 years ago, when Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire had the match abandoned here due to the pitch deemed to be too dangerous. It was Price who made 52 on that occasion, along with Graham van Buren, was the only Gloucestershire batter to reach double figures and top scored with 52. Graham van Buren made 40 and nobody else made more than 8. But yes, as mentioning to Radders earlier, it wasn't the 125 all out that was the problem. It was the 116 for 2 that came back. And I mean, just that one delivery from Proctor that rose up off a full length and past Williams's edge that's come anywhere close to resembling anything like that.
Well, Proctor is going to continue. Miles defends that off the back foot straight to cover. Proctor half fancies 6 deliveries here at the number 9 batter. He's got 3 slips waiting. Could probably go more attacking if he wanted to. He's still got, 3 men on the offside saving 1, 2 on the leg. I mean, at one point today, there was 4 slips in a short leg. There was barely anybody saving a single, but they're not getting too carried away here, Northamptonshire. Proctor in again. Good length, defended out to the offside, no run.
Yeah, I mean, there's not been a cover for very much, has there? Even when Tommy Borman was hitting a couple of boundaries that had put a deep backward point out, but the cover has been left wide open, saying if you want to go after a drive, then be our guest.
It's always interesting when Proctor turns at the top of his mark. He's almost 2 strips away from the cut one, and then he angles his run up in as he goes full, and he's bowled him. Full straight through the defences of Miles, and he lasts just 6 deliveries as Gloucestershire lose their 8th wicket with 124 on the board.
That's nicely bowled from Proctor, angling it in, maybe just holding its line a fraction, but it's just well directed, isn't it? It's top of off stump. Miles early in his innings, his footwork is unlikely to be exactly what it would be if he'd spent a bit longer out there. And so Gloucestershire lose an 8th, and Ollie Price continues to run out of partners. Matt Taylor will come out to bat now. A score this season of 28, and does have first-class 50s to his name, but this is a situation where Gloucestershire are in dire need of something like that.
Well, it's that time where the Northamptonshire batters, or some of them at least, are already shadow batting on the strip. Wondering, well, how would you have played that one? That one just held its line a little bit, and I'd have got in behind. Not what Craig Miles did. Just got caught in the crease slightly, didn't he?
Well,
didn't really come forward and left enough room to be beaten on the outside edge.
He is a number 9 for the reason that he doesn't really move his feet very much. He's not got a bad eye, Craig Miles, but he's not a great foot mover at the best of times. So Proctor just bowling him the perfect delivery, really.
Well, he has a number 10 to bowl at now, does Northamptonshire's captain. Is he going to change his field? Does he go more attacking? I think the answer to that is no. Still just the 3 slips in catching, pretty regulation otherwise. Taylor faces his first delivery. It's banged in and just steered off the hip. It only went about 2 feet away from Taylor before it stopped dead. No run.
Yeah, he does like a little bit of width, does Matt Taylor, and then the other shot is that pick up over mid-wicket, but at the moment you sort of feel somebody's just got to defend with Price at the other end.
Proctor in again, full and wide outside off. And, well, you said Taylor fancied some width. He threw the kitchen sink at that one, came up empty.
Yes. Backward point is an area that he likes. It was an attempted flashing drive, maybe more through the covers than backward point. It looked great, I've got to say. I mean, it especially the follow through. It wasn't quite a sort of helicopter-esque finish, but put some style on it and just didn't hit the ball.
Once again, the field spreads for the final delivery, and Taylor, I think he did leave that. He's kind of half fiddled at it and pulled the bat out at the last minute. But crucially for Gloucestershire, it means that Ollie Price will keep the strikes. Taylor survives those 3 deliveries, a wicket in that over for Proctor. He bowled Craig Miles, 124 for 8.
And a couple of first-class 50s for Matt Taylor, 57 not out, his career best. Came at Derby back in 2023, but the one that probably sticks out the most, his maiden first-class 50, was a 56 against Somerset back in 2021, the conference year. A game that Gloucestershire won at Taunton, the first time that they'd won at Taunton in a 4-day match since I was 1 month old. In comes Sanderson and bowls to Price. Keeper up to the stumps, keeping Price planted. And he is planted as he defends to cover.
Telling everyone your age there.
Well, they can go back and look it up. I didn't say what year it was.
This is true.
2003. What's that laugh for? That was a very malicious laugh, that.
It wasn't meant to be.
I'll get away with being 23. Or who knows? Maybe not even 23. Sanderson running in. They're now bowls, and Price will get a comfortable single as they've dropped everybody back on the leg side other than mid-on, and everybody was back on the offside other than mid-off, so pretty much play the ball anywhere vaguely square of the wicket and Price could take one. Northamptonshire don't really mind too much about singles. At this stage, Price moves on to 46, 125 for 8. They want to bowl at Matt Taylor.
Yeah, I wonder what Price would do in that situation, how he'd handle it. He seems pretty comfortable not messing around and trying to do any sort of strike farming or any such like. He's probably just going to take the runs as they come. You know, you did wonder would he turn down the single and just try hit 2 boundaries in the over, but he's down the other end now.
Sanderson into Taylor. A little bit of bounce there. Hand off the bat from Matt Taylor. It was quite full from Sanderson and obviously just seemed to pop up a little bit on Matt Taylor, at least more than he was expecting. So 2 deliveries, is that right? No, that's not right, is it? There's 3 deliveries left in the over. Or maybe there's still 2, but there wasn't a single off. I've no idea.
No,
I've no idea how many balls there are left in the over, but
there have not been 2 singles.
But there haven't been 2 singles, definitely not, because it is Matt Taylor on strike. Sanderson bowls to him, and that's nicely deflected down through the gully, and there's nobody fielding down on the deep third boundary, so the ball pops up off the boundary rope, and it's 4 runs, which, no, everyone, no, it's not Ollie Price's 50, because he's not on strike. Oh dear, it's all going wrong. You'd have thought the spectators might have recognised Ollie Price by now, but they're just staring at the scoreboard in disbelief, some of them down there. Perhaps they're not regular Bristol cricket followers. Maybe they're visiting fans who applauded for that. It's moved Taylor on to 5. As in comes Sanderson and bowls, and Taylor defends to the only fielder, discounting the slips, that is, the only fielder saving the single on the offside. Price down for a chat, and I'd imagine the way it's gone, he's saying, we'll take the single.
They've nearly gotten it right now.
Yeah, there we go.
They've got Taylor on strike, but you're right, he's on 5, he's not on 4.
Yeah.
He did hit a single in the previous over, didn't he?
I thought he did.
That's all right, they'll tidy it up eventually.
Maybe I was seeing things. I thought he was on 1 as well. No. Taylor bowls. No, he doesn't. Sanderson bowls and Taylor drives through the covers. That will be quite a quick scene change. Everything's going wrong, as I say. It's driven out through the covers, vacant region, so Taylor's able to come back for 2, so that's a decent result for Gloucestershire. So I'm going to suggest, basis for negotiation again, as we said earlier, that Matt Taylor is on 6. Does anybody fancy higher or lower than 6?
Well, he's
higher than a 6. You say an ace. No, it's 131 for 8.
He's definitely not lower. It kind of almost reminds me the quick change you suggested there. Did you see last week? I think was it in the Surrey? Where were they playing? I think they were playing Nottingham, and
It was Trent Bridge, wasn't it?
yeah, and Reece Topley was an injury sub, wasn't he? But he had to come in and bat. So at tea, assuming that he wasn't going to be batting for very long, while still in his pads, he went out to mark his run up for the evening session because I think all the other Surrey bowlers had already done so, but he had to still bat, so he was out there. I think Nick Friend tweeted a picture of it of Reece Topley in full gear with the spray paint can, as they tend to do. Anyway, here comes Proctor, Price on strike, catching mid wicket in place now. That's just fended off into the offside rather gently.
Yeah, right. I'm now very confident that Matt Taylor's on 6 and Ollie Price is on 46.
Allegedly.
Oh, lovely. I probably shouldn't bring this up because I shouldn't, but last match we did have quite an amusing sight on the scoreboard.
Oh, that's hit him in the thigh pad, but always going over the top.
We somehow ended up with a delivery which had gone for a wicket plus 2 no balls plus 3 leg byes.
Okay.
Which would take some doing.
That's hurting.
Would be possible, but would take some doing.
That's hurting my brain a little bit, that one. Trying to envision what happened there.
What actually happened was that it was an extraordinary direct hit run out from Will Williams at deep point, and they'd just taken 1.
Okay. Proctor continues. That's a nice looking drive through mid on, but he's picked out the fielder.
And I think maybe a few buttons have been pressed to try and correct an error that we couldn't see, and that had somehow led to the sight of wicket plus 2 no ball plus 3 leg bye. And the other one that we had, which I still love, was at one point we had 0 leg byes off a delivery. I mean, it's very, very informative.
Well, there's no leg byes there. There's no runs either.
It wasn't wrong.
As Price just defends it into the leg side. He's still on 46, much to the confusion of a few punters who applauded the boundary that was mistakenly given to him in the previous over. Well, I suppose the boundary wasn't given to him, though. It was just that they thought he was on strike.
No, exactly.
At no point did the scoreboard say he was on 50. Yeah.
It was, they just realised what was going on. I know we like to sit here and say that, but if I were doing it, goodness knows the errors that would abound.
In comes Proctor. That's a carbon copy of the last delivery, just prodded into the leg side, straight to that man at short mid wicket.
Probably people sitting at home shaking their fists at the device that they're listening on. Stop bringing that up. Probably relatives of people next to us in the score box. I say the score box. I mean, it's a box and there are scorers in it, but I don't think it's really a score box, is it?
No, a score box is like one of those.
It's just one of those, sort of romantic ideal of what it is.
Oh, that's a beauty from Proctor. Just leaves him off the pitch. Beats the outside edge. Price nods his head in approval. He knows he's been beaten all ends up there, but he's still there. Still on 46 at the end of the over.
It's another one of those Proctor specials, angled in from wide of the crease and then straightens on Ollie Price. You'd struggle to play those. Had an awful lot of them in the last match, it has to be said. The man on strike, Matt Taylor, bowled quite a few left arm round to right-handers that, I mean, there was one over where he beat, can't remember which Kent batter it was, but beat one of Kent's batters 4 times in the over doing that, but the wickets just didn't seem to come. He was either getting the ball to do too much, or if he tried to bowl a bit straighter, not quite enough. Sanderson bowls to Taylor, who drives, and Sanderson fields off the fingertips, stretching down in his follow-through. Might have had brief thoughts of deflecting the ball onto the stumps at the non-strikers end. Price certainly had to hurry back into his ground.
No one ever does that intentionally. Name me or show me a video of one of those disastrous runouts where the bloke's backing up too much, where the bowler has actually intended to just get a little fingernail on it. It's impossible to do it deliberately.
Here comes Sanderson bowls now, and I thought he'd nicked off there. That had done so much after it passed the edge, but he's survived. It's another one of those deliveries that has bounced a bit extra from Sanderson. Yeah, that's off the pitch, actually. I was wondering whether it was the away swinger, but I don't think so. He's done all of that after it's pitched left Taylor and bounced. That's not a delivery that anybody would want to receive, never mind somebody that's in the side primarily for their bowling. Three slips seem to have got even tighter and closer to the batter, as that's a full ball which is whacked away in the air between extra cover and mid-off, and is now running out to the boundary for 4. So Taylor has moved on to 10, and Gloucestershire to 135 for 8.
Yeah, aerial, but well placed. Just between the fielder at cover and mid-off. It's funny, we were talking earlier, I think you were off air.
I probably was if it was funny.
Give yourself some credit. We were talking about Zach Crawley getting out to Ben Stokes, and I was trying to envision what it was earlier today. I went and had a look. It was that exact shot, except he just drilled it straight to cover.
Oh, no. Sanderson bowls. That's nibbled away by Taylor. Wide of third slip. There might have been a hand on that from George Bartlett, which means that Gloucestershire can only take 136 for 8. Yes, his shot in the second innings on this ground off Will Williams. That was a shot.
Well, by definition,
it was.
Yes,
it was. It was a shot. He was trying to loft it, I think, over extra cover, and he was probably outside leg stump, and the ball was on off stump. Sanderson in now. Oh, it's a wonderful ball, which has the beating of Price, and I'm not surprised. That looked like that one was swing rather than seam, possibly, although we'll get a replay. But keeper up to the stumps. Price can't negate that movement and basically has to be a sitting duck, whatever magic ball Sanderson decides to produce at any given moment. Squared up and beaten all ends up. But he's still there on 46. Last ball of this over. Everybody up now other than fine leg. Sanderson bowls. Wide ball, flashes at it and misses. So Price seeing some width and thinking I'd probably better go after this with 8 wickets down. But 2 plays and misses in a row to end the over. Sanderson 4 for 38. He's got through 16 overs, which, I mean, you wouldn't say it's been a massive shift at 5 to 5 on a normal day. It's just the fact that he's bowled 16 of 45 overs that have been bowled today.
Also 11 of them came before lunch, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean,
it was a 12 over spell, I think,
was it? Well, 11 or 12. I mean, there was a rain delay, about 20-minute rain delay that probably elongated his ability to keep going. But he bowled every over from this end in the morning session, didn't he?
Yeah. 136 for 8.
Proctor will continue, as he does, starting very wide and ambling in towards his delivery stride. And there's a bumper. We haven't seen a lot of that. Well, I suppose it is Matt Taylor on strike. Only one fielder out on the hook, so it is on if he wants to take it on. He decides to sway out of the way on this occasion.
Well, thanks to the rain, I think primarily Gloucestershire may not be the first team to be bowled out, but Worcestershire, who were 9 down, have 247 runs to Gloucestershire's 136.
Taylor on strike again. This is a fuller delivery, which is squeezed gently into the offside. The old short ball followed up by the full one. George
Drissell, formerly of this parish, has been stumped off the bowling of Tom Hartley, so Matthew Waite is still there, but number 11 in with him. Worcestershire 248 for 9. Southport looks to be a good day's cricket up there. I'd imagine the breeze is probably fairly fresh coming from the northwest at Southport today.
Proctor banged in, squeezed out to backward point. I think that's safe as Abe who does the fielding.
I imagine it's probably fresh enough here.
Yeah, it is cold downstairs. I haven't been outside really in an hour or two, but when I did, it was brisk, shall we say, despite the sunshine.
Yeah, it's welcome at the moment, as given the fact that we'll be going past 7 o'clock, we'll need the sun to be out, I think.
Proctor full and defended once again by Taylor. I'll be amazed if it's light enough to go up to 7 o'clock. Certainly beyond.
Could be one of those really awkward ones where it's okay when the sun's out, but if it goes behind a cloud, it's not. So what do you decide to do as the umpires? You could look absolutely foolish calling a day off like that, and then as soon as you've called it off, the sun comes out. I've seen it before. I remember a day at Hove like that at the end of a season, maybe 2023.
Proctor very full, and that's hurt him. He's fielded the ball on his follow through. Taylor hit a strong looking drive straight back, and Proctor does have the ball and he's marching back to the top of his run up, but he's holding, I think, his left hand in a awkward way. I think he's okay. It's just immediate pain rather than any longer lasting damage. But yeah, well, it's his left hand that he's wringing out there, isn't it? So he's only got one delivery left in this over, so I suspect he'll just try and get through it. And then if there's any other damage, you can have a look at it afterwards. But he's quickly back to the top of his mark. The field spreads. They want to give Taylor one. He doesn't take it. Leaves alone outside the off stump. 136 for 8.
Yeah, Ben Dawkins, who, as mentioned earlier, is maiden first-class 100, but he's already turned it into 150. 155 not out now. Sam Northeast has 116, and Durham are getting some of the treatment that they've given to other Division 2 sides this season, including Gloucestershire. Kent 326 for 1 after 76 overs, and plenty of high economy rates in that Durham attack, including Ben Stokes, who's gone for 59 runs from his 12 overs, albeit he's taken the only wicket to fall.
Well, and even that was a high-octane shot, shall we say. It wasn't a vicious ball that moved or anything. It was just Crawley drilled a drive straight to the man.
Sanderson into his next over. Price dabs and runs. McManus is going to have to field that one from behind the stumps. So Price is now on to 47. Gloucestershire 137 for 8. Derbyshire 29 without loss after Middlesex were dismissed for 177. So Derbyshire seem to be turning things around after their 3 consecutive defeats. Winning against Northamptonshire last time out as Sanderson is in, and hand off the bat from Taylor, but the ball trickles out to mid-wicket. There's no run. It's that moment as you have to try and locate the ball that you've just played. Slightly awkward. Where did I just hit that one? Oh, there. Right.
There's been a bit of that today. Lots of balls taking the inside edge. Fine leg's been busy. I reckon if there was a wagon wheel, there'd be plenty of runs down there.
On Division 1 rise, basically every game that's currently playing, because they're still off for rain with Hampshire 128 for 6. Every other game, everybody's about 250 for 4. This is off pad, I think, down where short leg was, and they'll sprint through for a run. In fact, it seems that Hassan Adnan's decided there was some bat involved there, so Taylor has advanced his score to 12. Gloucestershire up to 138 for 8, so Price back on strike. So Yorkshire 273 for 4 against Surrey. Adam Lythe approaching yet another 100. Johnny Bairstow 79, so that's a hefty partnership, over 150 those two have put on. Sanderson to Price, stands tall off the back foot, tries to force it past cover. Tumbling save there, so there's no run. Glamorgan 257 for 4, Kellaway continuing on his way, 126 not out. And Tom Abel, more runs for him, another half century. He's having a prolific season for Somerset 52 not out. Archie Vaughan with him at the moment. I remember last round hearing that Archie Vaughan had been moved down the order to protect him from the firing line as Sanderson bowls blocked away by Price to cover. What ended up happening? Out on the third evening to face the hat-trick ball from the 18-year-old youngster from Glamorgan, Norton, who proceeded to pin him LBW for the hat-trick. Extraordinary stuff. Leicestershire aren't 4 down, actually, but they're 270, so it's around about that same score. 270 for 6 against Essex at Chelmsford. Sanderson in, and Price, I think, struck on the pad. Ball goes out leg side. McManus whipping the glove off to make sure that Gloucestershire can't come through for a single. So 138 for 8, Price 47, and Taylor has 12. Some more words from, or are we going to do that? Yes, we are. We're going to do the dance again. So Radders will be back in momentarily as Nathan Johns will take up my seat. And I say my seat, I said that almost as I was possessive about it. We'll take up the seat that I was in. It's my
very
seat.
Proprietorial.
Over to you, Radders.
Thank you very much. So, still bright sunshine and still Luke Proctor to run into bowl to Matt Taylor, wide outside the off stump. Taylor doesn't need to play it and doesn't. Watches it into the gloves of Lewis McManus. So we have a mere 31 overs and 5 balls to go, which is a couple of hours worth. And that will take us to around about 7 o'clock. Of course, it is possible that one innings will end, in which case we'll lose a couple more. If Gloucestershire are bowled out. 3 slips in place, Proctor in, bowls, and it's chipped up in the air by Taylor, away just behind square on the leg side. Tidied up by Liam Guthrie coming in from long leg. Another run to the total, 13 to Taylor, and Gloucestershire to 139 for 8.
His left hand seems to be okay. He took a...
Yes, as he it was certainly shaken with feeling, or possibly with lack of feeling. But yeah, it seems okay. Now, one of the slips is coming out, Bartlett coming out from third slip, and he's going into a catching mid-wicket. So down to 2 slips now. Proctor in and bowls on the hip of Ollie Price, who turns it away down to deep square. One more onto the total. Price to 48. How well he's played today. Really had to fight for every run. 48 off 137 balls. Excellent stuff from him. 140 for 8. Gloucestershire. This really is extraordinary, this weather, though, when you think what it was like mid-afternoon, but it was like the end of days, and now it's cracking the flags here in Bristol. Cloud is... There's plenty of cloud around, but it's all fairly high. Proctor bustling in to bowl to Taylor, beats him outside the off stump. Through to Lewis McManus. Few people on the flats at the Ashley Down Road end. Just enjoying a bit of evening sunshine and a bit of cricket.
Yes, they've finally been lured out. They've been hiding from the elements all day.
I don't blame them, to be perfectly honest, but no, it will be very pleasant with a tincture of something. It'll be very pleasant, wouldn't it? Here's Proctor in, bowls and driven away by Matt Taylor, giving him a little bit of width outside off stump and able to fling the arms at that, and it goes away for 4. Taylor goes to 17, 144 for 8.
Yeah, one of the better timed strokes we've seen today. That absolutely flew away, to the point where it very nearly actually went up over the advertising hoarding on the far side there. 'Cause that's the big boundary on the right-hand side as we look at it. I think it did actually nestle underneath one of the covers out there, so that ball has probably taken some water damage.
One of my big disappointments today is the fact the ice cream van isn't here. Now, I know what you're going to say. You know, it's It's not really an ice cream day, but it's just reassuring to know it's there. Here's Proctor. In and bowls and dropped down behind square on the leg side by Taylor for a comfortable single. It's Lewis McManus who runs round from behind the stumps to retrieve. End of the over, 145 for 8, 48 to Price, 18 to Taylor. 12th man Louis Kimber coming on with a drink for Lewis McManus. And it will be Sanderson to continue. Have I said the wrong thing?
Well, Ed has muttered something behind me about ice creams and various bits and bobs. Sounds like he's offering to go on an ice cream run, which would certainly not go down amiss.
I could kill a mivvy at this time, you know.
It'll melt by the time I get back.
Or a fab.
Well,
Can you still get those? Oh, marvellous.
Well, as soon as you say that, those clouds are eking in, put an end to your dessert chat.
I haven't had one this season yet. It's you know, good month, 6 weeks in.
Well, Sanderson's going to continue. This is his 18th now. It's full and off the inside edge of Taylor. He'll scamper through. It's a good result for Gloucestershire. Single off the first ball. Brings Price on strike. Of course, is still on 48. A vigil, really. 137 balls he's faced for his 48 runs.
The unfortunate thing is, Nathan, that with Ben Sanderson, you know, I think whatever happens now, he's possibly the story for Northamptonshire. It'll be the ice bath, won't it, after close of play? So trying to interview bowlers when they've just had a decent stint and they seem to be in the ice bath for ages.
Well, he's got another wicket to get before he can have that bath. And there's an LBW shout. Sanderson himself didn't seem that keen. Wicketkeeper McManus was jumping for joy. He was celebrating rather than appealing. I think that's hit high outside the line on the back leg as well. Got a long way across. Did Price? Not for the first time today, but yeah, the appeal was definitely more exuberant from behind the stumps than it was from the bowler.
I suppose he could have, on another day, just gone and sat in the ice cream van, couldn't he, rather than have to get wet.
Sanderson in full, and Price does go after it. He's thinking about just a tight single there. Just for a second, I wondered if Taylor might have been struggling, but he does well. Price moves to 49.
In the old days, if you used to go and interview a fast bowler after getting 4, 5, 6 wickets, whatever, they, you know, straight to the beers, get a pint in, but things have changed. I had a very interesting chat actually with Lee Daggett, former Northamptonshire bowler who's now physio, about how changes in lifestyle have come into the game so much, and the post-match pint being a thing of the past.
Full and steered down behind Gully. I think that will race away for a boundary. It will. That's Taylor's second boundary through the third man region. This one played very intentionally, much to the delight of a punter who stood right next to our FX mic.
I've got to say, the crowd are in positive uproar.
Well, it might just be one bloke who happens to be microphone adjacent.
Well, perhaps to him the post-match pint is not a thing of the past.
Well, dare I say the mid-match pint is not
yeah.
a thing of the past. Very much a thing of the present. Here's Sanderson again. Full. Oh, that looks very close. Sanderson was just celebrating. He didn't even bother appealing. It's been given not out, and a shy at the non-striker's end has meant that they've come through for a single. There's no signal from the umpire, so
to hit it.
A run is given. Always difficult to see on the replay whether there was any inside edge or not. Oh, well, if I tell you what, if he didn't hit it,
then it was knocking everything out of the ground.
Yeah.
But fair enough, he didn't give a signal, so he thinks he got an inside edge on it.
That brings Price back on strike. He's on 49. There's one delivery left.
Gosh, as you say, that was hitting the top of middle, wasn't it?
Yeah. What do they say? Missing off, missing leg.
Yeah.
Hitting middle. Here comes Sanderson. Final delivery of his 18th. Oh, full and wide, and Price did take the bait. He went after it, but it beats the outside edge. 152 for 8.
And as you said, right on cue, as we were talking about ice cream, the clouds have indeed built up a little bit.
I thought you were going to say you saw an ice cream van pulling.
No. It's yeah, the light it's okay with the floodlights on, although anyone who was at Wantage Road for the game against Middlesex when the equivalent of a full day's play was lost, 93 overs across the 4 days with not a spot of rain. It was all very, very, very frustrating.
Yeah, I remember looking at a scorecard actually. Was it on day one before lunch? Or was it or early in the afternoon? They were off for light or something like that, wasn't it?
I think the problem was, I'll be as diplomatic as I can. I think maybe an excess of caution when they came off on the first day. That then set the benchmark, of course, for the rest of the game, and so it was a bit murky around. But if you're not going to play in those sort of conditions in England, then the first thing you need to do is stop playing Championship cricket in April, because it's going to happen. But anyway, we won't go over all that again. Here's Conway starting a fresh spell from the Ashley Down Road end, replacing Luke Procton. Starts off with a short ball outside off stump, left alone by Matt Taylor. But many more of those, Nathan, and I just have a feeling that the umpires may start to get a teensy bit twitchy.
It's just gotten dark again,
It
has
has,
it?
yeah.
We had about, what, an hour of, well, maybe I'm being ambitious. Was it 45 minutes of glorious sunshine?
It's just in the last sort of 10, 15 minutes, isn't it, that it started to cloud over, and it's just a little bit gloomy now. Here's Conway, starting his 17th over and dropped into the onside by Taylor, out to George Bartlett at mid-wicket. Liam Guthrie is now limbering up down on the boundary down below us at long leg.
I think it's just about okay at the minute. It
is at the moment, as I say, but my only thought is if Conway's going to start banging it in, then experience suggests that the umps just do maybe get a little bit anxious. Here's Conway in and bowls, and that wasn't really that short. It just lifted a little bit off just short of a length, and a little wave at it with the bat from Matt Taylor that mercifully for him didn't find the edge. Still haven't seen Calvin Harrison. Every now and again he has a little bit of limbering up, but as I was saying this morning, he seems to spend a lot of his time in the field limbering up, and we think, oh yes, he must be coming on to bowl. And it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the case, but we haven't seen any spin today at all, which will account of that and the rain for the fact it was going to be a late finish. Here's Conway in, bowls short. It's pulled away down to deep square where George Bartlett fields it on the bounce. I think it's fair to say, and this is no disrespect to Matt Taylor, that he wasn't entirely in control of that stroke. Nevertheless, it landed safely, and he picks up another run. He goes to 25, 153 for 8.
Yeah, somewhat fortunate, I suspect, that landed, 15 yards in front of deep square. Who, to be fair, you talk about light, it looked like Bartlett out there. He struggled to pick it up at one point as well. Although it is coming, if you look at his angle that he's looking across, it's probably coming straight out of the trees.
Here's Conway in and bowls, and solidly defended by Ollie Price up to mid-on, and there's no run. No, this is something that we were talking about, and you make the point there that about background, and the one thing about the technology that they still use for bad light, the light meter, it is old tech, whereas everything else in the game, the technology has moved on. And I was talking to somebody in a position with one of the governing bodies. Here's Conway in bowls and defended by Price back down the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 153 for 8. Price is 49, Taylor is 25. And they were saying, the technology is still fairly old, and what it doesn't do when you do those sort of readings is give you any indication of things like how good a sighting ground it is. If you've got red brick behind it or something, or if you've got trees, or if you've got dark coloured seats, And some grounds, of course, like Northampton, have got all white seats all around the place. So it's not an exact. Although they want to say it's an exact science, and that is the reading, and that's what we're going to go by. It actually isn't an exact science, and I think it's something that probably clever people need to have a little look at.
It certainly isn't. I can remember playing at university, and the ground was surrounded by halls of residence, which were all red brick. As Sanderson continues his over, that's defended by Taylor, and as a result, it could be. In fact, actually, I do remember one summer. It was a couple of years. Oh, when was it? I think it was about summer 2019, maybe. Was it when there was no rain at all summer, and every outfield in the country was brown? And I can remember fielding in 25-degree plus heat in the middle of the day, beautiful sunshine, but you still couldn't see the ball because you're at deep square and you're looking across at the point boundary, and it's red coming out of red with the surrounding buildings. Anyway, Sanderson continues. Full and straight again. Taylor remains resolute in his defence. 3 slips are waiting for him. Otherwise, Northamptonshire have the field saving one. They're happy to try and bowl at the number 10. Interestingly, they do have a deep third on the fence now. Taylor has, especially off the bowling of Sanderson, actually. He's managed to squirt the ball away behind square a few times for boundaries. So Proctor has plugged that gap now. Sanderson in again, up past the umpire. Full, and that one just comes off the outer half of the bat aerially, and it lands short of point, so Taylor survives.
But I do think it's something that, I mean, I know that there wasn't a big crowd in. It's not as though, you were sort of disappointing thousands of people. But when the same sort of thing happens in test matches or whatever, and it is very difficult to say to people, yes, you've paid this amount of money. Conditions are not, as the law says, dangerous or unreasonable, but we're still coming off. Difficult one.
Worked away into the onside by Taylor. Mid-wicket does the fielding. There is no run. Well, test matches are another ball game entirely because, at least some counties, you might just be disappointing a few people who came in and didn't pay after tea or what have you.
That's what I mean. If that sort of thing happens in a test match where it can have reputational implications, it can have financial implications. It's just think in this day and age that when they can make tech do all sorts of things.
Taylor remains on strike. He takes on the short ball. There's a cry of catch, and he's picked out the man at deep square. He wasn't all the way back on the fence. He's about 3/4 of the way. It is a large boundary out there, but Taylor took on the short ball, and it's caused his downfall. And should say as well, I believe that is a 5th wicket for Sanderson.
It is. It's interesting, Nathan, because I think Ed was making the point earlier that often when you have the man down at deep square, they tend to be on the boundary. The number of times you see it not quite get there, and we saw that with the Bartlett one, didn't we? Where if he'd been in perhaps another 10, 15 yards, but safe save there wasn't all the way back, and as a result, it just went straight down his throat without basically having to move very much. And that is yet another 5-wicket haul for Ben Sanderson for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, so just to dot the I's and cross the T's on that one, as you said, it was Safe Sabre who took the catch. 25 for Matt Taylor. He faced 36 deliveries out there for 40 minutes. It is the 9th wicket to fall.
And Sanderson's 4th 5 for or better this season.
4th already,
the Championship. 5 for 79 against Lancashire in the first game. 5 for 62 against Middlesex in the third. 7 for 31, 11 in the match against Worcestershire, and now 5 here.
Ollie Price is running out of partners here if he wants to get his one single that he needs to bring up a milestone, albeit that's probably far from his or Gloucestershire's thought process at the minute. Gabe Bell is out at Jack, number 11. He's got one delivery left to negotiate in this Sanderson over, and the field, unsurprisingly, spreads. More than happy to give him one and let him keep the strike. So 153 for 9 Gloucestershire, the final delivery of the 51st over. Sanderson in, It's off the inside edge, and Ollie Price tells Gabe Bell to stay where he is. Deep square mops up, but they do not take the single. It is a wicket maiden for Sanderson.
It's Ben Sanderson's 25th 5-wicket haul for Northamptonshire in first-class cricket. Puts him now on 626 wickets across all formats for Northamptonshire, one behind Jim Griffiths on 627, and that would put him from 14th place to joint 13th in the all-time list, for those who like the facts and figures. So, Rathy Weatherall's just been on with sustenance for somebody. We said it's a long session. Do you think they have a packed lunch taken out to them or something? It's a 46 over session.
That'll be like a Nutri-Grain bar or some protein bar or something like that.
Well, when Kirk Russell, who was the physio here, of course, for years, and before that at Northamptonshire, when he did away with cakes at tea time, then Northamptonshire captain Rob Bailey was not happy. Just for this sort of circumstance, I suppose. Well, it's going to be Conway to continue. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 53. He's bowling to Ollie Price with fields scattered around the boundary. 2 slips in, everyone else on the fence. And that's driven by Price up to long off, and there is no run. So we're now into the realms of turning down runs and working out how many balls there are left.
He's turned down 50 there, his Price.
He has.
Very straightforward single to bring up the milestone.
Well, yeah, those obviously, as Northamptonshire saw with George Bartlett finishing 95 not out against Lancashire when he saved the game there, turned down any number of opportunities to get to 100. Ollie Price putting the team first as Conway bowls, and that is clipped away by Price down to Liam Guthrie, and again an easy single if he'd wanted it, but he doesn't.
Yeah, so he's going to have to get there via either a boundary or a very quick single at the end of the over when inevitably the field does come up.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson is just so reliable, and it's interesting talking. I mentioned Lee Daggett and talking to him last week for our cricket show on BBC Radio Northampton. Came out with one line that I much enjoyed. Here's Conway in, bowls to Price and pushes it out into the covers. They thought about the single, but Conway himself sets off in pursuit.
Well, I think the thinking there was he timed that not well enough, shall we say, that he might have been able to come back for two. Conway made sure that that was not on the cards.
And Lee Daggett, who was a fine bowler in county cricket and retired immediately after winning the T20 with Northamptonshire in 2013. He said he regarded himself, and he said, looking back on my career, I was a poor man's Ben Sanderson, which I thought was a nice line. Now, with 3 balls bowled, people have started to appear from all over the place. It's now got a mid-wicket in, saving 1, mid-on saving 1, mid-off and extra cover as Conway is in. Bowls, and it's cut away by Ollie Price. This time they will take the single, and that is a very, very hard-working half-century for Ollie Price. 50 off 146 balls. And the fan club's in. And they are thoroughly enjoying that little bit of individual achievement for Gloucestershire and what's been generally a fairly disappointing day. Although, of course, Northamptonshire have still got a bat. We always judge conditions when both teams are batting. Now, they want the helmet out. James Sales gesturing to the changing room, and suddenly, as if by magic, Louis Kimber appears with all manner of protective equipment. So this will waste a bit more time.
It will. It's a lot of effort for 2 deliveries. I suspect if there was just 1 ball to go in the over, they wouldn't have bothered. But clearly, 2 deliveries up to number 11 are a valuable resource here for Northamptonshire, and it obviously is worth it in that calculation for Sales to get his helmet on. Oh, interesting that I thought he was going to properly stop play and put those oversized shin guards on as well, but he's decided against it. He's going to take a risk, and the box and the helmet is enough for now.
Breed 'em tough in Northampton. Here's Conway in and bowls and beats Gabe. It's an outside edge. Gabe Bell goes, caught behind without scoring, and Gloucestershire are all out for 154. Little straightforward outside edge. And Northamptonshire have tidied up the innings. All out for 154, and then they are going to have quite a good chunk of batting this evening.
Yeah, Ollie Price, unbeaten on 50. I think a vigil is the apt description there. 146 deliveries he has faced. Quite literally a lone hand in this Gloucestershire scorecard. Next highest score was Matt Taylor at number 10. He had 25. Tommy Borman had a bright and breezy 22 earlier on the day, hitting 4 boundaries. And the third top scorer actually was Ernie Extras, 23 there for Gloucestershire. But they finish up 154 all out, as you say, Ratters.
Well, yes, the leg buys have come out of that pretty well. They're the 4th highest scorer with 17. There were 23 extras all told. 4 buys, 17 leg buys, 2 no balls. And Gloucestershire all out for 154 in 51 overs and 5 balls. The bowling figures: Ben Sanderson, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 47, as I mentioned, his 4th 5 of the season and his 25th for Northamptonshire. Harry Conway, 17 overs and 5 balls, 3 maidens, 2 for 54. Luke Proctor, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 24. And Liam Guthrie, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 8. So 154 all out. There are, I'm not sure if those overs been knocked off. No, I think there's still 25. So potentially we've got another hour and a half's cricket this evening. So that being so, we'll just give ourselves a moment to go catch our breath, have a glass of water, maybe an ice cream cone, and get ourselves ready for the final session. We'll be back with you from Bristol in around about 5 minutes' time.
So I have the full details now of the Gloucestershire innings. Having been put into bat this morning when Northants won the toss. Ben Charlesworth caught Guthrie, bowled Sanderson, naught. Cameron Bancroft, LBW bowled Conway, naught. Ollie Price not out 50. Miles Hammond caught McManus, bowled Sanderson 2. James Bracey caught McManus, bowled Sanderson 7. Tommy Borman bowled Proctor 22. Graham Van Buren caught Conway, bowled Guthrie 11. Will Williams, LBW bowled Sanderson 13. Craig Miles bowled Proctor 1. Matt Taylor caught Zay, bowled Sanderson 25. Gabe Bell caught McManus, bowled Conway 0. There were 23 extras made up of 4 buys, 17 leg buys, and 2 no balls. And only 4 bowlers used by Northamptonshire. Ben Sanderson, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 47. Harry Conway, 17 overs and 5 balls, 3 maidens, 2 for 54. Luke Proctor, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 24. And Liam Guthrie, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 8. And when the scoreboard is updated, there will be 25 overs left on the day's play when Gloucestershire take the field and Northants start their first innings.
Well, everybody says that have you got a full set? Yeah. So I did count that. I had a 1980, whatever it's like, personally started back. I did some 40th birthday in 1970. Yeah, and then I had a gap, and of course, what does that create? Yeah. Yeah. They also bought me, this is hilarious, they also bought me the 1970 Yorkshire yearbook, Yorkshire County Championship, which, amongst other things, had a list of all the presidents and prizes that season, their home address, and telephone numbers. What were they thinking? I can't imagine why that would be. It's just a similar letter. Yeah, it's just a really boring time, isn't it? I guess so. When I was kind of going through all some of the photo albums, and you tend to do you kind of like clippings from your newspaper and stuff which you kept, and there was one where I did it's probably about 7 or 8 people in there, then like a local kind of junior report or whatever it's called club, and once they got to a round number, the person that was that member ended up getting featured in the newspaper. It just so happened I was number 900, and I was reading the blurb, and it's Andrew Green up 40 Wakefield President. I was like, Dewsbury West Yorkshire, do you have 12 ASL? It's like, well, shoe size 6, safeguarding anybody. Yeah. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I'll do that. In fact, the goals quite as well, the capabilities, especially if you give a bit of variety as well. Yeah, also you're going to have David Payne back. Yeah. Well, again, it comes back to what I said earlier about booking the players moving franchises so you kind of don't really get. Yeah, or it's like, oh, I'll follow Chennai Super Kings because they've got MS Dhoni playing, but now we're playing 4 or 5 franchises because of the way the auction works. I just worry that might happen. Yes, like 20 years from Welsh Fire in our franchise might happen. I'll be fans of the ground at Welsh Fire supporters. Real, just on principle and phrase.
So for this last phase of play on this first day, please welcome back umpires Hassan Adnan and James Treadwell.
Exciting about that. Just simply scores 230 what's it like? Yeah. And even that's
In the field, the Gloucestershire side captained by number 1 Cameron Bancroft.
Fantasy game on the website, which is 24 in the world last year.
2, Luke Proctor, and number 27, Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Yeah, that's the way of getting into it. Yeah.
Hello again, as Gloucestershire take to the field, having been dismissed for 154 by Northamptonshire, and will now have to try and make some inroads into Northamptonshire's top order to try and claw themselves back into this match, as Northamptonshire's decision to put Gloucestershire in up front this morning has proven to be a very good one. Gloucestershire dismissed for that 154, 5-wicket haul for Ben Sanderson, who's returned to haunt Gloucestershire once again. And now it'll be first up Messrs Bell and Williams for Gloucestershire to see if they can try and repeat some of what Sanderson and Conway also did up front for Northamptonshire. So Bell to bowl the first over. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor, the Northamptonshire openers, in the middle as well. Gloucestershire were going to go with 3 slips, but now it looks as though they've decided to go for 3 plus a gully. So they'll leave cover open as Bell bowls right arm over the wicket to Vasconcelos, who's across and turning away into the leg side where Craig Miles will field. Ed Seaborn and Andrew Radd back with you on the BBC Sport website and app. Commentary brought to you by BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire and BBC Radio Northampton, and also available on the Gloucestershire live stream as Bell runs in once more. Strong action bowls. Vasconcelos defends into the onside. Once again, Craig Miles across to do the fielding. And I think fair to say Gloucestershire will need to take multiple wickets this evening to give themselves something to go into day 2 with. 25 overs indeed. The time in theory remaining in the day's play. Still plenty of blue sky around. It's just that there's also some quite thick clouds around that as Vasconcelos turns it to mid-on and there's no run. I mean, thick in terms of density. They're not just especially stupid clouds. But anyway.
Yes, I was looking at the radar. There's a little bit still around. Nothing looks particularly threatening imminently, but I think, yeah, you just wonder whether if the cloud comes across, we saw it, didn't we, during the back end of the Gloucestershire innings. It did get very murky very quickly.
Bell into Vasconcelos, who dabs it away. Quite delicate defensive shot from Vasconcelos towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Northamptonshire have managed 10 championship centuries so far this season, scored by 6 different players. Vasconcelos has a couple. Harrison has a couple. Nathan McSweeney has a couple. James Sales has a couple. 1 each for McManus and Proctor.
Bell in and bowls, strikes Vasconcelos on the thigh pad, or possibly even the glove actually, as he was wringing out his left hand a little bit. Ball goes towards square leg. Perhaps Vasconcelos is already having flashbacks to last year. Probably not. Struck on the glove.
Yes.
That looks troubling. He's having a grin by the looks of things with Craig Miles at mid-wicket. Last ball of this first over, Bell bowls. Vasconcelos wants a single. That's really good cricket from both Northamptonshire openers. Wasn't hit very far at all, but just well placed enough that with a committed sprint they've got through for that single with no shy at the stumps attempted. So Vasconcelos has pinched the strike at the end of the first over. Northamptonshire won without loss deficit. Sounds very daunting. 153. Sounds a bit less daunting.
Luke Proctor, 348 runs at 58 in the championship this year, although it must be said that his unbeaten 261 at Canterbury is doing some fairly heavy lifting in terms of that average, because apart from that, he hasn't had a particularly productive season with the bat. 0, 13, 13, 21, 20 and 20. So if he gets to 20, that's the sort of the danger. If he gets past 20, he'll get 260, but it's been a slightly odd season with the bat for the captain. Vasconcelos, as I mentioned, 327 runs at 47 with a couple of hundreds. Generally seems to be enjoying his cricket a bit more this year after a couple of tough years. And he's facing Will Williams, and he drives nicely away through extra cover. I don't think he's quite got the legs to go for 4. He's running out towards that long boundary. And they come back for 3. Gonna have to hurry. And he does. It's a little bit touch and go. But he just needed to put the afterburners on, get those legs moving, which he does. And he picks up 3 runs. He goes to 4. And Northamptonshire to 4 for no wicket. Brings Luke Proctor on strike for the first time in the innings. 3 slips and a gully in place. Ollie Price in there at first. Bancroft at second. Miles Hammond at third. And Ben Charlesworth in the gully. A backward point. Extra cover. Mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. And Williams, having got into his delivery stride, then pulls out. Just not feeling quite right, obviously. Yeah, I think it's where he took off. He's just suggesting, I don't know whether it's a little bit of a damp patch there from earlier on. But anyway, he's going to bowl round the wicket.
Yeah, interesting. After just
running in and then deciding
Yeah.
he's not going to try it again.
First delivery and one non-delivery. Is that enough?
He's going to bowl round the wicket then to Luke Proctor. And Proctor defends solidly back down the pitch, and there is no run. Northamptonshire, say I've seen the highs and the lows this year. At Canterbury, 684 for 2, with the first 4 all getting hundreds. First time it's ever happened for Northamptonshire, and only the 5th time in Championship history, including a couple of times back in the 20s. Williams in again, and Proctor once again defends back down the pitch. And then, of course, in the previous game, on a pitch that was doing very, very little, in which Derbyshire had got to 600 without breaking sweat, Northamptonshire were bowled out for 228. In the end, it's remarkable, they faced 218 overs in the match and were still well shy, 140 odd runs shy of Derbyshire's total outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. Lost by an innings at 113 runs, bowled out for 228 in 96 overs and 263 in 122. Harrison and Sales and McManus using up a lot of deliveries. But they will realise that they've got a lot of time now to bat, potentially. Of course, we don't know what the weather has in store, but I don't think they can worry about that at this stage. Here's Williams in, good ball, outside the off stump. Proctor may just have pulled the bat inside the line. The umpire's just having a little look at where Williams's feet are landing, since he's opted to come round the wicket. There's a little phalanx of spectators at the far end of the ground in the sunshine, but not too many in today. Forecast, I'm sure, would have put a few off. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Proctor, turns it away into the leg side, straight to square leg, where Craig Miles fields. And that's the end of the second over of the innings. Northamptonshire 4 for no wicket, all of those 4 runs scored by Ricardo Vasconcelos. We've obviously lost some time to the weather, but they've had a fairly grim day down at Southampton, still off for rain. Hampshire 128 for 6 against Nottinghamshire.
There's plenty of time to bat themselves, you'd think, even despite the rain today, Nottinghamshire. Hampshire struggling, and then of course that announcement that Liam Dawson had retired from first-class cricket with immediate effect.
It's a serious blow, isn't it?
Bell in over the wicket bowls. It's driven by Vasconcelos, clattered somewhat to a deep mid-off. In fact, Williams will win the race, running from mid-on. So another single. Vasconcelos continues to monopolise the scoring, 5 without loss. But yeah, a side that you sort of felt that gradually, piece by piece, a successful side is being dismantled, and Liam Dawson probably leaves Kyle Abbott as one of the last remaining of what was a side that's probably one of the better sides in recent times not to lift the county championship.
So 3 or 4 years ago, they looked very good, didn't they?
Round the wicket goes Bell, spears it down the leg side, but then it's almost chipped to Miles at mid-wicket, which would have been another one to add to the list of curious ways to get out today. One bounce to Craig Miles at mid-wicket.
When Northamptonshire were up in Division 1 a couple of seasons there, they were far too strong for a Northamptonshire side, a little bit in transition, and they just looked to have all bases covered, looked a very, very strong side.
Bell in bowls, what takes off, and Proctor plays inside it, but again there's bounce and movement away, and I did wonder when Bell would bowl on this what it would be like in terms of comparison with him and Conway, both very strong action, tall bowlers, but still got the ability to move the ball, so imagine that he would cause some problems. Bell into Proctor, who feels for a fuller ball that time and is beaten on the outside edge. Not quite sure where Ollie Price was going at first slip. I've just suddenly seen him go down to the ground. What's he doing? Probed at it, and then was it just because he wasn't past the ball? Possibly. Anyway, really nice couple of deliveries in a row from Bell. Continue to probe away from round the wicket to Proctor, who deflects it away down to fine leg and gets off the mark. So a fairly typical Luke Proctor way to get underway. A little nudge down to fine leg. So 6 without loss. But yeah, James Vince no longer playing. Going back to Hampshire, no longer playing first-class cricket. Barker's moved on. Now part of a battery at Warwickshire rather than having to be the man with the new ball. Mohamed Abbas gone to Derbyshire. Bell back over the wicket for Vasconcelos, who drives up to mid-off. I thought if Van Buren fielded that cleanly, he might have had a shy, but probably they'd have been okay anyway, because again, it was a very committed run from both Vasconcelos and Proctor, so 3 runs off that over. And Northamptonshire 7 without loss. 3 overs gone.
Of course, Mason Crane, who struggled to get in that side, has also moved. I mention him because when I'm talking about that game at Southampton in 2023, he actually played it. It was his first game for a while, and just reminded us of what a talented cricketer he is. And thankfully, the move has proved a very good one for him down to Glamorgan.
Ian Holland as well, who was at times opening the batting for Hampshire, but sort of in and out, but he's really found a home at Leicestershire now.
Yeah, no, it's interesting when that does happen, and you do see it from time to time. Here's Williams, 3 slips and a gully in place, bowls, and Vasconcelos pushes it up to mid-on, and there's no run. We're talking about 1976, and obviously there's a lot of commemoration and celebration going on this year around Northamptonshire to mark 50 years since not only winning the Gillette Cup but also finishing second in the championship to Mike Brearley's Middlesex in 76. And the story goes, and I've heard it from a few people, as Williams bowls a beauty to Vasconcelos that beats him outside the off stump. Ken Turner, the the visionary secretary of Northamptonshire, who basically ran the show, was apparently on the balcony, the celebrations at Lord's after winning the Gillette Cup, and he said this side has now achieved all it can. And they started the process, and it was deeply controversial to get people out and bring people in. Here's another beauty from Williams that beats Vasconcelos on the angle. Just coming in on the angle from round the wicket and just doing enough to beat the outside edge. Really good stuff from Will Williams.
Because I mean, these last two, he's got to play at them because they
Yeah.
start in the early movement is in swing. So if you don't play that and leave, and it's the one that just carries on, then you've got everybody going, well, why did you leave that?
Here's Williams in and bowls to Vasconcelos and just errs on the side of being a little bit too straight and nudged away by Vasconcelos past square leg. Craig Miles tracks back towards the main scoreboard and they come through for a couple. Vasconcelos to 8, Northamptonshire to 9 for no wicket. And within just over a year, say several key players, and accelerated a little bit in the case of Mushtaq by Packer and all that was going on in the early part of 77. Here's Williams in again, a lovely looking cut and a very good stop by Tommy Borman in the covers. Saved probably 3 runs because they come through for a single, but it was beautifully timed by Vasconcelos, and I suspect it might have gone for 4 if Borman hadn't have arrested its progress. Northamptonshire 10 for no wicket, Vasconcelos to 9. Roy Virgin had retired, John Dye was moved on, Bisham-Beddy wasn't re-engaged, Mushtaq had left, partly through Packer, but partly just a bit of a fallout. It was known as the Great Schism, an awful lot of senior players going at once. Here's it's a beauty from Williams, and it's gone past the outside edge of Proctor's baton. Proctor and he exchanging meaningful glances, possibly a comment or two, but I don't quite know. Actually, I'm not sure Proctor had to play at that, I think whereas the ones to Vasconcelos, I think he did. I think that was possibly a little bit wider. Anyway, he did play at it, but fortunately for him, he missed it. 10 for no wicket. But it's challenging stuff from Will Williams, and just the left-handers have got to sort out the angles, haven't they? And 2 left-handers at the top of the order. Only 1 more thereafter in form of safe save before you get down to Liam Guthrie.
So Bell was running in, but they put Charlesworth now out of the gully and into a short extra cover as Bell bowls to Vasconcelos, who just lets the ball meet the bat and taps it to backward point, and there's no run.
Point of that slightly long-winded anecdote was that sometimes you have to grasp the nettle and you have to realise that a side is in is at a position where it can take the club no further, and you sometimes have to make, to use that horribly overworked phrase, the difficult decisions.
Which are always undertaken as Bell bowls, and this is slightly uppish, but well behind square, down to Taylor, who moves across to long leg. That's another single to Vasconcelos, who moves into double figures, 11 without loss.
And after that, Northamptonshire 1978 had a wretched season because they brought back Jim Watts as captain, who retired really years earlier. But they had a lad from South Africa who looked half decent called Alan Lamb. That was his first season, and the following year they got to a cup final, and then 2 years later they won the Benson and Hedges, and and it was the era of the famous 5: Cook, Larkins, Williams, Lamb, Peter Willey, and then David Capel and Rob Bailey coming in. So, and that was in the space of 4 or 5 years. But sometimes you have to.
Bell bowls, Proctor pushes to cover, wants a single, Van Buren will shy at the stumps and miss them. I think Vasconcelos would just have been home, but
Tight,
it would
wasn't it?
certainly have been a close one. Yeah, they've shown that they're willing to push the envelope as far as the running and almost maybe pushed too far there. Van Buren, mentioned several times before, not always a fielder to take on because he does tend to have quite an accurate arm from in close, but missed that time. 12 without loss. Proctor to 2. Bell to Vasconcelos. Wide ball, slashes at it and misses it. Continued to move away, and it's felled Ollie Price at first slip. He didn't quite duck it in the way that Vasconcelos did in the Gloucestershire batting innings, but it was a wild piece of cricket all around. Quite a wide ball from Bell, and Vasconcelos actually struggled to reach that anyway. Might have just about managed to get a toe end on it. Just absolutely took off, and so did Bracey. Bell bowls straighter ball, defended by Vasconcelos up to mid-off.
We were talking about Ben Sanderson and his record against certain counties, and many thanks to Mikey Fenn, who's done these sort of things so I don't have to. The number of fifers, the 25 that we mentioned, 25 championship fifers for Northamptonshire. 4 against Sussex, 4 against Derbyshire, and now 4 against Gloucestershire.
Bell bowls. Oh, that's a wild shot from Vasconcelos. He's tried to pull a ball from outside the off stump, drag it across the line, and misses it completely. Strange over. 2 short balls outside off stump that Vasconcelos has tried to play on opposing sides of the wicket and missed both of them. It's 12 without loss.
So yeah, Sussex 4, Derbyshire 4, Gloucestershire 4, Leicestershire 3 have been the counties, his counties of choice. But thank you very much indeed for A, for doing that, Mikey, and B, for passing it on, because it's one thing I won't have to do this evening. 12 for no wicket. Williams to continue with 3 slips in place. Round the wicket to Proctor, who turns it away in the leg side. Vasconcelos is keen for a single, but Craig Miles is there just behind square on the leg side to save the single, and that is exactly what he does. 3 slips, backward point, inviting gap through the covers. Then extra cover rather than mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man Miles just behind square on the leg side. Here comes Williams again, outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. The light, with the sun having gone, is now starting to just get a little bit murky again. We still have, how many? 18? 19 overs to go.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't know, it's a good hour and 20, something like that.
Can't imagine there's going to be much spin bowled.
No. Indeed not. Here's Williams. In again, bowls to Proctor, and Proctor plays down on the leg side. There's a horrible mix-up here. And, well, Northamptonshire have got away with it. And not only have they got away with it, but they're going to pick up 5 runs. It was played by Proctor behind square on the leg side. It was a really good stop by Craig Miles. Vasconcelos, as he was to that one earlier in the over that went to the same fielder, was keen on a single. They finished up almost at the same end. Horrible muddle, considering these two have batted together a lot. And Miles, having done the difficult bit and pulled off a terrific stop, understandably had a go at the stumps, but there was nobody backing up. And it went to the boundary. So 5 runs to Northamptonshire, penalising, you feel, a very, very good bit of fielding. 17 for no wicket, whether he needed to throw at the stumps, I suppose. Is Williams in, bowls, and Vasconcelos defends. Out into the offside, takes Northamptonshire to 17 for no wicket, and Proctor to 7.
I think the other part is having that fielder at backward square in the first place, because they know that Proctor is so strong behind square on the onside. So you wouldn't see a backward square for everybody.
No.
But to have him just fine enough where he could actually make the stop was a good bit of captaincy, and then it gets it's just the way of things. Gets penalised for an extra 4 runs.
Here's Williams in again, bowls and clipped away by Vasconcelos, and that will be 4. That again behind square on the leg side. Miles has dropped back for Vasconcelos, no longer in a one-saving position. But he's beaten down there. It runs away for 4. Northamptonshire to 21 for no wicket. Vasconcelos to 14. But it was horrendous muddle between, as I say, two batters who, bat with each other all the time. Strange one. Anyway, no harm done. Williams in, bowls, and Vasconcelos defends. Out into the offside, there is no run. End of the over, 21 for no wicket. Vasconcelos 14, Proctor is 7. The other Division 2 matches, Kent 374 for 4 now against Durham.
Dawkins is still
Ben
there.
Dawkins still there, 173 not out. It is, I can't remember if we actually mentioned on air that it was his maiden. I know we were going to look it up.
I did. Yes, I think I did whilst you were off. Yeah.
It is his maiden century. 173 not out. Sam Northeast made 141. Worcestershire 270 all out against Lancashire up at Southport. Lancashire 23 for no wicket in reply. And at Lords, Middlesex all out for 177 against Derbyshire, who are 71 for 2 in reply.
Concerning for Gloucestershire that Will Williams has just left the field as Bell continues. Proctor dabs it straight to cover and jumps forward and then jumps backwards again. There's no run there.
Have they been eating sweets or something? They're all a little bit skittish out there this afternoon.
Giddy with excitement after dismissing Gloucestershire for 154.
Thinking about those jelly sweets that you get a bit worried if the kids get hold of them and eat too many. Or me indeed, but very odd.
Bell to Proctor down leg side, and Bracey's come up with it. It was almost like a conjuring trick there. I was struggling, to be honest, to see the ball as it went down the leg side. It really is gloomy.
It is starting to get decidedly murky now, isn't it? As soon as you lose I'm afraid at this time of year, as soon as you lose the sun.
Yes, even though relatively quite close to the summer solstice, but Bell bowls full and wide. Proctor's lunged at that and missed, trying to drive it.
And I know it's no longer the issue it was in terms of the regs, but you can now see the shadows being cast by the artificial light as Gabe Bell walks back to his mark.
Yeah, it does almost become a case of fielders seeing the ball being the thing, because as you alluded to earlier, this is not the easiest seeing ground. Bell bowls, Proctor on the back foot, plays defensively down into the offside. There's no run. You've got the trees, the City of Bristol College buildings, which are, well, I mean, they're not quite as sort of almost foreboding in terms of the darkness as it looks at the moment, but it's not the easiest to see a red ball out of them, even so. Bell round the wicket, in bowls, left by Proctor. Leaps up away from him. Couldn't really do too much with that. You've got to think it must be getting pretty close. I noticed that the ground staff are actually by the covers as well. I don't know if that's in expectation of rain or just in the expectation that bad light might curtail things. But they are in position. Last ball of this over. Bell in now. Oh, Proctor gets squared up by that one. Was shaping up towards mid-wicket and the ball skews off to Van Buren, but along the ground at mid-off, and that's a maiden over from Bell.
And just in time for bad light to stop play, I shall make way for Nathan Chance.
It's happened twice already when Nathan and I have been on together. It cannot be far off. I mean, the umpires are having a bit of a stare at each other. There is going to be a bowling change, and it's potentially an enforced one, because Will Williams did leave the field of his own accord and without anybody coming out to attend to him at all. But I wonder if he's feeling, as he's bowling, the effects of that rap on the right hand that he had when he was batting, because he admittedly, he also didn't seem that pleased with where he was running in from over the wicket there. So maybe he does just want a change of ends, but a little bit concerning that Gloucestershire, who've already suffered the blow, have been bowled out for 154, now have their leading wicket taker off the field as Taylor. Sorry.
Is it me?
I just realised I have actually gone 2 overs in a row. I'd forgotten who did the last over and all that. I'll describe that ball anyway. Taylor to Vasconcelos, and it's defended to cover. Sorry.
That's all right.
I just completely lost track of which end I was doing.
You're a glutton for hard work, Ed.
Well, I think we don't shirk our responsibilities, but a 46.5 over session is quite something.
Taylor, full, pushed down the ground by Vasconcelos. No run. Yeah, I don't think I should be able to beat my 7 ball stint in the afternoon. That was, I think that's a record personally for how short I've lasted on air and before weather curtailed the working day.
I can't remember when, but I've definitely done a stint with 0 balls bowled.
That's
got on air, said hello, and then at that exact moment they decided to go off.
That is very impressive. Taylor continues, left arm over the wicket, well outside the off stump, left alone.
They've already closed at Southport. Lancashire 28 without loss. Worcestershire were bowled out for 270.
I mean, 10 past 6 is not an outrageous closing time. It's just the nature of the weather here. We're going to be in all day. I can see 2 punters below us. One of them has just turned up, very proud of himself, bearing 2 fresh beverages, and dare I say, they might have to drink them quickly if we're finishing soon. Taylor in, pulled. It's unconvincing. Will this carry? Oh, it's just out of the reach of a diving Bracey. It was down to fine leg, a top-edged pull shot from Vasconcelos. I wonder, based on where Bracey has ended up, he's about 20 yards in from the fine leg boundary. Could Gabe Bell at fine leg come in and made his life easier? There was 3 of them converging, square leg, wicketkeeper and fine leg. In the end, the man with the gloves went for it, which is, in theory, what you're supposed to do. If you have the gloves, you take the responsibility. But a sprawling James Bracey just couldn't hang on, and that is a life.
I wonder if Bell saw it at fine leg almost.
Too dark.
Well, I don't know. Because, as you say, he had about half the distance to go that Bracey did.
Well, in the end result was a single. Vasconcelos getting off strike as Proctor now leaves one alone outside the off stump. It's funny, when he played the shot, I had absolutely no idea where the ball went. Again, it's very dark, Ed, in case we didn't mention it. But it was when, I can't quite see who it is at square leg, started jittering. I thought, oh, this might have gone straight up in the air. Now, the umpires have come together. They're having a look off into the distance, looking at the colour of the clouds, perhaps. Is a light meter coming out? I'm not quite sure.
Well, Vasconcelos has started to take
a
step towards the pavilion.
False start, that. He took one step towards the pavilion and then he came back. I think that tells you if they do offer it to the batters will almost certainly be racing off the field of play. This is a lengthy conversation. They're going to have to make a decision either way here.
This is not I mean, if you did this with a big crowd in, the slow hand clap would certainly have started probably about 15 seconds ago, and the upshot seems to be that we're going to continue.
Yeah, James Treadwell is marching back to the standing umpire position. There is 1 ball left in the over, so maybe they just said, right, just use this ball and see in the 45 seconds it takes to get set for the next over.
Imagine if you got out off this ball.
Does it get any darker? Well, yeah, penny for your thoughts, Proctor, if you do get out. Anyway, here comes Taylor. He does not get out. He survives, leaving that one alone outside the off stump. Proctor has a look at square leg umpire. Vasconcelos has a look at the standing umpire. They are not being very subtle in making known their wishes, but we are staying out there for the time being. 8 overs have been bowled, 22 without loss.
I mean, you have to say, it's commendable that the umpires are keeping them out there as much as possible. I can only go in terms of recent events, the last game that took place between Gloucestershire and Kent here, I am sure it was. I don't think it was even this dark, and they went off. So there we go. It's a very difficult thing to judge. So if we're playing in this, then I have to say that we're going to be playing in quite a lot. I mean, just looking how bright the headlights are on a car that's just making its way out of the ground now. Bell continues, then bowls out beauty, which lifts and continues across Vasconcelos, and there has been absolutely no change in the light at all. But because the umpires are now meeting the second time, they've got to go off.
Well,
now.
I think it's. Do you reckon Vasconcelos has sold it a little bit by playing and gone? Oh, look, I can't see the ball. Look how I played that delivery.
And surprise, surprise, we're going off. There's certainly been no change since the last discussion, but they probably, to be honest, should have gone off when they met the previous time, especially after all that. If they are taking, I suppose the argument is, if the umpires are having to have such a long discussion about it, in the same way as if an umpire takes about 15 seconds to raise the finger, then there must be some doubt there. So anyway, I don't think anybody would look at the situation and say that it's not dark enough that bad light could have stopped play. So anyway, they'll take the reading now, and at least now this is the only point where we have to go through this, because the rest of the match, it's just a question of whether the light meter says below or above the level that they'll set now. So Northamptonshire potentially have seen off all of the overs that they'll have to bat this evening. We'll wait and see, because I mean, we're going to be here for best part of half an hour longer, I suspect, in terms of hanging around to see whether we'll go out again to get any more overs, because there's still over an hour's worth of cricket left in terms of the overs remaining, 16.5 overs. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it is the end of the day, but equally there's going to have to be a significant improvement in light levels, and there are still some patches of blue sky around, so it could be that the sun comes out at any moment. But Northamptonshire 22 without loss. Gloucestershire bowled out for 154 with a 5-wicket haul from Ben Sanderson, and they are bang up against it after only Ollie Price was really able to stick it out for any length of time. Ended up 50 not out. Matt Taylor, the second top scorer, batting down at number 10, making 25. And other than Sanderson, he was backed up well by Conway and Proctor, who took 2 wickets each, and one for Liam Guthrie as well. Northamptonshire only needing the 4 bowlers. So as it continues, I think, to get gloomier really rather than brighter, we will say, if there is no further cricket. Oh,
for the record, that was another 7-ball stint for me. That's twice today now.
Excellent. 7's the magic number. But anyway, if there is more cricket to bring you, we will of course be back to do that. But if that is the close of play, thanks for your company today, and Radders and myself at least will be back with you just before 11 o'clock tomorrow.
gentlemen, the ground staff have removed the covers, and the umpires have decided that play will restart at 6:42, and there will be 8 overs and 5 balls left from the allocation today. So 6:42 start, and 8.5 overs remain this evening. Please welcome back Hassan Adnan and James Treadwell, our umpires for this match. In the field, the Gloucestershire side, captained by number 1 Cameron Bancroft. And resuming for Northamptonshire, their captain number 2 Luke Proctor and number 27 Ricardo Vasconcelos. And to resume the over that was in progress when the players left the field from the Bristol Pavilion end, number 5 Gabe Bell.
Hello again. We haven't gone away. So 8.5 overs remain in this opening day, and the 4-pointed shadows of the floodlights have been replaced by shadow from something else. As the covers were briefly on, I think we had a bit of drizzle, but nothing more than that. And still 8.5 overs remain to be bowled, with Northamptonshire resuming on 22 without loss. Bell has 5 deliveries remaining in his 5th over. Vasconcelos on strike on 15, and he defends into the offside. A bit of extra bounce. Hand comes off the bat, and he's looked as if he's jumping about a little bit.
He doesn't
Vasconcelos with Bell bowling at him.
He didn't look too, well, just generally speaking, the body language, they don't look too impressed at well, maybe not impressed, but too eager, maybe is the best way of using it to be out there right now.
3 slips, Bell in, Vasconcelos with a guide to Borman, who's fielding it backward point. There's no run. Joe Phillips is on the field at cover, and I'm assuming that there is still no Will Williams. That's Matt Taylor down at fine leg. Yeah, that was the only figure that I was struggling with. So that is not good news again, that Williams has not retaken the field. Bell bowls full delivery, which is driven up to mid-off by Vasconcelos, and there is no run. I feel obliged to mention that the injury replacement...
Oh, stop.
Regulation rule, whatever it is, playing condition, is still in effect, so we might have the joys of that to come, but let's hope not, from both the Gloucestershire point of view and the point of view of just everybody's sanity, really.
I think we can safely say, after all the light permutations that we've worked on today, that injury replacement is tomorrow's problem.
Bell in, short ball, pulled away, and it's fielded by Miles at mid-wicket. So he's obviously able to see that one relatively decently. Exactly how long this slight window of improved light is going to last is, well, very much remaining to be seen. There's not many patches of blue sky around, and I think once the sun does go behind, the cloud, we're probably back to it being pretty dark again. Bell wide of off and no shot from Vasconcelos, so maiden over from Bell, stretched out across about 20 minutes. And so Northamptonshire at the end of it remain 22 for no wicket. 8 overs remain, and this has got to be, if we get those 8 overs in,
that's a serious effort. That's commitment.
It is, yeah.
It's a significant level of commitment from the umpires.
It does make you wonder if we're scheduling overs until 7:15. Why stop there? I mean, why not? You know, when you get to sort of June time, we might as well just keep playing it.
9 o'clock cricket.
Yeah.
Anyone? Well, I mean, the blast is on in June, so I suppose
we've got a couple of rounds of
true. Yeah,
Championship cricket. We could you know, why stop at 7:15?
I'll let you fight that cause. Matt Taylor's going to continue.
Give the people what they want.
What, Matt Taylor bowling?
Maybe.
Oh, half and a shout. Well, more than half a shout. I think half-hearted shout is probably what was going through my head there. For an LBW, it's turned down. I think it was always missing leg stump. Proctor had gone across his stumps, but not far enough to be adjudged out there. Yeah, comfortably missing leg, I think.
Yep. Not coming back.
3 slips for Taylor. He's got 3 men saving 1 on the offside as well. 2 on the leg and fine leg in place, although I can't actually see him from our position here. There he is. Oh, that's come back. Jagged back in over the top of the stumps, left alone by Proctor. Left on length.
You know, there's that thing where you are presented with a sentence and you read it absolutely correctly because the first and last letters are correct. I've just done this sort of a thing incorrectly with a headline that's in front of me. Kent recruit wrist spinner Jake Lintott on loan until end of blast. I've read it as Kent recruit worshipper Jake Lintott.
Dot ball left alone outside the off stump. Who does Lintott worship, do you think?
Well, I'm not sure if it's perhaps the cricketing gods.
Well, they're no
I
fun.
suppose.
They're
Or-
cruel gods.
Or possibly whoever's employed him at Bridgewater Cricket Club. Well, I mean, I'm just saying I doubt he's being paid nothing by Bridgewater to play for them. Oh, he was born in Taunton, wasn't he? What's he doing play for Bridgewater?
It's been a long day. Here's Taylor. Beats the outside edge. Might be a long day for Taylor, but he's still charging in. He batted well earlier. Did Matt Taylor? 25. He was the second top scorer for Gloucestershire, and that's a good delivery with his more accomplished skill, shall we say, beating the outside edge.
It's another one of those that's a bit like when Williams was bowling from round the wicket. First move of the shape is away, and then, oh, sorry, it's in.
Yeah,
Getting my angles right.
yeah. Taylor in again, just guided off the back foot nicely by Proctor. This is a chase on here to cut it off at the deep third boundary, and good chase it is from Miles Hammond. He cuts it off, so it's just 2 runs. But yeah, nice little on top of the bounce, just guiding it, opening the face down to third man.
And Bracey almost having barely been able to see the ball because it was pitch black, then nearly had the problem of Miles Hammond throwing the ball into the sun. It just came out at that moment.
It's one of those days. It is. It's really bright now.
Yeah.
The sun is beaming across here in Bristol. Final delivery of the 10th over coming up. Just those 2 runs down to third man so far conceded in this set by Taylor, and that will be all he gives up in this over. Left alone outside the off stump by Proctor. He's on 9. Vasconcelos is on 15. Northamptonshire 24 with that loss.
Yes, and Gloucestershire very much in need of a wicket already, with 10 overs bowled. I suppose, you know, if you're optimistically looking back, they were bowled out for 136 by Lancashire, and then Lancashire were 120 for 1, and they worked their way back into that match and still had a few things that the match hinged on after that. So it wasn't as though the game was completely lost from that point. Bell is in, and Vasconcelos is behind that one, defending to a substitute fielder Joe Phillips cover. So they've closed everywhere other than here and at Lord's. Now Derbyshire still going at 97 for 4, and they appear to have 2 night watchmen batting together, which is good fun. Trailing Middlesex by 80, Nick Potts and Ben Aitchison are the not-out pair. Bell bowls short ball, he's clattered that one high up in the air, it's going behind the slip cordon, and it's going to land right between the 2 slip fielders chasing back, and also just over their heads. Bancroft and Price running back, and neither could quite get there, and they've only taken a single. Vasconcelos has shown that he's very much willing to have a full-on dart at anything that Bell bowls short. He's missed a couple of those. There he gets a top edge, and for the second time in his innings, has it land safely.
He's just practicing an uppercut there at the non-striker's end. Dare I say, that would be an intriguing shot if he did pull that out next time.
Bell round the wicket to Proctor, who flicks that one away wristily through square leg. They've got that fielder, Craig Miles, who nearly effected a run out from that position just behind square. So Miles has to set off in pursuit, and they take 2 more. So 27 without loss. There's a strange shot from Proctor, that as well, in the follow through. So he has this remarkable ability to get almost any ball through backward square if you watch enough of Luke Proctor. He moves on to 11. Bell into him. That's well left behind the stumps. Possibly left on length as well as on line. So Kent have closed on 385 for 4. Ben Dawkins has batted through the day at Canterbury, 181 not out. Sam North East made 141. And I mentioned the close of play at Southport already, with Worcestershire 270 all out and Lancashire 28 without loss. Bell in and bowls, strikes Proctor on the pad, but it looks an optimistic appeal, especially as Proctor is now walking off to square leg, adjusting his thigh pad.
Yeah, always on the high side, that one, wasn't it?
Looked at get a second look now, but yeah,
Oh,
possibly going down.
I think because it's hit him on the back leg, that's always more interesting, isn't it? Because it's got less distance to travel, so hitting him on the thigh pad isn't as much of a concern. But I think the ferocity of the appeal just was a sign of the length of the day and a touch of desperation, perhaps.
Bell in, that's off the glove of Proctor, I think, as he removes the hand quickly from the bat, and the ball ends up at backward square leg as Bell fires it in towards Proctor from round the wicket and back of a length. But there's no run and no wicket. 27 without loss. Yorkshire, very good day for them in the end. They started off 38 for 2, 121 for 4 when Harry Brook was dismissed, 7 for Brook and 44 for Root, and they were both dismissed by Matthew Fisher, who's taken 3 wickets. But it's Yorkshire who've had the last laugh, because Adam Lyth is not out 138 and Johnny Bairstow not out 116.
Matt Taylor to continue. Oh, that again is a big LBW shout, and he's been given. We might have been caught behind. We're not actually 100% sure what that was, because the ball cannoned off pad and ended up in the hands of first slip. The only question is, did it take a bit of inside edge, or was it given out LBW?
Must have meant live. I thought LBW, but yeah.
Yeah, it's hit him on the back leg, and it's very full. So it's stone dead LBW, I think, if that is the decision. But it's a good catch at first slip if it did take the inner half of the bat as well. Either way, that's the end of Vasconcelos. He has a word with... Was he given out? Oh, he's been given out caught.
Well,
according to the scoreboard. So
I think, to be honest, it's one of those where it's just a question of, I think Vasconcelos has just had a stop on the boundary, as if to say, was I really out caught?
Well, I mean, if it looked out, LBW as
yes,
well.
as you say, it's back leg. Admittedly, the ball is moving in, but I don't think it's moving in so far that it would miss leg, and it certainly isn't going over the top. So I don't think that Vasconcelos would have too much of a case to argue that he should still be out there either way, but it does appear to have gone down as caught at first slip, so Ollie Price will gladly take that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because Taylor obviously was gunning for the LBW because he went straight up. Everyone behind the stumps wasn't really appealing because they were all too focused on where the ball was gone, which might have been an indication that they thought there was an inside edge because they were all worried about the catch. So it wasn't actually that much of appeal in the end. And umpire Treadwell just stuck the finger up. Either way, fairly confident it's the right decision. Just don't know which decision it was. But anyway, there's a night watchman.
An event has definitely happened.
Something has occurred.
A wicket has fallen. And yes, Harry Conway gets to be night watchman again. I bet he's going to love this. And Gloucestershire are going to greet him with a short leg. And it's going to be the substitute. Is it? No, Tommy Borman is going to go under there.
No, it's always
short
the young.
leg.
It's got to be the young lad. Yeah.
Well, it could have been the young lad Phillips as well. But Phillips
That's a
is
bit harsh if you're not
slightly
actually-
older than Borman.
It's a bit harsh if you're not actually playing to be sent into to short leg duties.
He used not to be allowed, didn't he?
Anyway, Gloucestershire are going to have a little bit of a dart here. Attacking field for the night watchman Conway. 4 slips, leg slip. In comes Taylor. First ball to the new man, and it's a sharp bouncer, but Conway is able to duck out of the way. I think he knew that was coming.
I do wonder, in terms of whether another wicket falls, because I mentioned there's already been a situation this evening where Derbyshire have
two
used
night
two night
watchmen, yeah.
watchmen. I mean, do you use more than one? Do you send another night watchman out if one goes but not the other? No idea. We may not find out.
God, that's a heck of a backlift from Conway. He's launched the bat above his head and then started jamming it down on the turf. And this time it's a fuller delivery, which is dug out by the night watchman. But it was incredible. Did you see that? It was almost like he was brandishing a sword above his head for a killer blow, and then he just started aggressively tapping the pitch.
Was it like that thing at the fun fair where you have
Yes,
to slam
exactly.
the hammer
The
down
hammer.
as hard as possible?
It was a similar motion to that, all right.
Welcome, by the way, to those listening on 5 Sports Extra. You'll be delighted to know we've still got over 5 overs worth of play left this evening.
Taylor in again to Conway, left alone outside the off stump. He was very demonstrative when he was bowling earlier today, was Mr. Conway. He's similarly demonstrative when he's batting. His leaving is exuberant. He's just given a very, well, I don't know how to describe it, but enthusiastic 2 fingers to the umpire, not to tell him where to go, but to ask how many balls are remaining.
He's also decided to do a bit of gardening, not only not on the pitch that they're playing on, but also beyond the square. But there was obviously something that just needed tapping down there for a moment.
Quite considerate of him, really.
Yep.
Nothing to do with the fact that he might be... See what I mean with the high backlift
just
as he
seen
comes
it,
down?
yeah. It's amazing, isn't it?
Anyway, Taylor's changed angle, left arm around the wicket now, and he targets him with a sharp bouncer. He does well, Conway, to duck underneath it. This is quite entertaining. I didn't think we'd be sitting here at 5-7 watching something like this, but here we are.
Well, I'm not quite sure what it is, but it's entertaining.
Correct.
And Conway, I think, almost just for something to do because he needs to keep his mind busy, seemed to suggest that is one left, isn't it? Or maybe he was asking whether it was one for the over. It doesn't matter, Harry. There's only 1 ball left in the over.
Well, I think he's asking if he's had his 2 short balls then, because he might...
But was the previous one even signalled?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. Conway defends that one, goes to pick it up, then immediately withdraws, and then threatened to pick it up again, but they didn't, and now he's throwing his hands out and apologising, and none of the Gloucestershire players seem to be overly perturbed. Dare I say, none of them seem to care. But anyway...
Miles Hammond has his arms out. I think if Gloucestershire appealed for that, I'm afraid that he would be given out obstructing the field, but... I don't think anybody from Gloucestershire really is interested other than Miles Hammond, who's looking around for some support as if to say, did anybody else see that?
Well, I don't think he touched the ball. I think he did just withdraw his hand before it made contact.
Oh, I thought he touched it.
Oh, really?
But I'm not sure.
Anyway, it's gotten dark again for anyone who's paying attention.
Anyway, I think probably it's a good job that even if he did touch it, nobody actually appealed. Excellent, thank you. Stream operator James Healy has just confirmed that Ricardo Vasconcelos was in fact given out LBW, which seems to make a lot more sense.
Yeah, that looked very, very adjacent.
Here's Bell then bowling to Proctor, wide outside off stump and left alone. So we've had 11 wickets already in this rain and bad light curtailed day, although I have to say there's been a bit out there, definitely, and of course we'll get the reaction tomorrow as far as, well, we'll get the reaction tomorrow, we'll get the reaction tonight, but you'll hear about it tomorrow as to what both Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire feel is going on out there. It doesn't look as though there's masses going on out there in terms of extravagant movement, as that's clipped away by Proctor through square leg. Joe Phillips, the subfielder, is herring after it and will keep that to a single. 28 for 1. Proctor moves to 12 and gets off strike. So good news for Northamptonshire, because having sent out the night watchman, you want Conway on strike as much as possible. Already seen off 5 deliveries, 4 balls remaining in this over from Bell. So it's Tasmania versus South Australia, I think, for Harry Conway. Says looking around for confirmation. Yes, indeed, thought so. So Bell with 4 slips, fine leg just going back in now to Conway, just to lift the bat and gloves out of the way of that one. That one certainly does take off. Conway getting a bit of his own medicine there.
He's like a tall, fast bowling version of Marnus Labuschagne, isn't he? With his mannerisms and eccentric body language.
Standing there, hand on hip, staring at Bell. He just doesn't really know what to do with himself between deliveries, I think. Now his mind can be occupied again as Bell runs in. Full ball, that's gone straight through him, and he's been bowled. So Conway will not see the morning, and Gloucestershire have a second wicket. There are still 4.2 overs remaining in the day's play as Bell pitches that one up. Maybe gets a bit of movement in, but it does go between bat and pad, and Conway is bowled without scoring, 28 for 2.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of movement off the seam there, nip back through the gate, but that's why these blokes tend to bat down the order, because there is a large gate for the ball to go through. That was fun while it lasted. Fun little 7-ball cameo. Well, can you call a not troubling the scorer as a cameo?
I suppose it was a cameo in terms of the fact that he did quite a lot of acting out there in a short space of time.
Theatre, indeed. Yeah, that's the call from the back of the box. He entertained us while he was here. Here for a good time, not a long time. No,
so he's coming out now.
It's not another night watchman. It is Mr. Harrison.
Ah, that's a shame. I was quite looking forward to another one.
So
Calvin Harrison.
With all that, as much as we've enjoyed Harry Conway's presence, he's not done his job really in terms of protecting the next man in. Unfortunately, yeah, you'd need more than 7 deliveries from your night watchman if you're going to use one.
I did think. I mean, it's in between, isn't it? You know, when he went out there, 5 and a bit overs. It's probably is just about the territory you'd
fine.
Use one,
yeah,
but it's certainly on the higher end of what you're asking the night watchman to do. You know, especially if you're going to face the majority of those deliveries, you're asking him to keep out, 20 odd at least. So, yeah, it was on the edge of a difficult job, and so Harrison has now had to come out, and he's got 4 slips and a short leg for company as Bell bowls to Harrison, who struck on the pad. It's come in, he's gone. LBW, Gabe Bell is on a hat-trick. And Hassan Adnan continues to raise that finger almost up to the sky to say that Calvin Harrison has got to go. Harrison's just having a little word as he walks off. It's come back.
That might have been a bit high. Definitely hit him in the vague direction of the knee roll on the front pad, and he is a tall man, is Calvin Harrison. They generally say with the taller players, if it hits you in the knee roll, it might be going over. It has nipped back a long way as well, so it might have been missing leg. That's marginal. Umpire's call, I'd suspect, if we had the technology.
I wouldn't say it looks a shocker.
It's not a howler. No, it's not. Look, it's a new batter. He's come in, end of the day, first ball, he's not moved his front foot. And
I think that's the other thing, isn't it? Because he's missed it by quite a distance.
Yeah, the ball's nipped back and hit him on the pad, first ball. It's clipping the stumps if it's hitting, and therefore I think it's not. By no means is it a howler. But if you were in Calvin Harrison's shoes, you could certainly understand why you might feel slightly hard done by, because there probably are umpires who might be a little bit more cautious with that. But it's good. It's another excellent piece of bowling from Gabe Bell. That's twice in 2 balls he's produced that nip backer.
Yeah, it has come back away, hasn't it? Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. You can debate until probably about 8:30 when we'll close, but it's 28 for 3, and
we have
what
a
we do
hat-trick
know
ball.
is it's a hat-trick ball. Yeah.
Do you know what? Our resilience, our desire to stay here, because we weren't moaning about going back
we
out
weren't.
at all.
We're perfectly dedicated to our craft. Right, here's the hat-trick ball. 4 slips, leg slip, short leg. He bowls now to McSweeney, and McSweeney is defending to short leg. So no hat-trick for Bell, but 2 in 2, and admittedly one of them is a night watchman, but the other one is a man in Calvin Harrison who's been on some form. So to get him out this evening and actually to get back out has proven to be vital for Gloucestershire, who have now taken 3 wickets for the addition of 1 run. 27 without loss has become 28 for 3 in the space of 10 deliveries. And this all, of course, whilst Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker for the season, Will Williams, appears to be off the field.
Yeah, that is something worth watching, especially with tomorrow in mind. But for now, Matt Taylor is going to continue, and Proctor defends that one on the front foot.
Yeah, I mean, even if he were to come back out now, he'd probably have to spend a little bit of time not bowling, because I think he'll have been off the field for more than a quarter of an hour.
Oh, he's definitely been gone for at least that long.
I say Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker. It's technically now joint leading wicket taker, because Bell has equalled Williams' total of 19.
Taylor to Proctor again, defended once more into the offside.
So Taylor having to be, I suppose, called into action maybe a little bit earlier than he might have expected, but the statistics really don't tell the story of how well Matt Taylor has bowled. He's now picked up 10 wickets this season, but I think if certain things had gone his way, he'd be right up there with the other 2.
That's not too far away from the off stump as it's left alone from Proctor. Taylor continues to probe.
Well, it's been good, accurate bowling from Gloucestershire, especially since they've come out after the most recent delay, and they have. I mentioned just in terms of a foothold in the game, because that's probably all you can do in the limited time available, but they've got one now.
Taylor in again, left alone outside the off stump. They definitely would have taken this, what, an hour ago? When did they start the bowling innings? It's hard to tell with all the delays,
Yeah.
etc.
I think it was something like 9:15 at night.
Yeah, but to have them 30 odd for 3, they definitely would have taken this. And you're right, it's the only way they probably could try and just get something and be competitive in the remainder of this game, and they've definitely come out and done that. Taylor into his delivery stride, that's off the outside edge, but along the ground, past the 4th slip, well, down towards the boundary. Will it make it? No, I think it's Miles Hammond with the diving stop. He saves 1 run. So Proctor comes back for a 3rd, and that will bring McSweeney on strike. 31 for 3 now.
Yeah, and probably that would have gone for 4 if this was probably the last couple of mid-Mays, the lack of rain, but just, even though it's still a pretty quick outfield, just enough to hold the ball up. But yeah, I think it's certainly, in terms of getting McSweeney out there, that is as much, if not possibly more, than Gloucestershire could have asked for when this particular mini session started, just to get the overseas batter who's represented Australia international level out there at this stage.
Yeah, but there's a leg slip there to greet him. It's on the pad. There's an excited appeal, but it always looked high. Umpire Treadwell says no. End of the over. 3 off it. 31 for 3.
Yeah, possibly. Thought he might have walked so far across he was outside the line as well.
Yeah, he definitely was.
Either way, it wasn't out. It was more of an inquiry, despite the fact that Ollie Price was still jumping up and down with excitement at first slip. But in a similar way to earlier on, when Ben Sanderson claimed, was it his 4th first-class 5-fer against Gloucestershire? Joint most of any opponent, 5 for 47. In a similar way to the fact that Sanderson could just keep bowling, Gloucestershire can just keep Bell going. He could get through 9 overs here this evening. Round the wicket he goes now to Proctor. That's extremely wide. That's almost troubling the umpire as far as extending the arms. But possibly Hassan Adnan is wanting to get off the field some time before the cockerel crows tomorrow. So decides not to give that as a wide. They've got that now. That is getting towards leg gully actually, where they've put that fielder. Certainly a well stacked leg side in close as Bell bowls wide of off stump, and Proctor watchfully leaves it alone. So 3 slips, a point, a mid off, mid on, forward square, and then Charlesworth, who's fielding at a wide leg gully, I'm going to call that, and then a fine leg. Proctor hasn't been troubled by the first 2 deliveries this over. Is this the straighter one from Bell? Round the wicket he comes. He bowls now. It is the straighter one. It's defended slightly uncertainly by Proctor, and then for some reason he takes a couple of steps down the pitch as though he thinks there might be a single, because Bell had already turned tail and was heading off back to his mark, but for a moment nobody seemed too inclined to pick the ball up, but there certainly wasn't a single there anyway.
He's done that a few times in his innings, Proctor, hasn't he?
Well,
He's looked to be busy, I think, is probably the most apt way of describing it. But
yes, he's also looked to run out his partner once
well,
already
that's
as well.
a less charitable version of that.
Fell in bowls and guided away by Proctor, just opening the face and nudging away to backward point. And there is no run. So 2 overs to go after this one still. And I suppose in this position, if you're Gloucestershire, you always want one more. You could either get rid of, can be at times a limpet like Proctor, or quality of McSweeney. They'd really start to have a spring in their step at the end of the day, although that is not a delivery that's likely to produce a wicket, as that's way down the leg side from Bell and sends Bracey diving across, and he's able to prevent byes. No extras so far for Gloucestershire in the 15th over. Northamptonshire conceded 23 extras in the 51.5 overs. 154 Gloucestershire scored as Bell bowls an away swinger, which is let go. So was a maiden from Bell, but possibly not the most probing of overs that he's bowled. However, he certainly made his mark on the evening session. 2 for 10 from 8 overs. You sort of felt that, given the way that particularly, I suppose, Conway was getting some lift, but also the likes of Guthrie, I suppose, hitting back of a length, Bell might quite enjoy bowling on this pitch, and so far he is. 31 for 3, 2 overs to go.
Yes, well, this will be the final over bowled by Matt Taylor today. He's got McSweeney in his sights. 3 slips and a leg slip, and that was defended on the front foot. Mid-wicket comes in to do the fielding.
It did seem like a excellent signing, Nathan McSweeney. Sort of looked like a cricketer that would be extremely useful across formats. Bowl some off spin as well. He's a good captain, clearly, as well. So not that he's captaining this side, but lots of experience he can bring.
Yeah, to get off the mark. Will he get to so here? He will not, as he steers that one straight to the man at mid-wicket. Just straying onto the pads ever so slightly, Taylor, but he gets away with it.
Plenty of experience winning Sheffield Shield titles. Opened the batting for Australia and sort of felt he was a bit hard done by, really. Just played 3 tests, and then I think he was the one that was ditched for Sam Constas for the Boxing Day test, where Constas ramped Jasprit Bumrah.
Reverse ramp. Oh, that's a sharp delivery. I think that might have nipped back in. It's clattered into Nathan McSweeney's thigh, but he's hit him well outside the line of off stump.
He's bringing the ball back in from round the wicket as Matt Taylor. It's probably his trademark, really, in terms of round the wicket, getting the ball to swing into the right-handers. It's not a massive mover of the ball from over the wicket to the right-handers. But if there's any movement out there from round the wicket, it can be quite deadly.
Well, he continues around the wicket here and he tries a short ball and no ball is signalled.
I think he may have tried a little too hard on, on multiple counts there. That must have been close to being a wide on height, even if he hadn't overstepped.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. I mean, McSweeney didn't really have to duck. Now, he's not the tallest bloke in the world, is the Australian, but even still, to get it that short was quite a feat from Taylor. But like you said, it was all null and void by the overstep.
Can that leg slip go any finer?
And again, that's off the inner half of the bat, but straight to mid-on. 2 deliveries left in Taylor's last over of the day. The sun continues to shine. Ends up being quite a good decision, really, to come back to hang around and come back out.
Well, I'm not sure Northamptonshire would see it that way.
No, well, no, probably not. I mean, in terms of for the game.
Yes, no, I don't know what you mean.
Entertainment value, it's definitely been a good, what was it 8.5 or 7.5 over mini session. Here's Taylor. That's full of getting and off the outside edge. Good diving stop by backward point. Ends up landing on his head, but he saved a run.
Oh dear, I think if I tried to do that, I'm not sure my neck would recover for a couple of months. Craig Miles crumpling himself up at backward point, trying to have a contest with the ground that he wasn't really going to win.
Well, they're moving that leg slip. He's now coming into pretty sure he's going to end up in a regulation 4th slip, or maybe a gully. Yeah, just a bit wider. So actually, no, they're keeping a leg slip in, but they've added in a gully. So this final delivery of the over, Gloucestershire going on the attack. Taylor around the wicket. Nathan McSweeney in his sights. A heavy delivery, tucked around the corner. Leg slip does the fielding, but McSweeney will take a single, gets him off the mark, and he will keep the strike for the last over of the day.
Yeah, from a Gloucestershire point of view, I mean, you know that at the end of these sorts of days, you can sometimes get a little bit of chaos, especially when a night watchman is involved. And I still think, I mean, you'd look at 154 and 34 for 3, but I really don't think there's been much untoward. I mean, there's if you bash it in back of a length, you've got every chance of getting a wrap on the gloves, and we saw that from Will Williams, but I'm quite sure there's been 13 wickets worth of mischief in the pitch. So we're in the last over, so there can only be one more wicket this evening, and McSweeney has no intention of allowing that to happen. He steers it backward a point. They're going to sprint back for a second run. McSweeney's fast and will make it. Played that one really nicely, just right underneath his eye line. Opened the face and picks up 2 runs, 36 for 3. The deficit 118. And the day has still belonged to Ben Sanderson, especially 5 for 47. Ollie Price 50 not out for Gloucestershire, the lone bright spot in the batting order as Bell is into McSweeney and defends that one away. Oh, no run into the offside. It was another good ball from Bell, targeting those pads. Getting some late movement in, sort of delivery that he bowled Conway with, and then had Harrison given out LBW first ball. 4 deliveries remain. Bell running in, tall action, bowls wide of the off stump, and McSweeney allows that one to pass safely by without a shot.
Yes, Luke Proctor probably might thank his overseas after this. He's faced the last few overs of the day. He took a single off the last ball previously, scampered back for a second a few deliveries ago when he could easily have just sat on his bat after taking a single and let his skipper do the work. He's
kind of taken charge here. Bell into McSweeney, who's forward confidently, pushing away into the covers, thinking about 2 again here, but this time he won't get back for it as Taylor gets in the throw. So 37 for 3 in McSweeney onto 4. Don't get the sense that McSweeney's just going to lean on his bat here at the non-striker's end either, but Proctor may see it as his responsibility to see off these last 2 deliveries of the day as we get another little bit of late sunshine. And we have lost overs today, but certainly not as many as we might have done. Certainly don't think I can remember a close later than this one, though. Round the wicket goes Bell into Proctor. That's very wide, and Bell with a slightly disconsolate turn back to his mark because he's only got one delivery remaining to do some damage with.
Yeah, that was a turn of disgust, wasn't it? Waste of a valuable resource. You stayed out this long, you might as well try and use the deliveries you have. But yeah, just overcorrected, didn't he, with the change from right to left, and went well outside the left-hander's off stump. Again, not that far away from being called a wide, I suspect.
So the fourth slip's gone into short leg for the last ball of this fast-moving opening day. Bell is in and bowls, and it's come off the glove of Proctor, but it's gone between short leg and backward square, and that ends a mini session that Gloucestershire have used to take 3 Northamptonshire wickets. They were bowled out earlier on for 154, but they have fought back in this little period. It might not actually have been off the glove, actually, that last ball, looking at it again, maybe the shoulder of the bat, but either way, it wasn't too far off bringing short leg in. But 3 wickets falling in the space of, what was it in the end, 10 deliveries. They've just given Gloucestershire some hope, despite being dismissed for that 154. Nathan, it's been a... Well, floodlights have gone off immediately. They don't waste time or energy, do they?
No,
But
it's the energy crisis. Energy bills are expensive.
Yeah.
Right? Gotta be wary, and they've been on all day. Well, not all day. The morning session we avoided them.
No.
But yeah.
What do you make of the opening day overall then?
Entertaining, I have to say. Frustrating with the on-off nature of it. 2 rain breaks and a light break, but ultimately you've seen 13 wickets fall. Some good deliveries, some average stroke play as well at times. But yeah, definitely got our money's worth today, didn't we? Northamptonshire still on top, I would say, albeit frustrated that they've given Gloucestershire a sniff in this evening session. But if McSweeney digs in tomorrow and gets a few people to hang around with him, or likewise, Proctor's been out there for 47 balls now, he should be pretty well set, you would think, even if scoring wasn't the priority tonight. But you would still say if one, if not both of those gets going tomorrow, they will be firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, 117 behind with 7 wickets in hand. Take everything else out of it, then yes, you'd have to say Northamptonshire's opening day, but Gloucestershire have not given up and have grabbed those 3 wickets, including the night watchman late on. So thank you for bearing with us through all those rain and light delays. If you're still listening, probably not too many of you left, but thanks for being with us for this opening day. And Radders and myself will be back just before 11 o'clock tomorrow to bring you day 2. Bye-bye for now.